The Purging of Cadillus by Gaff Thorpe. Read by Andrew Wincott. Prologue. A fuel tank exploded, showering squat bodies and shards of metal across the refinery. Guttural laughter rang around the bare rock walls of the asteroid ship, against a backdrop of chattering guns and flames. A handful of stocky figures stumbled from the fire, airsuits tattered, thick beards and bushy sideburns smoking. They carried high-velocity riveters and fired them at the mob of green-skinned attackers thundering down the tunnel. A few orcs fell to the fusillade. Others returned fire with their crude weapons, filling the tunnel with muzzle flare and bullets. "Give 'em another," Gazkul barked at an orc to his left. The greenskin loaded another improbably sized rocket into its launcher and stood with legs splayed, aiming at the survivors through an array of cracked lenses. The rocket hissed wildly for a moment before the propellant erupted into flames, blowing apart the launcher, tearing off the orc's arm. The orc's pained cursing was drowned out by Gazkul's deep laugh. "One for the dogs," said the warlord, waving roaring warriors forwards with a claw-sheathed hand. Gazkul's laughter stopped as a slew of rivets pattered across the thick plates of armor protecting the warlord's gut. The massive greenskin turned his red scowl upon the scattered demiurgs sheltering in the ruins of the refinery. "Time to finish 'em off. Get stuck in, boys." Following their warlord, the orcs charged into the burning debris, hacking and chopping with serrated cleavers and whirring toothed blades. Gazkul levered aside a twisted sheet of metal to reveal a demiurg hiding behind it. The warlord roared along with his multi-barreled gun as he blazed away, shredding the miner into bloody lumps. "Taka, taka, taka! That's how you do it!" Gazkul's gaze fell upon another victim, scurrying into the collapsed doorway of an outbuilding. The massive orc shouldered his way through the wall after the fleeing miner, erupting amidst a cloud of tangled reinforcing rods and shattered stone. The demiurg swung a rock drill at Gazkul, aiming for the chest. The diamond-edged bit skittered and shrieked across the warlord's armor and bounced away, the impact almost wrenching the drill from the miner's hands. "Nice try," growled Gazkul, looking at the scoring across his chest plate. The orc lifted up an armored, energy-wreathed fist. "My turn, stunty!" The claw crackled with arcs of power as Gazkul smashed in the demiurg's craggy face, the force of the blow thudding the miner's head into the far wall. Smoke billowed from the exhausts of the warlord's armor as Gazkul lifted up an armored boot and crushed the headless body beneath its deep tread. It was always worth making sure. Thundering out through another wall, Gazkul looked around. Scattered pockets of orcs were running here and there, looking for more targets, but it appeared the refinery was empty of enemies. The warlord spied a tiny figure scrambling through the rubble, dragging a huge pole and banner behind him. "Oi! Makari!" Gazkul bellowed at his standard-bearer. The Gretchen flinched and turned wide eyes to his master.
"Yes, boss,"
Makari squeaked.
"What can I do for ya?"
"Where's the mechs? They needs to be getting the ore and walkie bits back to the ship."
"I'll go find 'em, boss,"
said Makari. He planted the flag in a pile of debris before gratefully scurrying back down the tunnel. Gazkul strode to the top of a slag heap and looked around. The stunties hadn't provided much sport, but the warlord didn't mind. The orcs were here for loot and gubbins. The mechs could make some really good stuff with stunty gear. Another explosion rocked the artificial cavern. A blossom of fire engulfing a mob of orcs investigating one of the mine entrances. Gazkul thought it was a secondary explosion, but it was soon followed by 3 more, each heralded by the telltale smoke trails of rockets.
"That's odd. What's that, boss?"
asked Fangrutz, clanking up the slag heap, the joints of his armored suit wheezing and whining.
"Look at that,"
said Gazkul, pointing a serrated claw towards the explosions.
"Those is rockets. Who's firing rockets at us?" "The stunties," suggested Fangrutz. "Stunty rockets don't smoke and whirl about like that."
Gazkul smacked Fangrutz on the head again for making such a stupid suggestion.
"They is orky rockets."
In confirmation of Gazkul's suspicion, a horde of green-skinned warriors poured out of the mine entrance, guns blazing in all directions. They wore yellow and black body armor and jackets, the back banners of their knobs decorated with stylized, grinning half-moons.
"They ain't our boys,"
Fangrutz declared. Gazkul's gun clanged loudly across the back of Fangrutz's head again. The knob's eyes crossed momentarily, and he stumbled.
"Course they ain't, you zogging squid brain. Get down there and give us some dacca. They're after our loot."
Gazkul said after the boys as they poured into the firefight, which in some places became a vicious scrum of blades and fangs. Smoke churning behind him, Gazkul lumbered into a run, bellowing orders.
"Stop 'em getting up on that roof. More dacca that way. Give 'em some boot leather."
The warlord watched a blur of red and black come sailing out of the mine. It quickly resolved into one of his boys, a ragged hole in the chest. The body splattered and bounced noisily across a rock just in front of Gazkul. The orc heard a rapid-fire din above the creaks and puttering of his armor's engine, a drawn-out rattle accompanied by a flare of orange in the mouth of the mine entrance. A swathe of orcs fell to the ground, blooded holes punched across their bodies. Through the gap, Gazkul saw another huge orc advancing from the mine, chain gun hurling bullets in all directions. The rival warlord was wearing mega armor as well, painted a garish yellow and decorated with black flames. Compared to the rusty joints and oil-spattered pipes of Gazkul's suit, the newcomer's armor was spotless, haphazardly inlaid with chunks of gold, and, Gazkul sneered at the ostentation, dozens of orc teeth.
"What a show-off,"
the warlord muttered, as he leveled his gun at the newcomer. Gazkul opened fire, spraying the remaining contents of the magazine at the enemy warlord. Bullets skipped off the floor and walls of the mine tunnel, and a few found their mark, rattling over the plates of his foe's mega armor. The Bad Moon warlord, such gaudy displays of wealth were unmistakable, turned his own weapon on Gazkul, as a series of empty clicks from his gun echoed around the chamber.
"Oh, Zog,"
grunted Gazkul. He was engulfed in a firestorm of flashing projectiles. A particularly vicious burst caught him in the right shoulder, sending slivers of metal spinning in all directions. The armor's engine gave an alarming cough, but continued working, although with a new rattle. The two warlords closed in on each other, the boys parting to allow their leaders to get to grips, the ground trembling under the combined thudding of metal-shod boots. Gazkul struck first, swiping his power claw across his foe's chest, shredding metal. He winced as the Bad Moon smashed his own long claw onto the top of Gazkul's armored head. A boot found Gazkul's knee plate, which clattered off to the right. Gazkul brought down an elbow spike onto his opponent's left shoulder, driving it hard between the armored plates, but was thrown back a moment later by a knee-trembling blow to his gut. Parted for a moment, the two warlords locked glares. Around them, The fighting between the rest of the orcs died away to some desultory shooting and the occasional punch or kick. Dozens of red eyes were turned towards the pair, expectantly awaiting the combat to recommence.
"Zog off!" roared Gaskell. "This is my loot." "I was here first," the other warlord bellowed. "You zog off!" "How?" asked Gaskell. "I ain't seen no other ship. How did you get here?" The Bad Moon rippled back his thick lips in a grin. "That's for me to know, innit?" "Don't you know who I am? I'm Gaskell Mag Uruk Thraka, the prophet of Gork and Mork. I'm the biggest, baddest warlord there is. You got to tell me." "I heard of you," said the other, stepping back another pace. "You gave the humans a good kicking, I heard. You might be the prophet of Gork and Mork, but nobody makes better profit than me." Something in Gaskell's memory tinkled into place. Bad Moon warlord, stupidly rich, plenty of dacker. "Nazdreg," he snarled. "That's the one," beamed his opponent. Nazdreg's eyes narrowed slyly. "I heard you's a bit special, bit of a thinker." "That's right," said Gaskell. "I hear the words of Gork, or maybe it's Mork, it's hard to say. They tell me clever stuff, and that's why I'm the baddest warlord there is." "I got an idea for you, Gaskell Mag Uruk Thraka." "Yeah?" "We can fight this out until one of us is dead in good orky fashion." "Sounds good to me." "Or we can come to some kind of deal." Gaskell looked hard at Nazdreg and his boys. There were quite a lot of them. He was sure he could probably beat them, but it had taken him ages to get enough boys together after being chased around by that Mork-cursed Humy boss Yarrick. And it did seem a bit of a waste to be killing other orcs when he could be killing the hated Humies. "What you offering?" he asked, cautiously. "I'll tell you how I got on this rock, without a ship, if you and your boys come with me on a little job I got planned." Gaskell suddenly became aware that he was the center of attention from both sides. He waited for a while to see if Gork or Mork had anything to say on the matter. There were no voices in his head, so he guessed that they didn't care either way. He took a deep breath and lowered his power claw. "I'm listening." Blue-feathered gulls circled screeching above the wall. Torno followed them against the dismal grey sky, humming quietly to himself. As one of the birds dipped past, Torno looked back across Cadalus Harbour. Surrounded by the high curtain wall, the city squatted on the steep coast of the volcanic isle, a mess of grey and silver against the dark rock. The raised landing platforms of Northport jutted out from the wall a few kilometers away. An orbital craft the size of a city block rose from the starship dock, smoke and plasma wreathing protective blast ramps, while atmospheric craft buzzed and growled to and fro, borne aloft by jets and rotors. From the gatehouses, highways of cracked ferrocrete cut through sprawling tenements and smoke-wreathed processing plants converging at the central plaza. Next to the square loomed the spire of the Dark Angel's Basilica, a towering edifice of buttresses and gargoyles, broken by stained-glass windows and ornate balconies. The buildings around the basilica seemed cowed by its presence, none reaching higher than 3 stories, as if to be higher would be an affront to the spectacle of the Space Marines' Temple Keep. Past the basilica,
Cadalus dropped steeply towards the harbour side. The sea was little more than a glinting blur on the horizon, obscured by a tangle of cranes and gantries that stooped over the high warehouses. A dozen wharfs stretched into the ocean, where super-trawlers 3 kilometres long unloaded their harvests. Torno heard a grunt of confusion from Megel next to him in the watchpost. "Have a look at this," said the other sentry, handing Torno the magnoculars. "Looks like a dust storm or something." Torno looked through the magnoculars and could see a thick wall of dusty cloud coming towards Cadalus harbour, still at least 6 kilometres away. "Anything from the com?" he asked, not looking away. "Nope," replied Megel. "Come to think of it, Aunt Kendall and his lot meant to check in from Outpost Theta." Torno flicked his blonde hair from his face, increased the magnification, and tried to hold the magnoculars as steady as he could, peering into the dust storm. He could see nothing save the cloud billowing up from beyond a rise in the ground. He caught movement, a darker shape within the dust. Resting his arms on the parapet, he concentrated, trying to focus the magnoculars. Suddenly, in pin-sharp clarity, he saw figures emerging from the dust. Steadying himself again, he gently thumbed the focus rune a little more. More and more shapes emerged from the haze, churning up the dirt in their wake. A great crowd of figures, on foot, stooped, green-skinned, waving weapons in the air. As the seconds passed, Torno could see the columns advancing steadily in a seemingly endless procession. There were thousands of them. "Emperor's balls," gasped Torno, the magnoculars dropping from his cold fingers. Chapter 1. The Tale of Boreas. Dark Cathedral. A one-eyed lion stared down at Boreas from the shattered stained-glass window. His black armor was dappled with red and blue and yellow by flames flickering inside the window. Detonations continually rocked the rubble-strewn street. One shell exploded atop a buttress above him, showering chunks of plascrete from the basilica onto the chaplain and squad. Fanged green faces leered from windows in the upper stories. The orcs spat down at the dark angels and occasionally rattled off bursts of fire with equal effect. A growl welled up from deep within Boreas as he waited for the other squad to assemble on the opposite side of the ruined basilica. He looked through the remnants of the main doors into the central nave. The open space was filled with piles of rubble and green-skinned bodies. Banners, hundreds of years old, lay smouldering in the ruin. "In position at the east entrance, Brother Chaplain," Sergeant Palil reported over the comm. "Awaiting your command." "Squad Hammond ready for overwatch," crackled the next report in Boreas's ear. The chaplain glanced over his shoulder and saw the devastators aiming their heavy weapons from a rooftop on the opposite side of the street. "The Lion Shade revolts at the presence of this filth in his shrine," Boreas rasped to his battle brothers. "Bring peace to his soul and honor to his memory with bolt and blade. Commence the attack!" For the third time since arriving at the shrine, the chaplain stormed up the steps and plunged through the shattered doorway, bolt pistol in his right hand, Crozius Arcanum in the left. The eagle-headed maul blazed with blue light that threw sharp shadows across the central hall of the basilica. The walls and windows of the upper floors exploded inwards as missiles and lascannon blasts from Squad Hemen pounded the orc positions. Green bodies flopped over the gallery railing above the hall, tumbling to the rubble trailing thick blood. Plascrete crunching underfoot, the chaplain turned sharply to his right and headed for an iron spiral staircase next to the crumbled remains of a minor altar. On the other side of the nave,
Palil and his dark angels headed for the steps descending into the catacomb. The orcs opened fire as Boreas reached the bottom of the stairs, bullets and blasts of energy sending up dust and shards around him. Sparks surrounded the chaplain as he pounded up the steps, bullets shrieking from the metal, the whole staircase shaking under the weight of his tread. Behind him, the other Space Marines returned fire. The whole nave echoed with the roar of bolters. Fiery trails cut the gloom, each ending in a small explosion that rocked the upper gallery. Boreas reached the gallery at a run. It was even darker here. With a vocal command, Boreas switched his auto-senses to thermal. Several orcs were sprawled lifeless along the marble-inlaid floor, blood cooling in greasy pools. He spied the yellow heat outlines of living foes at the far end of the gallery, their guns blazing harsh white, bullets zipping down into the squad below. The chaplain leveled his pistol. A targeting reticule sprang into view as his finger touched the trigger. His first shot took the top off an orc's head, blood spraying against the wall in a red chromatic display. 2 bolts took his next target in the chest, exploding the ribcage and breastbone, ripping apart organs. To his heightened senses, it seemed as if the orcs turned on him in slow motion, drawing up their guns towards this new threat. A 4th round ripped through the shoulder of the next foe, sending the orcs spinning through a doorway. The first bullet zipped around Boreas as he subconsciously registered the thunder of more Space Marines coming up the stairs behind him. Sending another bolt into the gut of an orc, Boreas spared a millisecond glance to his right, across the nave where more orcs had gathered. He saw a blossom of fire and flung himself against the wall as a rocket spiraled towards him, the warhead smashing into the plascrete just behind him. The Rosarius, hanging on a thick chain around Boreas's neck, blazed with power as shrapnel engulfed the chaplain. The Rosarius's energy field converted the mass of the shards into flares of bright light. Boreas heaved himself away from the cracked wall as more bullets skipped and screamed along the gallery. He headed straight for the orcs, bolts from his battle brothers whipping past either side of him, detonations cracking along a crude barricade the orcs had built out of splintered furniture and bundled wall hangings. The chaplain emptied the rest of his bolt pistol into the greenskins as he charged the barrier, sending them reeling back. He leapt as he reached the barricade, 1 foot atop the broken remnants of a cabinet, driving his other into the face of an orc swinging at him with a snarling chainsword. The alien's head snapped back as Boreas's momentum carried him into the thick of the orcs, his Crozius crashing under the upraised arm of another foe to liquidate flesh and bone. Boreas landed and rolled, sweeping the legs from another enemy with his right arm as he regained his feet. Something hammered into his backpack, and he turned on his heel, driving an elbow into the face of an orc, fangs splintering, jaw breaking. A heavy blade slashed out of the throng and caught him on the right side of his helmet, its serrated edge scraping through paint and chipping ceramite. The orc backed away, just out of reach. Boreas hurled his empty pistol into the beast's face, this distraction giving the chaplain a moment to follow up with a bone-crunching kick to the knee that brought down the alien. The Rosarius flared into life again as more blows rained down on the chaplain, blinding the orcs. Boreas smashed one across the face with his Crozius, the wing of the eagle head burying itself deep in a red eye. He chopped with the edge of his hand into the throat of another, lifting the beast from its feet, windpipes smashed. Bolt-round detonations sprayed the chaplain with gore as the following Dark Angels joined the melee. Bursting through the barricade, the Space Marines fell upon the orcs with chain-blade bayonets and monomolecular-edged combat knives. The dozen or so remaining orcs were not about to give up the fight, and hurled themselves at the squad, roaring throaty war cries and obscenities. 4 of them bore brother Zephyus to the floor, stabbing at his face and chest, levering their blades into the joints of his armor, blasting away with heavy pistols, the ricocheting bullets as much a danger to themselves as the dark angels. Boreas's Crozius smashed into the skull of an orc, pinning down Zephyus, splitting it wide open. The orc reared up, still alive, dragging its serrated blade from a crack in Zephyus's armor. It swung the weapon at Boreas and missed, spattering the chaplain's skull helm with droplets of his battle brother's blood. Incensed, Boreas shoulder-charged the greenskin, tackling it at chest height to drive it into the wall with a snap of bones, plascrete exploding into dust around them. Boreas snapped the orc's neck in the crook of his arm, to be certain, and cast the limp body to the floor. He turned to see Sergeant Lemuel burying his chain-axe into the armpit of the last greenskin, the whirring blade spraying gobbets of flesh and shards of bone over the gallery rail. Boreas pressed on to the archway at the end of the gallery, past which were found the inner chambers of the basilica. Lemuel split his space marines into 2 combat squads, joining the chaplain with brothers Sarian, Danael, Asphorus, and Zamael. The remainder of the Dark Angels took up overwatch positions along the gallery, while they waited for an apothecary to attend to the badly wounded Zephyus. "You might want this, brother chaplain," said Asphorus, proffering Boreas's bolt pistol, which he had evidently retrieved from the pile of orc bodies. The chaplain took it with a murmur of thanks, slammed home a fresh magazine from his belt, and darted a look through the archway, looking for foes. A corridor ran to the northern end of the basilica, shattered windows on the right-hand side, 6 doors leading into the scriptoriums on the left. There was no sign of the orcs. Boreas switched off his Crozius to conserve its power cell, and nodded the Dark Angels forwards. "Check and clear every room," Lemuel told his warriors. "Be vigilant for booby traps. There is no telling what these filthy greenskins have been up to." Sarian went up on point, kicking in the remnants of the first door, while Danael kept watch along the corridor. The Space Marines hurried into the room, bolters ready. Within, all had been upturned. Illuminating desks and low stools were broken, and tattered and soiled manuscripts were scattered across the floor. Digiquills and styluses lay in a snapped heap beneath the broken door of a storage cabinet, and crude orc glyphs were daubed on the walls in black and red ink. Blossoms of green and yellow and purple and blue showed, where pots of other colors had been dashed against the walls, floor, and ceiling for amusement. "Scum," muttered Boreas. He had expected such desecration, hardened his anticipation of it, but it was still something of a shock to see it wrought in rooms where only a few days before he had walked amongst the company serfs as they copied out the great texts of the Dark Angels chapter. It had been an ordered, serene enclave in the midst of the bustling port city, dedicated to reflection on the lion's teachings, the wisdom of the emperor, and the doctrine of battle. His eye was caught by a scrap of plasti parchment, edges wrinkled and melted from an attempt to set it alight. He hung his Crozius from his belt and picked it up, recognizing the partially obscured illustration in the margin. He gave an ironic laugh. "Page 14 of the Contemplations of Castigation," he told his battle brothers. He read the first lines out loud. "Blessed be the warrior that punishes the unclean. In his purgation of the heretic, the mutant, and the alien, the blessed Astartes proves his purity. Only he that is free of taint can uphold the role of executioner of the imperial will." The rest was unreadable, but Boreas knew it by heart. His voice turned to a snarl as he continued from memory. With the honor of that duty, there comes the responsibility to prosecute such punishment to the utter lengths of possibility. No heretic, no mutant, no alien is above the reproach of the cleansing fire of battle. If the Imperial will is to extend to all corners and reaches of the galaxy, there can be no respite from the eternal pursuit for justice and the perpetuation of vengeance against the immoral. Boreas crumpled the sheet in his fist and dropped it to the ground. Pulling free his croziers, he thumbed the weapon into life, bathing the room with its blue glow. The vilest of offenses has been committed against us, my brothers, growled Boreas. The Orcs do not simply attack a world of the Imperium. They attack a world under our protection. This building is not simply a strategic asset to be held against an enemy. This is a basilica of the Dark Angels, an extension of the Tower of Angels, a spiritual part of lost Caliban. An attack here is an attack against the Dark Angels chapter. It is an affront to the Lion. It is not only our duty to bring righteous persecution against those who have sinned against us, it is our right. Sergeant Lemail answered, echoed by the rest of the Space Marines. Kill the alien! The next two rooms were equally ransacked, and equally empty of foes to punish for the act. As the Dark Angels left the third chamber, Lemail commanded them to stop. Boreas listened, his auto-senses picking up what the sergeant had first detected, grunts and scrapes from the adjoining room. An interesting development, remarked the sergeant. Orcs attempting an ambush? The strange subtlety of thought is not matched by their subtlety of action, replied Brother Sarian, as the clatter of something dropped on the wooden floors sounded from the next room. Teach them the lesson of their error, rasped Boreas, holstering his bolt pistol to pull a fragmentation grenade from a belt pack. Zamiel, do your duty, ordered Lemail. The Space Marine lifted his flamer in acknowledgement, the harsh blue of its igniter reflected from his dark green armor. Purge the alien! Shouted Boreas, kicking open the next door. He caught a glimpse of fanged mouths snarling at him as the Orcs rose from their hiding positions behind overturned lecterns and tables. The chaplain tossed a grenade into the back of the room, while 4 more arced past him, bouncing off the walls and ceiling. Boreas ducked back as simultaneous detonations filled the chamber with shrapnel smoke and metal spilling from the doorway. A moment later, Zamael stood at the door, flamer spraying white-hot promethium into the scriptorium, the crackle of flames blanketing the harsh yells and panicked bellows of the Orcs within. He panned left and right, coating everything with the sticky fuel, setting light to wood and flesh and parchment. Only when every surface was burning did he release the trigger and pull up his weapon, stepping back to allow the others to enter the inferno. Surrounded by flames, the Space Marines burst into the room, firing their bolters into the twitching, charring bodies of the Orcs. Boreas could feel the heat of the flames, but a glance at his power armor's integrity display showed that the guttering blaze was well within tolerable limits. As the promethium burnt out, the chaplain found himself standing inside a blackened shell, a few licks of fire flickering here and there. The bones of the Orcs lay in contorted heaps, stuck with chunks of burnt flesh, steam hissing from boiling marrow and blood, while pools of fat sizzled beneath them. "We must move on to secure the spire and dominate the city square," announced Lemail. "Haste is required before the enemy send reinforcements." "Righteous is our cause," said Boreas. "We shall not fail the chapter." Leaving the burned-out room, the squad moved on, continuing their sweep towards the apex of the basilica, where the main spire reached 100 meters into the sky above Catullus. This was their goal, the highest point in the city center, from which the Dark Angels would be able to pour fire into the surrounding buildings, and more importantly, accurately direct the artillery fire of their allies against the Orc army that had seized the harbor over the previous 2 days. The Orc attack had taken the people of Catullus unawares, and with that surprise the greenskins had driven through the heart of the city, directly for the docks and wharfs. Nobody yet knew where the enemy had come from. There had been no warning from orbital arrays, nor the Dark Angel ship circling high above Piscina 4. It was fortunate that the Dark Angels were here at all. The chapter had arrived 4 weeks ago as part of a much-delayed visit to take recruits from the neighboring world of Piscina 5. The bulk of the chapter had left 6 days ago, leaving the 3rd Company and a few auxiliary squads from other companies to oversee the last stages of recruitment. Had it not been for the swift reaction of Master Belial and his warriors, the whole city might have fallen within hours. The company commander had faced the Orc warlord once already, and from what Boreas had heard, Belial had been fortunate to survive the encounter. As it was, the Orcs were holed up in the waterfront district and along a line of buildings that stretched to the central square. In the close confines of the city and without a clear idea of enemy numbers or their purpose, even the Dark Angels were wary of facing the brutal Orcs head-on. Master Belial's plan was to contain the aliens at the docks whilst breaking the link with those in the city center. The two forces could then be purged separately once the planet's defense force, the Free Militia, had been fully mobilized. The first stage was to secure the basilica, but that had proven easier ordered than accomplished. This was Boreas's 4th attempt, and was showing the greatest success so far. As the Dark Angels forged further into the press of rooms, resistance was sporadic and scattered. The Orcs had evidently split their numbers to avoid sharing the spoils, and so were easily overcome by the Space Marines. However, their progress through the 3 stories of administrative chambers between the central nave and the spire did not go unnoticed by their green-skinned adversaries. The Orcs counterattacked as the squad gained the first landing at the base of the stairwells leading up into the spire. Lemael had his foot upon the first step when something clattered around the landing above, bouncing down to spin gently at his feet. It was a stick grenade. As Boreas and the others turned away, the grenade went off, filling the enclosed space with a storm of metal shards. Everything went silent for a moment, as the chaplain's auto-senses cut in to block the concussive effect of the detonation. His Rosarius blazed, engulfing him with its protective shield, but still he felt dozens of impacts on his armor as shrapnel swallowed the squad. When Boreas's hearing was restored, the hallway was still ringing. Lemael lay slumped against the wall, his right leg armor cracked by the blast, his knee twisted at an unnatural angle. "Cover the stairs!" snapped Boreas. "Protect your sergeant!" Danael and Sarian advanced a few steps up the stair as Zamael and Asphorus slung their weapons and dragged Lemael down the hall, leaving a trail of dark blood. More grenades clanked down from above. Most exploded harmlessly before reaching the Space Marines. Danael threw 2 back up the stairs before they detonated, much to the surprise and apparently some amusement of the Orcs. Another buzzed and smoked just out of reach but failed to go off. The thudding of boots on the bare plascrete warned of the descending Orc mob. Sarian opened fire first, cutting down the first greenskins to come around the corner of the landing.
Some of the following orcs tripped on the bodies of the first, but others leapt over the corpses, ploughing down the steps with reckless disregard for balance. As Sarian stopped to reload, Danael took up the fusillade, firing steadily into the press of green bodies rushing him, each shot blowing a fist-sized hole in flesh and bone. Undeterred, the orcs leapt to the attack, smashing mauls and blades into the Space Marine's armor, the stairwell resounding with wordless yells and the crack of fracturing ceramite. Within moments, Danael and Sarian were swept off the stairway and back into the hall, battering at their foes with bolters, fists, and feet. Boreas joined the defense, bolt pistols spitting rounds, Crozius leaving a trail of burning energy as he swept the power weapon into the orcs. The hall was barely wide enough for the 3 Space Marines to stand abreast, Sarian to the chaplain's right, Danael to the left. The orcs were similarly hampered, and could not bring their greater numbers to bear down the stairwell. A violent stalemate ensued. Boreas, Danael, and Sarian battered down any greenskin that reached them, but were unable to press further forwards. "Brother Boreas!" Sergeant Pelil barked urgently through the chaplain's comm. "The orcs have breached the catacombs from the sewers, encountering extreme resistance. 3 brothers lost. We are falling back to the central nave. Advise that your current position will become untenable." "The Astartes do not retreat," Boreas snarled back. For 2 days, possession of the basilica had constantly changed hands. The chaplain was determined it would not fall to the orcs again. "Fight to the death, Sergeant!" The comm crackled for a moment before Pelil replied. Boreas parried a saw-edged cleaver swung at his gut and fired a bolt round into the gaping mouth of the orc wielding it, the back of the greenskin's head spattering across those behind. "Sacrifice at this point offers no tactical benefit, Brother Chaplain," the sergeant said calmly. "Enemy armed with portable heavy arms and powered weapons capable of penetrating Astartes' armor, last stand scenario, would not provide sufficient delay to their advance. We are executing a fighting withdrawal to the main basilica. Urgently suggest you perform same." Boreas suppressed a snarl of frustration. Distracted, he did not see a gun muzzle thrust through the press of orcs. Once again, his Rosaria saved him from the worst, enveloping him with light as bullets sprayed across his chest. He smashed aside the gun with the tip of his Crozius. "Acknowledged, Sergeant Pelil. We'll rendezvous in the nave in 3 minutes." Boreas heard the click of the intersquad channel closing and addressed the Space Marines with him. "Take Sergeant Lemael and reform your squad on the gallery. Brothers Danael, Sarian, and I will guard the withdrawal." Boreas concentrated on fending off another wave of orcs as affirmatives sounded in his ear. He fired the last bolt from his pistol into the back of an orc clinging to Sarian's left arm, the projectile shattering the creature's spine. Side by side, the 3 Space Marines backstepped along the hallway. Sarian had discarded his mangled bolter and fought with his combat knife. Danael fired his weapon in a long burst, cutting down 6 foes until the bolter was empty, opening a gap of a few meters between the Space Marines and their adversaries. They came level with a doorway that led into a narrow room at the front of the basilica, the outer wall dominated by a huge rose window. "Cover!" Boreas told the other 2, stepping back behind them. They closed shoulder to shoulder. He ejected his bolt pistol magazine and slammed in another, his last one. "Fall back to the gallery!" Even as he issued the order, a larger orc shouldered its way through the mass, taller even than the Dark Angels. It swung a huge axe, 2-handed, blade crackling with forks of energy. The blow connected with Sarian's neck, shearing off the Battle Brother's head in one sweep. Boreas fired his pistol, the salvo of miniature missiles exploding across the breastplate of the gigantic alien. The orc was thrown back, dropping to one knee. "Full retreat, brother," the chaplain told Danael. "I shall protect you." One of the orcs leapt in front of its leader, blazing away with a pistol. Boreas swayed, taking the brunt of the salvo on his left shoulder pad, ceramite cracking and showering to the floor. The chaplain glanced down at his rosarius and saw the power crystal glowing fitfully. Another 15 or more orcs crowded down the stairs behind their leader, jeering as Boreas backed into the doorway leading to the rose window. He ripped another frag grenade from his belt. He held it above his head for the orcs to see and thumbed the activation switch. "Kill the alien!" he snarled, the words roaring from the external speakers of his helmet. He tossed the grenade into the orcs as they scrambled and shoved each other back up the stairs. All except the leader, who launched itself at the chaplain with its axe held overhead. Boreas met the orc with a step, crashing his armored fist into its broad chin as the grenade exploded on the stair. The blow barely slowed the creature's charge, but was enough to make the axe blow swing harmlessly past Boreas's left shoulder. The orc's momentum carried it forwards, crashing into Boreas, sending both sprawling to the floor. As the chaplain pushed himself to his feet in the doorway, the surviving orcs thundered down the steps, leaping and tripping over the mounds of their dead, firing their guns. The wall and door frames splintered with bullet impacts. The orc leader hauled itself upright and took a fresh grip on its weapon. It grunted something Boreas could not understand and heaved its blade at the chaplain's head. Boreas ducked back as the crackling axe head sliced into the doorway, ripping through wood and plascrete before becoming stuck. The chaplain brought up his crozius under the beast's straightened arm, smashing into the orc's elbow. Bone shattered, and the arm bent strangely. The orc gave a howl of rage and pain, let go of the axe, and smashed a fist into Boreas's face, cracking an eye lens, the blow tearing away a breathing pipe. Forced back by the punch, Boreas found himself trapped in the window room. Crowding around their wounded leader, the orcs pressed through the door. Boreas could hear pounding feet as others chased after Daniel. The chaplain's crozius opened up the face of the first to lunge at him, smashing teeth and bone. With his free hand, Boreas pulled the last grenade from his belt. "I am Astartes, warrior of the Emperor!" he barked, tossing the frag grenade into the center of the room. As it left his hand, the orc leader surged through the press, clamping an iron-strong arm around Boreas's neck. The grenade detonated. The blast combined with the orc's impetus to send Boreas and his foe crashing through the rose window. They tumbled head over heels through the air, locked together in a violent embrace. The orc tried to bite Boreas's face through the wreckage of his helmet, breaking a tooth, while the chaplain battered at its back with his crozius. Spinning and fighting, the two fell 30 meters to the open square below, crashing into the ferromac ground. The orc took most of the impact, chest crushed by Boreas's weight, head smashed to a bloody pulp on the hard surface. The chaplain's right shoulder pad disintegrated into flying shards, and he felt something snap in his arm just above the elbow. His neck wrenched from side to side as he bounced heavily, backpack carving a furrow through the reinforced bitumen. Red indicators flashed across his vision, warning of widespread damage to the power armor's systems. Even before he could focus again, Boreas felt adrenal fluids pushed through his veins as his twin hearts pounded and blood raced through reinforced arteries and veins. He felt the pain as a distant sensation, something witnessed rather than experienced, and lay still for a moment, analyzing the situation. Only a few seconds had passed since he had fallen, but he realized the danger he was in. The city square was contested ground, held by the orcs to the east and the Imperial forces to the west. As if on cue, the buildings to his right were illuminated by firing. The orcs had moved some of their field guns into a half-ruined administratum tithe house, and now shells erupted just to Boreas's left. He gave silent thanks that the orcs were notoriously poor shots. Gritting his teeth, the chaplain pushed to his feet and broke into a limping run, explosions tearing up fresh craters in the ferromac around him. He reached sanctuary behind one of the basilica's buttresses as counterfire screamed and screeched from the other side of the square. Las fire rippled through the air. The Piscina Free Militia must have taken up the guard duties from the hard-pressed Dark Angels. "The Emperor protects," he muttered, heaving out of cover and dashing for the corner of the basilica, dust and plascrete raining down on him from impacts on the wall above. He rounded the corner to see Sergeant Palil and the survivors of his squad firing at some foe inside the main nave, their bolts flashing through the open side doors and ruined stained-glass windows. Knowing that he was in no position to fight for the moment, Boreas sought the cover of the buildings on the opposite side of the street and found the remnants of Squad Lemael waiting for him. They stood guard at the windows, bolters ready for any orcs that dared to leave the sanctuary of the basilica. There was no sign of Daniel. Straightening proudly, Boreas walked calmly to one of the windows and looked at the ravaged cathedral. Smoke was billowing from an upper floor, no doubt a flare-up from Zamael's flamer. He turned to the other space marines. "Never fear, brothers. We are not yet ready to surrender our shrine to the orcs. We will give them no respite. We will return." Tracer fire and explosions illuminated the streets and rooftops of Cadalus Harbor, except where thick banks of smoke choked the twisting roads and drifted slowly up from the docks. Next to Sergeant Palil, Boreas looked at the silhouette of the basilica from the roof terrace of a worker tenement 2 streets away, one of the higher vantage points in the city, still in the hands of Dark Angels and the Piscina forces. The neat flower beds had been churned up by a procession of armored boots, the balustrade rail pocked by stray bullet holes from long-range orc shooting. With a subvocal command, Boreas increased the magnification of his autosenses, zooming in on the spire of the basilica. He linked his view through the short-range command channel so that it displayed in Peliel's helm. "It is not just a matter of our chapter heritage, brother, though that is reason enough to retake the shrine," the chaplain said quietly. "The view provided by the basilica is of strategic importance. When we regain the position, local forces will be able to deploy their artillery observers and bring down heavy fire on the orc positions around the docks." The thud of boots heralded the arrival of Tech Marine Hephaestus, followed by 2 robed and cowled chapter serfs. They carried replacement parts for Boreas's broken armor. He flexed his arm without thought, testing the reset bone and subdermal bracing performed by apothecary Nestor a little earlier. The joint was stiff, but he felt no discomfort. "I have had to retrofit some Mark 6 parts for your armor," said the Tech Marine. One of the 4 servo arms extending from his backpack whined forwards, a tubular section of arm plate in its grip. "I will do my best, but you should be wary of taking too many blows to your right side." "I understand, brother," replied Boreas. "I'm sure that your best will be more than sufficient." The Tech Marine and his attendants set to work, restoring Boreas's armor, arc torches sparking, ceramite welders hissing. The chaplain pushed the activity from his thoughts and addressed Peliel. "You are reluctant, Brother Sergeant." "I am," replied Peliel. 4 times we have occupied the basilica, and 4 times we have suffered assault and been expelled. I do not believe it is prudent to expend further energy on a direct assault. We should drive the orcs from the main square and surround the basilica from all sides." "We lack the numbers for such a cordon," said Boreas. "Shock assault. That is what we do best, brother. Once we have total possession of the basilica, the orcs will not be able to retake it." "The planetary defense forces have plenty of soldiers for an encirclement, Brother Chaplain." Peliel waved a hand to the east. More forces arrive from the outlying fortifications.
Delay, 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 spat Boreas. I find your lack of fervor for this battle unsettling, Brother Sergeant. I will not have it recorded in the chapter history that I allowed the Basilica of Piscina to fall into orc hands and then required the Planetary Defense Force to retake it. Would you have your name put beside such an entry?
No, Brother Chaplain, I would not. Peliel bowed his head in apology. I do not wish to be judged reluctant for battle. I hope only to aid you in assessing your strategy. Forgive any impudence on my part.
When Cadalus is retaken,
we shall discuss your penitence in the Basilica, said Boreas. Perhaps it would be wise to consult with Master Belial on the best course of action, suggested Peliel. Boreas stepped back to a muttered complaint from Hephaestus laboring on his armor, and scowled at the sergeant.
The company master is in command of all the forces in the docks. He has entrusted the battle for the center of the city to me, and needs no further distraction.
I understand, Brother Chaplain, but if—
Enough! Roared Boreas. It is my command that we retake the Basilica. You will restrict your comments to those that will improve the chances of success with that objective in mind. You have not been sergeant for long, Brother Peliel. Honor Master Belial by proving that his faith in you is well placed.
Of course, Brother Chaplain, said a chagrined Peliel. His next words were spoken with a growled conviction.
My squad will lead the next assault. I will deliver the Basilica to you, Brother Chaplain. That is good, Brother Sergeant. Prove your courage and dedication not by your words, but by your deeds in battle. It is the orcs that try to shame us. It is the orcs that will suffer the punishment.
Peliel looked long at the Basilica. Nothing could be seen of his expression inside his helmet, but his voice was edged with fervor. No orc will live to rue the day they chose to test the might of the Dark Angels. Peliel placed a hand on the chaplain's chest. Thank you for your guidance and patience, Brother Boreas. Your wisdom and integrity are examples to us all.
Make your preparations well, Brother Sergeant, said Boreas. There will be hard fighting this night.
None will fight harder than I, Peliel declared. He turned on his heel and strode down the steps leading into the tenement.
How much longer will this take?
Boreas asked Hephaestus.
Only one more thing, Brother Chaplain,
the tech marine replied, his servo arms recoiling behind his back. Hephaestus gestured to one of his serfs, who came forwards carrying Boreas's skull-shaped helm. The cracks had been sealed and the broken lens replaced. Fresh white paint glistened in the flickering light of the burning basilica. Boreas put on the helmet and tightened the seals. He ran through a rapid series of autosenses checks and confirmed that all systems were working. Satisfied, the chaplain tried out the replacement fiber bundles and armor on his right arm. His fist smashed through the stone of the balustrade without effort.
Good work, brother, Boreas said, smiling. Now, if I could press upon you to find me a replacement pistol, I will cite you for the benedictions of the chapter.
The nave was strangely quiet. The footfalls of the Space Marines echoed coldly in the empty hall. Thermal vision could not detect any orc presence in the main chamber, and a sweep with his suit's terrasight confirmed to Boreas that the orcs seemed content to hold the upper rooms.
Let us narrow the battlefield, Brother Sergeant, Boreas said to Peliel.
The sergeant signaled to two of his squad, who carried between them a large demolition charge. Covered by two more of their battle brothers, the Space Marines descended into the catacombs. The rest of the 15 Space Marines took up overwatch positions around the stairwell, guns trained on the galleries overhead and the main door at the end of the nave. "Charge in place, Brother Chaplain," came the report. "Timer set."
"Confirmed," replied Boreas. "Regroup with main force."
The Space Marines pounded back up to the nave, and the whole group took shelter at the far end, away from the catacomb entrance. A countdown timer running down in the right of Boreas's view reached 0, and the basilica shook with the detonation, a dense cloud of smoke and dust sweeping up from below, filling the hall. With a drawn-out rumbling, part of the floor gave way, burying the steps and barring any egress into the main hall. The chaplain detached 5 Space Marines to watch the remaining entrances and signaled to the others to follow him to the upper floors. This time, the Orcs would not push the Dark Angels back. The fight through the upper rooms was every bit as fierce as the previous encounters. The Orcs had received reinforcements through the breached vaults beneath the nave and defended every stairwell and doorway with a storm of bullets and a forest of blades. Hour by bloody hour, the Dark Angels battled their way through the maze of rooms and tunnels, with bolter and grenade, missile launcher and flamer. In many places, walls collapsed from the exchange of fire, opening up new avenues for the Space Marines to press forwards and the Orcs to counterattack. The understrength Dark Angel squads broke and reformed as the flow of battle dictated, sometimes a solitary Space Marine holding up a mob of aliens, other times Boreas's warriors coming together to break through particularly strong resistance. At times the fighting became so chaotic that even Boreas was not sure whether an adjacent room contained friends or foe. A constant stream of reports across the comm gave only half the picture, as the fortunes of the Space Marines and their enemies ebbed and flowed. Boreas fought for the most part with his thermal vision, falling upon the Orcs through the night-shrouded, smoke-filled corridors like the mythical angel of vengeance that featured on so many of the chapter's banners and murals. Any other warrior would have described the dark rooms and flickering of flames as hell. To the Space Marines, they were simply the perfect environment for their style of warfare. Though the Orcs were not to be underestimated at close quarters, they were savage fighters who relished hand-to-hand combat. The experience, coordination, and armor of the Space Marines proved decisive. One room at a time, one floor at a time, the Dark Angels drove back the Orcs until only a knot of resistance remained at the top of the spire. Boreas gathered his Space Marines for a final attack. Peliel was amongst those 8 that joined the chaplain at the foot of the final flight of stairs. "One last push for victory, brother chaplain," said the sergeant. "Let us be at the foe and finish this."
"Your zeal is noted, brother sergeant," replied Boreas. "You may have the honor of leading the attack."
Peliel raised a fist in thanks. The sergeant turned to the 5 members of his squad that were present. Boreas listened intently to Peliel's words, searching for any hint of reluctance. There was none. "The enemy have nowhere left to run, brothers. Executium non capitula. We will strike like the sword of the lion, swift and deadly. No mercy."
"No mercy,"
chorused the Space Marines. Peliel and his warriors headed up the stairs at a run, feet crashing on the stone steps. Boreas followed at a steadier pace, reaching the foot of the stairs as the first flashes and roars of bolter fire sprang into life above. The remaining 3 Space Marines followed him with their weapons leveled, ready to spring into action if needed. Judging by the remarks over the comm, Peliel had the situation well in hand, his orders echoed by the rattle of fire and crump of grenades in the spire chamber. For several minutes the firefight continued. Boreas gripped his Crozius tightly, resisting the urge to bound up the steps and join Peliel. It was the sergeant's resolve that had caused him concern, not his ability. And it was important he was given the chance to prove himself. The ragtag Orcs that had survived the Space Marines' onslaught would be little threat. As the echoes of the last shots died down and silence descended, Boreas addressed his companions through the external vocalizers.
Move back to the nave and join with your brothers there. We will rendezvous with you shortly and prepare the defenses.
He ascended the steps quickly as the 3 dark angels set off back the way they had come. The stairs emerged in the center of the upper spire room. Green-skinned bodies were piled all around. At least 24, more than Boreas had expected. The gouges in Peliel's armor and that of his squad told their own testament to the fury of the trapped orcs. The sergeant prowled the dark room with his power sword in hand, decapitating every corpse that still had a head. It was standard doctrine when facing orcs, who had a distinct ability to recover from seemingly fatal wounds, sometimes rising up from mounds of their fallen to strike when unexpected. A thick-runged ladder led to an open trapdoor in the ceiling, through which gleamed the first ruddy hue of dawn. Boreas glanced at the opening with suspicion. Peliel must have noticed his look. "The roof is clear of foes, Brother Chaplain," said the sergeant. "None have escaped."
"That is good. Send your squad to the others and follow me."
Boreas climbed through the trapdoor and pulled himself up to the roof atop the spire. From this vantage point, he could see far across Cadulus Harbor, all the way to the curtain wall in the east and the docks in the west. It was possible to trace the path of the orc attack by the ruined buildings and smoldering fires. It told of a strange, single-minded purpose. Rather than spreading out through the city in all directions, as Boreas would have expected looting orcs to do, a line of devastation arrowed almost directly from one of the outer gates to the power plant at the heart of the dock workings. Why the orcs had been so determined to seize the harbor was beyond Boreas. Not knowing the orcs' motivation was an aberration that niggled at him, as had their behavior during some of the fighting in the Basilica. His thoughts were disturbed by the clang of Peliel's boots on the ladder behind the chaplain. Boreas walked to the edge of the roof tower, which was surrounded by a thick wall that reached to his waist. Small cowled figures with angels' wings stood as silent stone guardians, each gripping a sword in its gauntleted fists. "The Basilica is ours, Brother Chaplain," announced Peliel, joining Boreas as he looked over the main square. He could see movement on both sides, but for the moment the firing had ceased.
"Your actions have proven your dedication, Brother Sergeant," Boreas said, turning his head to look at Peliel. "This would make a fine fire point for Sergeant Hemon and his devastators."
"Indeed it would. Or perhaps Sergeant Naaman and some of his scout snipers."
"Naaman? Naaman can be skittish, far too prone to acting on his own whims. Maybe that is a desirable trait for one who operates on his own for so long, but it is not a good example for those he is training. No, I will contact Hammond and tell him the Basilica is ready for his squad."
"Do you think the orcs will attempt another attack here?" Boreas considered this. In the growing light, he could see movement through the alleys and buildings to the west. The enemy were already gathering their numbers.
"It is certain. I do not think the orcs desire the Basilica other than because we also wish to possess it. It is beyond them to comprehend its spiritual significance to us, and I doubt that they can understand the strategic importance of its location."
"It was one of their first targets of attack when they entered the city, Brother Chaplain," countered Peliel.
"Coincidence, Brother Sergeant."
Boreas pointed out the line of the orcs' first advance.
"The Basilica is situated on the main route through the city. We chose to defend this place, so it was inevitable that they would attack it. The orc mind is not complex, Brother Sergeant. They fight where the enemy are, for the love of the fighting itself. Had we defended a market hall or the fish exchange, they would have attacked with equal vigor."
"What is your plan for the defense, Brother Chaplain?" asked Peliel, stepping away from the wall to survey the other approaches to the basilica.
"With the catacombs sealed, it will be a simple matter to protect the other routes of entry into the main hall. If we can hold them at the main shrine and prevent them entering the upper stories again, the task should be within the capabilities of a single squad. We must build such barricades and defenses as we can, and then it is merely a matter of waiting."
"The orcs have displayed some cunning in their tactics. So far, breaking into the catacombs from the sewers was unexpected. Should we not expect them to try by some means to gain direct access to the upper levels? Jump pack troops, perhaps? Or some other means of circumventing our defenses on the ground?"
"You make a good point. A combat squad positioned on the roofs, with a spotter here, should be sufficient to deter such a move."
The two of them crossed over the tower to look at the sloping tiles atop the rest of the basilica. A single roof more than 100 meters long dominated, broken by several small towers along each side. At the far end, the rear of the cathedral, garrets and substructures nestled together. Here and there smoking holes had been torn in the slate by explosions within the shrine. There was a gap of some 30 meters between the roof and where they stood atop the rectangular main spire. "As you say, Brother Chaplain," said Peliel, "a combat squad can move freely enough to counter an attack from any direction." Boreas glanced again to the west. He wondered how the rest of the company was faring in the docks, where they were fighting to contain the main force of the orcs. It was only that containment that prevented the enemy bringing overwhelming numbers to the center of the city. In their race to secure the docks and its power plant, the orcs had allowed themselves to be cut into two, one in the harbor, the other in the commercial and residential districts west and north of the basilica. It was vital that the two forces were not allowed to join. The basilica was only the first part of a plan that would see Boreas and his space marines lead the free militia against the smaller concentration. It was a sound strategy, but relied on Master Belial keeping the orcs at the docks from breaking out. A strange localized atmospheric interference, possibly some unknown contrivance of the orcs, was making long-range communications all but impossible. Boreas simply trusted Belial to succeed in his part of the plan. "We should return to the others, Brother Chaplain," said Peliel. The sergeant walked to the ladder. "There is still much to be done."
"Be proud of your actions today,"
said Boreas, as Peliel swung himself onto the top rung. "I am, Brother Chaplain. Thank you for keeping faith in me." Boreas lingered for a short while longer. It was doubtful the orcs would know yet that the basilica was again in the hands of the Space Marines. He unfastened the seals on his helmet and took it off, filling his lungs with the piscina air. The salt of the sea, the smoke of explosions, the soot of chimneys, the tang of blood from the orc bodies below, all combined into a melange of sensation. His eye fell upon one of the stone guardian angels atop the wall. Its left wing had been broken at some point in the fighting, alone amongst all of them. The missing piece lay on the roof behind the wall, its intricately carved feathers chipped. He hung his croziers from his belt and picked up the broken wing, turning it over in his fingers. He reached to the belt pouch below his backpack and brought out a slab of 2-part resin that was used to make rapid battle repairs to armor. He kneaded the putty into a blob and delicately fixed the broken wing back in place, discarding the surplus resin over the parapet. It was a poor fix, but it would do. When the orcs were driven from Piscina, he would have one of the chapter serfs effect a cleaner, permanent repair. It didn't matter that fires raged in Cadalus Harbor, and the rest of the basilica was half in ruins. Here, where he stood, everything was as it should be, or as close as he could get it. What was the point of being a chaplain if one let the small things go unnoticed. Pleased with his efforts, he turned and headed back to the others. Not a single window pane remained unbroken, and every inch of the floor was covered with dust and debris. The basilica's wall hangings had all been torn down, many of them burnt beyond recognition. The altar tables had been smashed, their remnants of stone and wood used as barricades. The screens between the main nave and the sanctifying area beneath the gallery had been toppled to block access to the upper levels. Grotesques and statues lay in pieces across the floor. At the head of the main hall, a single statue stood, 4 times the height of a man, eyelessly glowering over the scene. It was a figure robed and cowled, face hidden, a bastard sword held between its gauntleted hands, its tip upon the plinth. The folds of the robes were much chipped by gunfire, the white marble stained with soot and blood. At some point during one of the many orc occupations, a greenskin had decided the statue had been lacking and had daubed a line of glyphs down one side in vivid red paint. Boreas spared no thought for the lone survivor of the battle. For 5 days since the orcs had first stormed the basilica, he had battled for control of the shrine. Having had no time for food or drink or sleep, he was sustained wholly by the systems of his armor, and even they were showing signs of fatigue. Battle damage had impaired several of the muscle-like fiber bundles in the suit's limbs, and in particular the right arm, jury-rigged by Hephaestus, had developed the annoying tendency to seize up if he extended his elbow too swiftly. The air in his helmet had a bitter tang to it, evidence that the filtration systems needed to be cleaned. The chaplain's veins were constantly abuzz with the stimulants pumping through him, from his own altered organs and the power armor. There was a dull ache inside his gut, caused by his implanted organs working so hard to clear out the impurities in the fluids pumped through his blood vessels. Despite these inconveniences, Boreas was as sharp as ever. He scanned the ruined doorways and windows, eyes searching the buildings on the western side of the basilica for warning of the next orc attack. For the last day, the Space Marines had decided against clearing out the corpses, hoping that they would serve as a deterrent to further orc assaults. Flies hovered in a thick swarm over the bloated, blooded bodies. Ammunition had been dangerously low for the last 2 days. That was no longer a problem. Squad Exacta had arrived from the docks, dispatched by Master Belial, with supplies and information. The company master had confined the orcs to the southeastern arc of the dockyards, an area around the geothermal power station that provided Cadalus Harbor with energy. The master would be sending further reinforcements to Boreas as soon as possible. The chaplain knew he had only to keep the basilica safe for a few more hours, and the orc lines broken, before the Dark Angel's 3rd Company would be united again. "Do you think that the orcs understand their predicament, Brother Chaplain?" asked Sergeant Andreal. His ad hoc squad, drawn from across the 3rd Company, were positioned behind a line of upturned desks and lecterns, brought down from the upper floors before the gallery had been cut off. "It is possible, but not likely, Brother Sergeant," Boreas replied. "I do not think their tactical observation skills would recognize the threat to their position." The telltale rattle of debris drew the attention of all the Space Marines, weapons swinging to point at the western doors and windows. The noises stopped for a second, and then a throaty roar engulfed the basilica as green-skinned warriors poured into the building, charging across the street and through the splintered doors, more of them clambering over the sills of the demolished windows. The war cry of the orcs was met by a thunderous salvo of fire from the Dark Angels. Boreas fired his bolt pistol into the mass of aliens plunging through a window to his left. Torrents of flame erupted from his right, engulfing a mob surging through the doorway. The feeling of repetition was startling. This scene had been played out a dozen times already. Sometimes the orcs forced the Space Marines to withdraw. Other times they were beaten back before they could establish a foothold. With victory so close, the chaplain was determined that it would be the latter this time around. As more greenskins poured into the hall, Boreas fired without pause, every bolt finding a target, emptying the magazine of his pistol. He reloaded quickly and wondered for a moment if the greenskins had, against his expectation, recognized the plight of their position and were making one last push towards their leaders in the harbor. It seemed inconceivable that this many orcs did not make up their remaining forces in the center of the city. Despite the heavy toll taken by the flamer and bolters of the Dark Angels, the greenskins reached the barricades. Alien and Space Marine traded blows across the splintered wood and piles of rubble. Boreas parried a buzzing chain axe aimed at his head and smashed the brow of his helmet into the wielder's face, splitting the skin with a deep gash. A rivulet of blood trickled from the wound. The orc stepped back, licked the thick fluid from its lips, and launched itself at the chaplain with a snarl. Boreas fired his bolt pistol into its gut as he caught the whirring blade on the haft of his crozius. Blood and intestines erupted over the broken plascrete, and the orc fell back. The chaplain stepped up into the space the orc had occupied and swung his crozius at the back of another's head, caving in the creature's skull. A sputtering rocket caught the chaplain in the chest, knocking him sideways. As he extended his leg to keep balance, the rubble shifted under his weight, falling in a small ruck slide that sent him toppling backwards. Twisting to right himself as he fell, Boreas stuck out his right arm. He cursed the instinctive move as the elbow joint whined and locked in position, jarring his whole arm as he crashed onto the floor. Orc boots and blades rained down on him as he struggled to roll to his back, encumbered by the useless arm. His vision blurred as something crashed into his head. He kicked out as best he could, sending 3 orcs toppling down, their leg bones shattered. With a grunt, he heaved himself onto his right side, fending off the orcs with the crozius in his left hand. A heavy blade connected with his left wrist, shearing through the armored seal into the bone within. Boreas's hand spasmed, and he let go of his crozius, the gleaming eagle-headed weapon clattering out of view beneath stamping orc feet. Peliel arrived at that moment, a blue-bladed power sword in his fist. The sergeant carved through neck and limb, cutting down 6 orcs as he fought his way through the press, to stand protectively over the fallen chaplain. With a few seconds' respite, Boreas was able to heave himself half upright. He grabbed onto Peliel's backpack to pull himself the rest of the way up. The chaplain's right arm jutted uselessly out to one side, pistol still in hand. He swung his whole body to direct the weapon at the orcs, and fired the 3 bolts remaining in the weapon. 2 more of Peliel's squad waded in with bolters and knives, pushing the orcs back to the doorway. Boreas powered down the energy to his right arm and let the limb flop uselessly. His eyes scoured the floor for his crozius, but he could see no sign of it amongst the debris. Boreas and his companions were slowly forced along the hall towards the statue. Another storm of gunfire engulfed them. Peliel went down, a lucky hit exploding through the exposed seal around his neck. Boreas stooped to pick up the fallen sergeant's sword, just as a grenade landed at his feet. The detonation threw the Space Marine back against the statue plinth and sent the weapon flying in the opposite direction. In the smoke and confusion, Boreas found himself cut off from the others, one arm useless and without a weapon. A burst of plasma fire from Squad Exacta at the far end of the hall cut through the orcs, vaporizing their bodies with white-hot balls of energy. In the moment of distraction this provided, Boreas slipped behind the plinth and analyzed the situation. Andreal and Squad Exacta were penned in beneath the gallery. No more orcs were coming in from the street. Those within appeared to be the last. Several dozen of them exchanged fire with the Space Marines from behind the columns and piles of rubble. To his right, Boreas spotted a small group sneaking through the gloom, trying to outflank Exacta's position. He recognized the telltale glitter of power weapons in their hands. These must have been the same orcs that had pushed Peliel from the catacombs days before. The chaplain took an instinctive step towards the orcs, but stopped himself. Even with both hands, he would be unlikely to overcome them, unarmed. He cast about for a discarded knife or bolter, or anything he could use as a weapon. Seeing nothing, his gaze was drawn up to the massive statue. There was only a small gap between the stone Dark Angel and the wall. Boreas pushed himself into the space and pulled himself up a few meters with his good arm, pushing with his legs. Bracing his shoulder against the plascrete of the wall, Boreas bent his knees and drew his feet up, placing them against the back of the statue. Diverting what power he could spare to the leg servos, the chaplain thrust out with all of his considerable strength. Thick, waxy sweat beaded on his brow as he strained every muscle. Orange warning lights flickered to red as the power armor fiber bundles fought against the weight of the statue. A loud crack resounded across the hall as the statue broke from its plinth. It tottered forwards and then settled back again. "For the lion!" Boreas roared, pushing with every ounce of his strength. Slowly at first, but gathering speed, the statue fell. With ponderous grace, it crashed down onto the orcs, smashing them into the rubble, shattering into shards that cut down those that had survived the impact. With nothing to brace against, Boreas plummeted to the floor, head bouncing off the wall before slamming into the plinth. Ears thudding, half-blinded, Boreas dragged himself to his feet. Supporting himself on the edge of the plinth, he limped through the rubble to see the results of his handiwork. There were mashed body parts beneath the broken remains of the statue, and several orcs crawled away, trailing blood through the dust. Zamael's flamer crackled, engulfing the surviving orcs with a sheet of burning promethium. The racket of bolters died down, and silence descended. "All enemies purged, Brother Chaplain." Andreel's voice was quiet and hissed with static over the comm. Boreas looked across the nave of the basilica. There were green-skinned dead heaped amongst the rubble. The head of the shattered statue leant against the crushed remains of an orc. In his mind, he did not see the smashed windows, the charred and ripped tapestries, the hacked and burnt wood. He saw the basilica as it would be again, filled with the light of lanterns and thousands of candles, echoing to the solemn recitals of the Dark Angels and their serfs. At the lecterns and illuminating desks on the ravaged floors above, the scribes would again copy out the great texts of the chapter, recording and refreshing the wisdom of the Emperor and the Lion. Sometimes you had to bring a thing to the brink of destruction to preserve it, so that it could be built anew from the ruins, just as had happened with the Dark Angels themselves. "Praise the Lion for his enduring will," Boreas said. From the wall tower, Boreas could see the smoke and dust of the forces to the east moving into position along Koth Ridge. To the west and south, there was still vicious fighting around the harbor, where the orcs were holed up around the power plant. "It's only a matter of time, Brother Boreas." The chaplain turned and saw Master Belial striding into the tower from the curtain wall. He was wearing full armor, his personal standard hanging from a back banner, the white robes of the Deathwing over his green armor. Beneath the robe was evidence of the Master's fight with the orc warlord, and Boreas could only guess at the injuries Belial had sustained. "This will be a great victory for the Dark Angels," the company commander said. "Intelligence suggests that our foe is the warlord Gazkal, the infamous beast of Armageddon. Many will be the honors from the chapter for destroying this monster."
Indeed, brother captain, said Boreas. I have drawn up a list of battle brothers suitable for extraordinary mention to Grand Master Azrael when we join up with the chapter, both living and posthumous. I expect there will be more names to add to the roll before we are done here, replied Belial. The Orcs' landing site is somewhere to the east. Our forces occupy Koth Ridge to prevent any further reinforcements reaching the city. But that is just a precaution. I cannot imagine that the remaining Orc strength outside Catalyst Harbor is any threat. Will we be attacking the landing site, brother captain? Belial directed a long look at Boreas, and there was a hint of humor in his tone when he spoke. You wish to be involved in the assault? While the will might remain as strong as ever, I fear your armor and body must first be healed, as must mine. I will think on it. As yet the landing site has not been located. We will see what sort of enemy awaits us. It may be that our foes are few enough in number to finish with orbital bombardment. Before that, we must drive the Orcs out of the defense laser silo they have occupied in the docks. Though it is unlikely the Orcs understand how to operate the weapon, I am not willing to risk the unrelenting fury in low orbit while it is still in enemy hands. Do you think it was the defense laser Gaskell wanted when he took the city, brother captain? It is a distinct possibility. Possession of the defense laser negates the orbital supremacy handed to us when the Orcs landed their ship. I am certain the Orc ship is still on the surface. No launch has been detected. When we retake the defense laser, the unrelenting fury will add orbital firepower to the arsenal at my command. When do you expect to signal the chapter with news of our victory here? Belial turned to the window and gazed east out of the armored glass. Very soon. With the combined might of the Third Company and the Piscina Free Militia, the Orc resistance in the city will be crushed. I have scouts and Ravenwing squadrons searching for the remnants of the Orcs outside the city. Xenos temperitus acta mortis. It will not take long to eradicate the last of this filth. Chapter 2. The Tale of Naaman, Cut and Run. Understood, brother captain, said Sergeant Aquila. We will continue to sweep for enemy activity. Scout Sergeant Naaman waited expectantly as the Ravenwing sergeant switched off the comm unit mounted on his heavily armored motorbike. The black-armored Aquila walked slowly across the road to where the scout sergeant was waiting with his squad. We have new orders? Asked Naaman. Negative, replied Aquila. We are to continue patrolling the Koth-Indola highway. Master Belial believes there may be some dawdling Orc forces still moving towards Catalyst Harbor from the landing site. Which landing site would that be, brother Aquila? Asked Naaman. He spoke quietly and moved away from the scout squad lying in the grass along the side of the road, their attention fixed to the east. There was no need for them to overhear two sergeants arguing. I did not understand your question, brother Naaman. The Orc landing site, of course. The landing site that we have not yet located? Yes, replied Aquila. Evidently he did not understand the implications of Naaman's question, or was choosing to ignore them. The scout sergeant suppressed his irritation and kept his voice even. That would be the same site where the Orcs landed without being detected, would it? No sensor is 100% reliable, Sergeant Naaman. You know as well as I do that even the most dense security screen might fail to detect a single ship entering orbit. I agree, brother Aquila. It does surprise me that the ship that happens to have eluded detection on this occasion is large enough to disgorge many thousands of Orcs directly to the surface of the planet.
If one ship has been capable of this, it stands to reason that there may be others, or that the ship still contains forces that present a viable threat to our position.
Master Belial's orders are quite specific, Naaman.
The omission of the sergeant's honorific was an indication that Aquila was losing patience with the conversation.
If such forces do exist, the squad spread across the eastern approaches to Koth Ridge will detect them. That is precisely why we are here, and why we will be following Master Belial's command.
It is my belief that we should scout further eastwards, beyond Indola, and into the East Barrens. If there are further forces, it would be wise to detect them as early as possible, in order that Master Belial can consider the most appropriate response. Aquila shook his head and strode back to his bike. Naaman followed a step behind, unwilling to let his battle brother simply end the conversation by walking away. Aquila swung his leg over the seat of the bike and looked at Naaman.
Why do you persist with this fear that the orcs continue to pose a credible threat?
Naaman shrugged. He enjoyed the gesture, only possible because his armor was much lighter than that of the regular battle brothers. For him, the greater ease of movement allowed by his war gear was symbolic of his role as a sergeant in the 10th Company. Like his armor, that role also had a significant downside. It offered less protection. It is not a fear, it is a concern. I am cautious by inclination, and I would rather not have the future battle brothers of the Dark Angels under my command encounter an enemy that they cannot overcome. It is our purpose to ascertain this sort of information for the company master, and the reason why my squad and others were attached to Belial's command. It is a waste of our abilities to restrain us to this sort of front-line patrolling.
Do you not think it is good experience for your charges? When they become full battle brothers, they must have the discipline to carry out these tedious but necessary duties. Perhaps you would have preferred secondment to some other more glorious command.
Naaman laughed. It is Master Belial's right to choose how and when he deploys his scouts. That he chose to keep us from the fighting in Cadalus, as he put it, for our own protection, is entirely within his right. I am suggesting that we interpret his orders in such a way that we gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the situation to the east. Aquila thumbed the bike into life, and his next words were barked over the throbbing engine.
Orders are not interpreted, Naaman. They are followed. Remember that.
The Raven-winged sergeant gunned the bike and set off in a slew of grit and dust. As he leaned the bike over onto the highway, the other 4 members of his squad roared into formation behind him. Soon they were lost behind the brow of a hill, heading in the direction of the Indola mines. Naaman returned to his scouts, who were still patiently laying up along the roadside.
"On your feet," he told them. "Form up for a march."
"Yes, Brother Sergeant," the scouts chorused as they straightened in the long grass. Kudin, the eldest of the squad, and unofficial corporal, saluted Naaman with a fist to his eagle-blazoned chest plate. He was the most advanced of all the scouts under Naaman's command, fully a head taller than his brethren, almost as tall as Naaman. It was likely that Naaman would recommend him as suitable for graduation from the 10th Company when this business on Pessina was settled. Then he would undergo the last transformative operations that would turn him into a full space marine. It was also then that he would be fully inculcated into the chapter's creed and given his new name. Scout Kudin would cease to exist, all trace of his past life forgotten, and a battle brother of the Dark Angels would be born. Kudin's presence was a source of pride to the others in the squad, none of whom had been in the 10th Company for more than 2 years. Naaman saw the unspoken question written in Kudin's features. "You have something you wish to ask, Scout Kudin?"
The scout wiped a gloved hand through his close-cropped black hair and glanced at the others before he spoke. "We have noticed that there is an unusual tension between you and Sergeant Aquila, Sergeant." "Have you?" Naaman's glare passed over the line of scouts. Each of them bowed his head in submission rather than meet his gaze, even Coodin. "As you know, when two battle brothers of equal rank fight together, the seniority of command is determined by length of service. I have been a Dark Angel for several years longer than Sergeant Aquila. However, scout assignments are secondary to seniority, for we are not part of the 3rd Company's standard command. In those circumstances, preference of ranks goes to those brothers and officers of the company. What does that mean, Scout Teldis?" Teldis looked up, surprised by the question. "That both you and Sergeant Aquila have equal authority?" "No, Scout Teldis," Naaman replied with a shake of his head. He looked at Celephon. "Sergeant Aquila has seniority?" suggested the scout. Naaman sighed with disappointment. He threw a hopeful look at Coodin, who rounded angrily on the other scouts. "Sergeant Aquila is from the Raven Wing. He is also on secondment to the 3rd Company, and that means neither he nor Sergeant Naaman have explicit authority. Pay attention and learn to fill in the gaps of the information you have to hand." "Does that not mean that your seniority becomes relevant, Sergeant?" asked Celephon. "Don't you have authority?" "Yes, it does," said Naaman quietly. "However, Sergeant Aquila has related orders from the company commander, so it doesn't matter which of us has the final say. Master Belial instructs us to patrol to the east, and that is what we are going to do. Contrary to any suspicions I may have, Master Belial has laid out the course of action we will follow." The scouts acknowledged this information with nods. In silence, they fell into line behind Naaman as he headed down the road with Bolter in hand. He was content to leave the more rigid chapter teachings to the chaplains. He considered it his duty to introduce an element of flexible thinking to the recruits under his command. Intransigence and unthinking dogma did not encourage suitably fluid tactical thinking. Doctrine was the beginning of tactical awareness, not the end. For all that, he would be the last brother to suggest to the scouts that the chain of command could be ignored, quite literally, if the chaplains ever heard that he had done such a thing. They had covered about a mile when the sergeant spoke again. "Of course, when we reach Indola, I will have the conversation with Sergeant Aquila again." "Do you think he will change his mind?" asked Coodin. "Probably not. But remember the teachings of the chaplains. Stubbornness is a virtue. I may yet wear him down." Carth Ridge dropped down to the East Barrens, the rocky highland giving way to a gentler slope at the base of the main, dormant volcano that formed the island of Cadalus. The scouts continued along the highway as it stretched towards the horizon, cutting directly east through the fields of long grass. Low clouds smeared across the mountainside, blanketing everything with the hue of slate. Naaman heard the chatter of birds and the rustling of foraging animals. Insects buzzed across the tips of the grass stalks. The ever-present westerly wind rustled through patches of short, thorny bushes that sprouted haphazardly in the lee of rocks. Now and then he caught the scent of something decaying out of sight, the mouldering remains of those that had lost the tooth-and-claw fight for survival. The edges of the road were littered with detritus from the main orc advance. Piles of dung, discarded bones and food scraps, expended ammunition cases, oil cans, broken gears, bent nails, pieces of tattered clothing, sheared bolts, and various other pieces of rubbish whose origins and purpose could not be identified. The road itself bore scars of the orcish progress.
Weathered and cracked with age, the rockcrete was marked by skid marks of tire rubber and the welts of heavy tracks. Potholes marked its surface where the tramp of orc feet and the ploughing of orc vehicles had caused parts of the road to subside. And all about was the ever-present odor of the greenskins, a mustiness in the air that lingered in the nostrils and clung to clothes. He ignored these background distractions, senses tuned for the abnormal, the irregular, signs of danger. The growl of the raven-wing bikes had receded from hearing more than an hour ago, but the oil of their exhausts still hung in the air. He caught the distant stench of something fouler, and waved the scouts to leave the road and head northwards, following the source of the smell. A few 100 meters from the wide stripe of rockcrete, Celephon signaled that he had found something. While Ras and Teldis stood watch with their sniper rifles, Naaman and the others investigated a swathe of flattened grass. It had been trampled by many booted feet. Undoubtedly a gang of orcs had passed from the road on some unknown purpose. After following its course for a few minutes, Naaman came across an orc corpse. It was lying face down in the flattened grass, flies buzzing around it. The body had been stripped except for a few scraps of clothing. The exposed skin showed dozens of bloody wounds in the arms and back, as if the orc had been set upon by a number of foes. With his boot, Naaman turned the alien to its back. Gases wheezed from the slashes to its chest and gut, causing the scouts to turn away in disgust. "Look at it!" snapped Naaman. The scouts reluctantly obeyed, covering their mouths and noses with their hands. "What do you see?" The scouts crowded hesitantly around the body. "It's dead," ventured Kudin. "Are you sure?" asked Naaman. "Yes," the scout replied. "Orcs are rank when living, but this is decomposition. Experience says that orc wounds do not get infected. There is something in the blood which stops gangrene and other blood poisons. It is one of the things that makes them such dangerous foes." "Good, Kudin." Naaman looked at the others. "Anything else?" "Its teeth are missing," said Gethin. The scout bent closer to the creature's face and pulled back its lips, exposing bare gums. "They even took its teeth." "Who took its teeth?" asked Naaman. "Whoever robbed it," replied Gethin. "The body's been stripped of all armor and weapons, even the boots and teeth are gone. It looks like this one was set upon by others and killed, rather than falling dead and then being looted." "There's a strange substance in the wounds," said Celephon. He pulled out his knife and scraped it over a gash in the orc's chest. Strands of white, fibrous mold clung to the blade. "Spores," said Naaman. "You'll find them on all orcish dead. Orc bodies have to be burnt to ensure the spores do not spread. When this present threat is dealt with, the Free Militia will have to cleanse the whole area where the orcs have been. I expect the docks in the city will have to be torched and rebuilt." "What do the spores do?" asked Ras. Naaman looked at the crushed grass and saw its root bending back towards the road. It seemed likely that the orc, or a group of orcs, had wandered away from the others and had been attacked. The robbery completed, the survivors had headed back to join the main body. There was nothing of significance here. "Form up to continue the patrol eastwards. We'll stay off the road until nightfall." "What do the spores do, Sergeant?" Ras asked again as the squad spread into an uneven line and set off through the waist-high grass. "I don't know," Naaman replied. "Better to be sure with this sort of thing. All sorts of Xenos breed in all sorts of ways. It is never a waste to eradicate all evidence of their presence after victory. Their bodies, their constructions, their weapons, utter annihilation ensures no regrets." With a last, distasteful look at the deceased orc, Naaman set off after the squad as the cloud-shrouded sun sank beneath the shoulder of Koth Ridge. Darkness had enveloped the scouts for more than 2 hours by the time they reached the tatty chain-link fence that marked the boundary of the disused Indola mines. Poorly fastened, rusting sheet metal roofs rattled and creaked in the wind. The great lift tower over the mine shaft stood out against the semicircle of one of Piscina's 3 moons. The girders and gears a skeletal remnant of the industry that had once taken place here before the mine had been exhausted. A yellow glow dominated the open space between the worker shacks and the remains of the ore storage houses. From the open doorway of a large building that had once housed the ore transporters, the light of lamps shone. Large shadows moved across the yellow glare, tall and bulky, Aquila's raven wing. "Sergeant Neyman and squad moving to your position from the west," Neyman broadcast over the comm. "No enemy detected." "Outpost established in the vehicle maintenance hangar," came Aquila's reply. "No enemy detected by our sweep either. No further patrols necessary until dawn. Rest your squad with us, Neyman." "We'll join you shortly, Aquila," Neyman finished. He cut the link and ghosted through the darkness, the scouts behind him. The bikes of the Ravenwing squadrons were formed into a small laager inside the cavernous maintenance garage, arranged so that their lights and forward-mounted twin bolters were pointed towards the entrances. Aquila and his space marines had made a rough camp from the remains of parts crates and ore containers. 3 of them sat hunched on these improvised seats, while 2 of them did the rounds of the perimeter. Brother Aramis raised a hand in greeting as the scouts emerged from the shadows. Neyman answered with a nod of his head and directed his squad to rest up. Aquila looked across the hangar as Neyman entered the circle of light. The Ravenwing sergeant had taken off his helmet, revealing a narrow-cheeked face and sunken eyes. His shoulder-length hair was swept back by a silver band, decorated with a single black pearl at his brow. His right cheek was tattooed with a red rendition of the Dark Angel's winged blade insignia, the symbol of the Ravenwing. Anybody other than a space marine might have described him as darkly handsome. Such considerations never occurred to the Astartes. "No unexpected second Orc wave?" asked Aquila. The corner of his lips lifted in a slight smile. "No green-skinned ambushers waiting for us." Neyman sat down opposite Aquila and smiled back. "Not today, at least," said the scout sergeant. "There is always tomorrow, of course." "Of course," echoed Aquila. "Perhaps your missing orcs were delayed by an important engagement. A society event, maybe?" Neyman laughed at the image conjured in his mind. He had no idea about Aquila's background before becoming a Dark Angel. The scout sergeant could little remember his own childhood, but he guessed from the sardonic wit that it had been very different from Neyman's upbringing in the deserts of Calabria. There had been no society events that Neyman could recall, only a daily grind for survival. "Perhaps they protect their landing zone, expecting their army to return in victory," suggested Neyman. "Unlikely," replied Aquila. "Orcs don't strike me as the type to give up the chance to loot a city so that they can stand around guarding a ship." "You're right," sighed Neyman, conceding that his suspicions were entirely unfounded. "It seems that Master Belial will soon be able to send word to the chapter of a notable victory over the Orcs."
Gaskell, no less,"
added Brother DeMail from Neyman's right. The scout sergeant's eyes widened with surprise.
"We received word today that the Orc forces are led by the Beast of Armageddon."
"That would be a prize for the 3rd Company, a grand prize indeed," said Neyman. He glanced at his companions before adding, "And the Ravenwing, of course."
"The 10th shall share in the glory also,"
Aquila said generously, raising a fist in salute to Neyman.
"The Beast of Armageddon who escaped the Blood Angels, Salamanders, and Ultramarines, now to be crushed by the might of the Dark Angels."
"All the more reason to ensure Gaskell has no means of escape," said Neyman. He has proved elusive and cunning for an orc warlord. Let us not repeat the mistakes of other chapters.
The beast is trapped in Cadalus Harbor with a third company and almost the entirety of the defense force to keep him caged,
said Brother Analius, the Raven-Wing Squadron's plasma gunner.
Gaskell's an orc, not some wretched Eldar. He won't be getting off Piscina.
I agree with you, brother, I really do, said Naaman, turning to face the Raven-Wing Space Marine. But to ensure that absolutely, would it not be better to secure the means by which he reached the planet in the first place?
If he were to try to escape by ship, it would have to land at Northport, on the outskirts of Cadalus Harbor, said Aquila. That would be impossible.
I'm sure Commander Dante and the other noble leaders on Armageddon believed escape was impossible, said Naaman. It is highly improbable. Taking that ship would make it impossible.
Why are you so determined to head east, Naaman? Asked Analius. This could be interpreted as an unhealthy obsession.
Naaman laughed again. You are probably correct, brother, he said. The scout sergeant grew serious and glanced to his squad who was sat beside the rusting hulk of an old ore hauler. Being in the 10th Company engenders a certain obsession with obtaining all of the facts, no matter how inconsequential they turn out to be. We find it ensures the continued survival of our future battle brothers.
It is time to perform our evening dedications, announced Aquila, standing up.
He looked at Naaman.
You and your squad are welcome to join us.
That would be good, brother, said Naaman, also standing. He called to his squad to join them. It would be wise not to leave ourselves without sentry, though. I will stand guard while you perform your dedications.
You do not wish to join us, Naaman?
The feeling of offense was clear in Aquila's tone. I will make my own dedications while I keep my watch, Naaman replied. Tomorrow, one of your brothers can take the duty, and I will make my dedications with you. Aquila seemed mollified by this reply and nodded. The two Space Marines walking sentry came into the hangar, and Naaman left them kneeling in a circle as Aquila began to chant.
Today we served again under the watchful eye of the Emperor and the Lion. Today we lived again under the protection of the Emperor and the Lion. Today we fought again.
Naaman allowed the words to drift from his attention as he stepped out into the night. He made his way to the rusting tower of the mine workings and climbed a ladder to the first platform. From here he could see the whole of the Indola mines. Unslinging his bolter, he began to pace around the platform, eyes scanning the darkness for any movement, ears tuning out the rasp of the wind and the creaking of the ramshackle buildings. In his thoughts, he gave praise to the Lion for the teachings he had passed on to the Dark Angels, the same teachings Naaman now passed on to future generations of Space Marines. One in particular kept coming back to him. Knowledge is power. Guard it well. Knowledge. It was knowledge Naaman sought, knowledge of how the orcs had come to Piscina undetected, knowledge of how many of them were left outside the city, knowledge of what threat still remained. He paused in his slow circling and stared to the east. Hundreds of square kilometers of wilderness stretched out in that direction. Enough space to hide an army, certainly enough to hide a starship large enough to carry an army. The news that the foe they faced was Gaskell perturbed him. Gaskell was no ordinary warlord. News regarding his invasion of the world of Armageddon had been spread by the Ultramarines, Blood Angels, and Salamanders, sent to every chapter that would listen. That an orc warlord could cause so much havoc, inflict so much destruction, and escape retribution was remarkable enough. That he had continued to elude the Imperial forces sent in pursuit was almost unheard of. Such warmongering fiends only rarely disappeared, and always made some fatal mistake, either of overconfidence or out of sheer brutality. Ghazghkull had not only escaped the carnage of Armageddon, he had been able to rebuild his strength and stay ahead of the forces sent to destroy him. To appear here, hundreds of light years from where he was last seen, did not bode well. Ghazghkull's presence explained many things that had seemed incredible earlier, most particularly the single-minded nature of the orcs' attack on the city and their drive for control of the harbor. Master Belial believed he had Ghazghkull trapped, encircled by forces around the Cadalus harbor power plant. Belial was not so sure Ghazghkull wasn't exactly where he wanted to be. And if that was the case, it begged an answerable question: what did Ghazghkull want with a power plant? Naaman took up his circuit again, troubled by his thoughts. Knowledge. Knowledge would see the beast truly trapped. And that did not lie in Cadalus harbor, but in the East Barrens, where the orcs had come from. The scout sergeant reached a decision. Come first light, no matter the arguments of Sergeant Aquila, Naaman and his scouts would not be heading back to Carth Ridge. They would continue eastwards to find out what was there. "Enemy detected!" At those two words buzzing in his ear from the comm bead, Naaman was instantly awake. He scrambled to his feet, bolter in hand. A look around brought the pleasing sight of his squad, alert and armed as well. "Movement to the northeast, 300 meters. "We'll investigate," replied Naaman. "Stand by for report and orders." The sergeant nodded to his scouts, and the squad set off at a jog, out the doors of the hangar to cut through the buildings to the north. With a glance over his shoulder, Naaman saw Brother Barakiel climbing down from his vantage point atop the maintenance shed. Picking up speed, he led the scouts to a long, low outbuilding close to the northeastern part of the broken fence. "Confirm enemy and report," he said to Kudin. Gethan slung his bolter and cupped his hands, acting as a step for Kudin as he pulled himself onto the flat roof of the shed. The senior scout crossed with quiet footsteps and hunkered down, bringing the scope of his sniper rifle up to his eye. Naaman took position at the corner of the building and looked eastwards through the ragged links of the fence. The first fringes of dawn were touching the horizon, and he could see the faint darker shapes in the gloom that had alerted Brother Barakiel.
10 orcs, advancing directly towards us, hissed Kudin. 250 meters beyond the perimeter. No discernible formation or precaution. No other forces within sight.
Naaman nodded to himself with satisfaction. By Kudin's assessment, the orcs were unaware of the Space Marines and were probably heading to the mine for some other reason. He activated the comm bead. "Sergeant Naaman to Sergeant Aquila," he said. The comm buzzed for a second.
"This is Aquila," replied the Raven-winged sergeant. "What do you see?"
"Small orc unit 10 strong," said Naaman. "Threat minimal. We will engage from here with standard weapons. Suggest you engage when we begin firing."
"Affirm, Naaman," said Aquila. "We will use your fire to mask our engines and loop around from the south."
"Confirmed, Aquila." As Naaman cut the link, he ejected the magazine from his bolter and swapped the gas-propellant silent rounds with a cartridge of standard ammunition from his belt. He gestured for Celephon to join Kudin on the roof with his sniper rifle, and for the 3 remaining squad members to take up positions within the shed. The metal sheets of the walls provided enough gaps to use as impromptu loopholes. The sergeant stayed where he was, resting his bolter against the corner of the building to steady his first shots. They waited, while the shapes in the darkness resolved into something more discernible.
150 meters, reported Kudin.
In the pre-dawn still, Naaman could hear grunts and growls from the orcs. He watched as they continued closer, utterly at ease, arms swinging, strutting through the grass on bowed legs.
100 meters, said Kudin.
"Engage," Naaman calmly ordered his squad.
A chuff-chuff from the sniper rifles preceded the collapse of two of the greenskins. The orcs thrashed in the grass as toxins coursed through their bloodstreams. Naaman pulled the trigger of his bolter, directing his fire at the closest orc, putting 3 rounds squarely into its chest. The flicker of other bolts broke the gloom. Some scored hits, others missed their mark and whined into the darkness. The orcs were thrown into disarray by the ambush. They brought up their crude automatic rifles and fired randomly, unsure of their attacker's location. Another one felt a sniper fire, his gun blazing in his dying grasp, spitting bullets in all directions. Naaman fired again, the hail of explosive bolts ripping the legs out from an orc as it turned on him. The orcs turned and ran, still firing at unseen foes, the bolts of the scouts rasping after them. Above the cough of bolters, Naaman could hear the bass timbre of the Raven Wing's bikes. He saw them to his right, in a single line abreast, a moment before the riders switched on their lamps, bathing the orcs with harsh white light. The orcs continued to run, firing over their shoulders at the swiftly approaching bikers. Muzzle flare erupted from bike-mounted bolters, the hail scything through the few survivors of the scouts' ambuscade. The orcs collapsed into the grass, out of view. Aquila and his Raven Wing pulled out their pistols and continued to fire into the downed greenskins as they sped past, ably steering their bikes one-handed as they bounced and rocked over the uneven ground. At their head, Aquila slewed his bike around, churning up a cloud of dirt from the back wheel of his bike. He fired twice more as the Raven Wing circled and reformed into an arrowhead behind him. The firing stopped, and the only sound to cut the stillness was the noise of the bike's engines. The Raven Wing followed their sergeant as his course curved towards the northern gate, his honor pennant streaming from a pole behind his saddle.
"Enemy destroyed," Aquila reported.
"Confirm report," Naaman said to Kudin. The scout rose to one knee on the roof and swept to the north and east with his scope. "No enemy sighted. Confirm report," he said. "Stand down," Naaman told his squad, bringing his bolter up across his chest. "Return to camp." The hangar was hazy with the bike's exhaust fumes, the tick-tick-tick of their cooling engines amplified by the metal walls. Aquila was still astride his bike, a cable from the long-range comm plugged into an opened armor panel on his left forearm. The others had dismounted and were performing post-battle rites on their machines, checking ammunition feeds, cleaning the gun barrels, and applying Techmarine-blessed lubricants to the engines. Seeing that the Raven Wing were occupied, Naaman posted Ras and Kudin to stand guard outside. Naaman sat on one of the crates and stripped out his bolter while he waited for Aquila to finish his report. He cleaned and reassembled the gun without thought, keeping one eye on the Raven Wing sergeant. For such a small engagement, Aquila was spending a long time on the comm. Aquila was nodding occasionally, and Naaman could see that his bike display was set to the digimap of the Koth Ridge region. Naaman had finished cleaning his bolter and was clicking replacement bolts into the magazine he had used. By the time the Raven Wing sergeant pulled out the comm cable and swung off his machine. "Bad news, Brother Sergeant?" asked Naaman as Aquila sat down next to him. The metal box sagged under the power-armored Space Marine.
"A mix, Brother Sergeant," replied Aquila.
He still wore his helm, so Naaman could see nothing of his expression, but Aquila's slow speech suggested he was picking his words with care.
"Ours is the 5th report of such an encounter in the past 3 hours. There is a confirmed orc presence in the area east of Koth Ridge, but it is scattered and weak. No Dark Angel's casualties suffered. It is Master Belial's assessment that we are encountering stragglers behind the main orc advance. We are to continue to sweep the region for other such survivors and exterminate them immediately."
"I understand, Brother Sergeant," said Naaman, digesting this news. "May I use your comm unit, Brother Sergeant?"
"For what purpose?"
I wish to request a change to our orders so that we might continue further east, in an attempt to locate the site of the Orc landing zone. If we are able to do so, we can coordinate our coverage against further incursions more effectively."
"Of course, Brother Sergeant,"
said Aquila, waving a hand towards his bike.
"Be advised that the Brother Captain is occupied with the reduction of the Orc position in Cadalus Harbour. He may not think kindly of your wilder suspicions."
"Thank you for the advice," replied Naaman, crossing the hangar. "It is not the Brother Captain's kind thoughts I am after, merely his permission." Naaman hooked himself into the bike's comlink and punched in the command frequency codes. He listened to static for a few seconds before Master Belial's curt tone cut through the interference. "Company Captain, identify," said Belial. "Veteran Sergeant Naaman of the 10th Company, Brother Captain," said Naaman. "You have something to add to Sergeant Aquila's report, Brother Sergeant?" "No, Brother Captain. I am requesting to expand our patrol grid 50 kilometers to the east. It is my belief that we should locate the Orc landing site as a priority." "I concur, Sergeant Naaman," said Belial, to Naaman's slight surprise. "Orc forces encountered may be guarding the landing site. If that is true, it suggests to me that the enemy ship is closer to Koth Ridge than I currently believe. A 50-kilometer extension stretches our cordon too thinly. You may extend your patrol by 20 kilometers. If you have not discovered the landing zone within that distance, it is far enough from Koth Ridge to pose no immediate threat, and can be dealt with once we have destroyed the Orcs in Cadalus Harbour. Confirm orders." "Extend patrol grid by 20 kilometers to the east, Brother Captain," said Naaman. "Good. I want you to find out where these Orcs are coming from, Naaman. I will also extend patrol sweeps north of your position. Dedicate your duty to the Lion and the Emperor." "For the Lion I live, for the Emperor I die," replied Naaman. The link buzzed in his ear. He cut the connection and unplugged his headset. Naaman directed a smile at Aquila. "Updated orders, Brother Sergeant. We head east." 3 hours after dawn, Naaman and his squad were occupying a hillock that rose over 200 meters above the plains beyond Indola. From here he could see the East Barrens all the way to the horizon, the seemingly endless grassland devoid of road or settlement. It was broken by scattered upthrusts of rock, like the one on which he stood, the remnants of millennia-dormant volcanic eruptions that had once racked the whole of Cadalus in the prehistory of Piscina IV. Bringing his monocular up to his eye, he swept to the left and right, seeking any sign of the Orc ship. He found no landing site, but he did detect a haze of smoke a few kilometers to the south. He adjusted the monocular's display and took a range reading. 2.5 kilometers, too far to be Aquila's squad. He activated his comset. "Sergeant Aquila, are you receiving my signal?" The Raven-Wing Sergeant's reply was faint, almost drowned out by the hiss of distance interference. He was obviously at the limit of Naaman's comm range. "Please confirm your location, Brother Sergeant." There was a pause, while Aquila checked his position.
"We're 14 kilometers from Indola, vector 9208. Have you found something, Naaman?"
The veteran sergeant checked the monocular again. 2 Orc buggies plunged through the grass, bouncing wildly over the uneven ground, their thick tires gouging furrows in the dirt. He could not yet make out the details, but there was some kind of heavy weapon mounted on each buggy. He rechecked the range and heading in the monocular display. "Confirm visual contact. 2 enemy light vehicles, wheeled, heavy weapon-armed. Location 16 kilometers from Indola, vector 8355. Enemy heading almost directly westwards. They will pass us about 3 kilometers to the south. Too far for us to intercept."
"Confirm report, Brother Sergeant."
The dry words of the communications protocols did not mask Aquila's apparent delight.
"Have calculated intercept route. No assistance required. Proceed to the 20-kilometer patrol limit. Will inform you of engagement outcome. Good eyes, Naaman."
Confirm, Brother Sergeant. Raptorum est, fraternus eternitas. Good hunting. Naaman switched off the transmission and clipped the monocular back into its pouch at his waist. He waved the squad to their feet. "Continue to patrol eastwards," he told them, setting off from the brow of the hill. "Are we not going to engage the orcs, Brother Sergeant?" asked Teldis. "That is not our duty, Scout Teldis," Naaman replied. "This is the reason we have been paired with Sergeant Aquila's squad. We provide the reconnaissance and he provides the mobility and firepower. Would you like to try running after those buggies? I do not think they will wait for you to catch up." As they walked down the slope at brisk pace, Naaman felt another teaching coming on. Eyes still scanning the landscape for signs of the orcs, he took a deep breath. "The Astartes are the culmination of the application of precise force," he quoted from the Book of Caliban, written by the Dark Angel's Primarch 10,000 years before. Naaman had heard it so many times and repeated it almost as often. He entered an almost trance-like state of recollection. Through careful consideration of the enemy and the strategic situation, the Astartes commander must conclude the most effective targets for the application of that precise force. It is with offensive, preemptive action that the Astartes achieve victory. Central to this assessment must be the gathering of all relevant intelligence pertaining to the enemy's abilities, resources, and disposition. There are many means which can be employed in the gathering of these data. From orbit, starship-based augurs can detect large population centers, the movement of sizable bodies of troops, energy networks, vehicle columns, and static defenses. On the ground, scanning devices can detect thermal, radioactive, laser, microwave, and other energy-based signatures. They can detect sound and vibration, even changes in aquatic temperature and air currents. A number of such devices used in concert may triangulate their findings to determine the enemy position. Even the humble tripwire is a detector that can be employed in this information gathering. But for all the capabilities of these technological marvels, there is a singular truth that all Astartes commanders must accept. This truth is that there is no intelligence greater or more accurate than the testimony of an Astartes looking upon the enemy with his own eyes. His verbatim recital concluded. Naaman looked at his scouts and saw the understanding in their expressions. "You, my young brothers," he said, "are the greatest and most accurate means for detecting the enemy. The lion said that. When you become battle brothers and are eager to engage the enemy, remember these words and pay attention to the reports of the scouts." As sunset approached, Naaman and his squad moved northwards along the 20-kilometer limit of their patrol. They had directed the ferocity of the Raven Wing against the orcs twice more that afternoon, spotting 2 bands of greenskins moving westwards on foot. With the light failing, Naaman signaled a rendezvous point to Aquila, and the scouts set up an observation post on an outcropping of rock. With the thermoscopes of their rifles, Kudin and Celephon kept watch as night descended. Naaman shared the squad's ration of protein bars, and they took cover from the strengthening wind in the lee of the rocks. The growl of the Ravenwing's engines broke the quiet dark just before midnight. With lights off, the bikers steered through the night, using the enhanced vision of their auto-senses. Kudin spotted the exhaust plumes of the squad as they approached from the south. "Squad Aquila, this is Sergeant Naaman. Confirm your approach on our position."
"Sergeant Naaman, this is Aquila. Confirm approach on your position from the south, 1 kilometer distant. Have received updated intelligence on enemy activity. Be ready to receive a briefing on my arrival."
"Confirm, Aquila," replied Naaman, curious to know what new information had come to light. Perhaps another of the Scout or Ravenwing squads searching the East Barrens had found the orc ship.
It was with some impatience that Naaman waited for Aquila and his bikers. They drove into the shelter of the rocks without comment, and attended to the maintenance of their machines before Aquila gestured for Naaman to join him a short distance away. "Greetings, Brother Sergeant," said Naaman. "You do honor to your company and the chapter with your deeds today."
"Master Belial contacted me an hour ago with some grim news," said Aquila, dispensing with the customary preamble. "He has lost contact with 3 patrols on duty east of Goth Ridge. 2 scout squads and 1 Raven Wing land speeder have failed to report their positions. All 3 had sporadic enemy contacts throughout the day, increasing in frequency towards nightfall."
"Failure to report does not mean our brothers are dead," said Naaman, absorbing this somber information. "There is communication interference in Cadalus Harbor. Perhaps the Orcs have some similar device on their ship."
"That is a possibility," said Aquila.
The Raven Wing sergeant turned his gaze to the north.
"It is the brother captain's assessment that these patrols have discovered the location of the Orc landing site. Whether due to range, interference, or enemy activity, the patrols have been unable to pass on this information. Master Belial has analyzed the patrol patterns and believes the Orc ship to be located roughly 30 kilometers northeast of where we are. Our orders are to investigate this potential site, attempt to make contact with the Dark Angels forces in the area, and confirm the presence and strength of the enemy."
"We will set out straight away," said Naaman, stepping towards the others. Aquila halted him with a hand on the scout sergeant's arm.
"There is something else I wish to bring to your attention, Naaman," said Aquila. "A matter has been puzzling me these last few hours."
"Speak freely, Aquila. I will do what I can to make any matter clearer."
"Seeing you and your charges brought back to me memories of my own time in the 10th Company. In particular, it reminded me of something my sergeant told us. Notice not that which is the same, but that which is different."
"A good lesson, no doubt. It is the breaking of patterns, the irregularities observed, which convey the most information. Have you seen something?"
"I do not know if it is important or not. The Orcs I've killed today appear different in dress and armament in comparison to those at Cadalus Harbor. Amongst their usual garb, the Orcs fighting under Gaskell display a preference for bold patterns of black, white, and red. The Orc corpses I've examined after today's encounters wear yellow and orange. I do not understand the significance of this."
Naaman paced for a moment, pondering the importance of this discovery. "I have no clear answers for you, but I can add my own speculation if you wish."
"Please do."
"I am no expert on Orc markings, but from what I understand, colors and symbols are often used to denote allegiance. I would take this to mean that Gaskell's force has assimilated several smaller factions under his command. Perhaps these yellow-clad Orcs are somehow out of favor with their chieftain. Hence, why they were left behind to guard the Orc ship. An alternative theory could be that, having been abandoned by their commander, the Orcs left at the landing site have chosen to form their own faction and split from the main command of Gaskell. Orc influence is enforced purely by proximity and physical action. These Orcs may well have grown bored protecting their ship, and are now heading west in search of loot and battle." Aquila tapped his fingers against the back of his other hand as he considered this.
"I can see no argument why either of these theories directly impacts on our orders. Observations confirm that the remaining Orcs outside of Cadalus Harbor have been steadily moving westwards. It may be the case that the landing site is no longer contested. It would be reasonable to assume that this movement would quickly peak as those left behind realize they have been abandoned and set off after the rest of their forces. Perhaps it is this peak in activity that our patrols encountered.
That is a distinct possibility. However, we should still proceed with some caution. Orcs are unpredictable even in normal circumstances. Given that these orcs appear to have no solid leadership, they could be roaming the wilderness at random, and the movement westwards only a general trend rather than an absolute.
I agree. My squad will provide a roving support while your scouts move on the objective. Corvus Vigilus. Separation to be no greater than 1 kilometer. Standard high-risk theater contact procedures.
Confirm. Alert Raven formation with 1 kilometer separation. We'll watch each other's backs. Aquila nodded and held up his fist in salute.
For the lion,
he barked. For the lion, echoed Naaman. The scout sergeant called Kudin to form up the squad, while Aquila moved back to the Raven Wing and passed on the plan. The bikers mounted up a few seconds later and were already roaring northwards as Naaman rejoined his scouts. We have a new objective, he told them as they performed their weapons checks. No rest for us. We are heading northeast, night march. From this moment on, the East Barrens are to be considered extremely hostile territory. If you see anything that looks out of the ordinary, you signal the squad. You will all halt and take cover until I have assessed the threat. Naaman walked up and down the line, emphasizing his instructions with chopping motions. We keep silent. Watch your sector and trust the rest of the squad to watch theirs. No one is to open fire without my order. We will be moving at pace without lights, so equip night sight goggles and watch your footing. He stopped and addressed his next words to Kudin in particular. If I fall, you are to immediately withdraw from any engagement when it is safe to do so. You will then head directly back and report to our chapter forces on Koth Ridge. It may be that some squads have already been lost. There is no asset to protect, no objective that needs to be taken, and no civilians to watch over. This is a reconnaissance mission, not a search and destroy. Should we encounter stiff resistance, we will withdraw with whatever intelligence we have gained. It is vital, and I mean vital, that Master Belial has as much information as possible regarding orc activity in this area. The only way he can receive that information is if you are alive to deliver it. Kudin, Ras, and Kelefon nodded their understanding. Gethan and Teldis looked worried. Naaman laid his hands on the shoulders of the squad's youngest members. These orders are precautionary, he told them. I have been a Dark Angel's Space Marine for 174 years. The last 26 years of which I have spent with the 10th Company. I have not achieved the rank of veteran sergeant by letting myself get killed. The scouts chuckled at the poor joke, but they became serious again when Naaman waved them to begin the march. He fell in at the back of the squad as they set off at a trot, breath puffing mist in the cold air. The sergeant activated the comlink to Aquila. Aquila, this is Naaman. We are on the move towards the objective. Any contact?
Negative contact, Brother Sergeant, replied Aquila. You are clear for the next kilometer.
Naaman called the squad to a halt just after dawn. They had reached the intended objective without further encounters with the orcs, which vexed the scout sergeant. Ahead, the ground heaped up in a series of increasingly steep creases caused by some great seismic shift in a past age. The slopes appeared clear of enemy, and a brief look with the monocular revealed no telltale smoke clouds or other evidence of orc activity. Aquila, this is Naaman. Do you think we have passed through the orc line in the dark? I see nothing here.
Naaman, this is Aquila. We are north of your position. Detect no enemy. The landing site is not here. We will withdraw in the direction of Koth Ridge and report our lack of success. There is no secondary orc force.
Negative, Brother Sergeant. We will continue east. Better to return with solid intelligence than an absence of it.
Those are not our orders, Naaman. Master Belial commanded us to investigate this grid point. We have done so, and it is our duty to return and report the lack of significant Orc forces. We will receive fresh orders from the company captain. If he agrees with your assessment, we will return and continue further east."
"I cannot comply with that assessment, Brother Sergeant," said Naaman, walking away from his squad, voice terse. "It is a day on foot back to Koth Ridge. To return for fresh orders will delay our search by 2 days. That is too great a window of uncertainty. As the senior sergeant in action, I am exercising my authority to continue the patrol."
"Your decision is in error, Naaman. We have already lost forces without report in this region. Master Belial is depending upon us to return with our reports as soon as possible. If further investigation is needed, the company commander will issue those orders. You should make your representations to Master Belial and allow him to decide the best course of action."
"We have found no evidence of the enemy, nor any evidence that sheds light on the fate of our missing battle brothers. To withdraw now is premature, Aquila. Let me make my position clear. I will lead my squad further east. I am requesting your continued fire support in this move. But if you choose to withdraw, it will not affect my decision and we will proceed without support. We are the 10th Company. We are prepared for such operations." There came a growl in reply. Naaman did not wish to put Aquila in this difficult position, but he was intent on discovering what had happened to the other Dark Angels' patrols. If that meant the scouts would go on alone, he was comfortable with the consequences.
"As you say, Naaman, persona obstinatum. I will delay withdrawal and continue in support. It will not be said that Squad Aquila abandoned their brethren of the 10th Company. I must insist that you agree to an extension of no more than 6 hours. If we find nothing in that time, you must concede that there is nothing to find."
"You have my agreement, Brother Sergeant. Thank you for indulging my curiosity and caution. The lion spirit lives on within."
"I will raise this matter with Master Belial when we return. I do not think your behavior befits the position you hold."
"I understand, Aquila, and I appreciate your candor. I will accept full responsibility for my decision."
"Good. Now that we have settled this, let us make sure nothing untoward happens."
"I agree. I hope that you are right and I am wrong, Brother Sergeant." Naaman killed the link and walked back to his squad. "We will head for that first ridge line. I want to have an observation post there by noon. Ready for march." Naaman glared at the rising ground ahead, as if his stare alone could force it to yield its secrets. There was more happening on Piscina than he or anybody else could guess. Of that he was certain. There were more orcs here. Of that he was equally certain. He just had to find them. 2 hours on, Naaman and his squad were halfway to the line of hills breaking up the East Barrens. Other than the routine check-in comms, he had not conducted any further exchanges with Aquila, so it came as a surprise when the comm buzzed in his ear.
"Naaman, this is Aquila. Direct your attention southeast of your current position. What do you see on the ridgeline?"
Naaman took out his monocular and looked along the line of hills from left to right. With the first sweep, he saw nothing. Knowing that Aquila would not have contacted him for confirmation, without being sure there was something to see, Naaman swept the hill again. He stopped, adjusting the focus. There was a dark haze rising from behind the hills, in the direction Aquila had suggested. It was being quickly dispersed by the strong wind pushing over the ridge, but it was definitely there. "Aquila, this is Naaman. It looks like heat haze and possible exhaust pollution. Is that what you are seeing?"
"Confirmed, Brother Sergeant. The location appears to correlate roughly to the position of the East Barrens geothermal site."
"Another energy plant? What would the orcs want with that?"
"I would not hazard an opinion on the subject, Brother Sergeant. It is a confirmed orc presence. We should withdraw and report."
"It could just be smoldering buildings, burnt while the orcs advanced. We haven't confirmed anything yet, Aquila. It is only a few kilometers away.
Is there any point in debating this, Naaman?
None, Brother Sergeant. Let us go and have a look. The comm crackled loudly as Aquila sighed.
All right, Naaman, we'll take the lead. Follow us up the ridge.
Confirm, Brother Sergeant. We are heading off now. The scouts crossed the broken ground at speed, dispersed in a wide formation, weapons ready. Naaman kept glancing in the direction of the mysterious haze to confirm its location. After they had covered a little more than a kilometer, he called the squad to an abrupt halt. There was something strange about the scattered smoke. He used the monocular again to fix on the drifting cloud. It was darker, heavier. The wind did not seem to have altered, so the greater concentration of fumes meant one of two things. Either the source was growing stronger, or the source was coming closer. Naaman swung the monocular sight across the ridgeline, looking for Aquila's squad. He found them on the third attempt, riding slowly up a rocky ravine about half a kilometer from the crest, 2 kilometers ahead of the scouts. Naaman urgently activated the comm, still staring through the monocular. "Pull back, Aquila!" There was a frustrating delay before Aquila answered. The Raven-Wing squadron were disappearing behind a lip of rock.
"Naaman, this is Aquila. Repeat your last communication."
Naaman took a deep breath, aware that his squad were watching him closely. His hearts were already beating rapidly, blood and hormones surging through his system, readying him for battle. He had to keep calm and clear. "Aquila, this is Naaman. The cloud is exhaust fume. I believe a sizable orc force, including motorized elements, is beyond the ridge and moving in our direction."
"Confirm, Brother Sergeant. What is your estimate of enemy force size?"
"Inconclusive. Prevailing wind speed is dispersing the cloud. Accounting for the general pollution level of orc engines, I think there are several vehicles in close proximity to each other." "Sergeant Naaman!" The call came from Kudin, who was looking through his sniper scope at a point on the ridgeline almost directly east of the scouts. "Enemy sighted!" "Withdraw from your position, Brother Sergeant," Naaman snapped over the comm, even as he redirected his monocular towards the area where Kudin was keeping watch. "Enemy approaching from north of your position." Coming over the ridge were several dozen orcs on foot. Naaman's attention was wrenched back to the right by the crack of a large detonation. A plume of fire and smoke issued from the gorge where the Raven-Wing were advancing. "Enemy ambush!" Aquila snarled over the comm. Gunfire rattled along the hillside, quickly drowned out by the thudding thrum of bolters echoing along the cleft.
"They were waiting at the head of the gully with trip mines and grenades. Brother Carmenael is dead, bike destroyed. No assistance required."
Another explosion rocked the ridgeline. Naaman snapped his attention back to the orcs advancing over the hills. There were at least 50 of them now, some of them heavily armored and armed. The orcs continued down the ridge, a spreading blot of green and yellow.
"Enemy attackers destroyed. Withdrawing to your position," reported Aquila.
"Negative, Aquila. The orcs have not seen us yet. Do not draw attention to our position. We will withdraw undetected. Rendezvous 2 kilometers west of our position."
"Confirm, Naaman. 2 kilometers west."
"Squad, listen," said Naaman, quiet but insistent. "You will withdraw immediately and directly to the west. Join up with Squad Aquila at 2 kilometers. "What are you going to do, Sergeant?" asked Teldis. "I will continue to make observations of the enemy," said Naaman. "I will rejoin you shortly. Move out." The scout sergeant hadn't moved his eye from the monocular throughout the exchanges. As he heard the scouts moving away across the rocky ground, he switched back to the smoke cloud. It was certainly denser, and a few individual plumes could be seen. The vehicles were almost at the ridgeline. He just needed to hold on for a minute or two to get an idea of the orcs' strength. The foremost gangs of orcs on foot were now less than half a kilometer away. Naaman unrolled his camellia-lined cloak and fastened it to his shoulder guards. Drawing up the hood, he pulled the cloak over his arm and settled behind a rock, monocular in one hand, bolter in the other. He checked on the progress of the vehicles. 3 bikes had broken over the ridge, smoke dribbling from their twin exhausts. Behind them trundled 2 flatbed transports, their open backs filled with green-skinned warriors. There was more smoke behind them, coming from other vehicles that were still out of sight. The orcs on foot were 400 meters away. The greenskins glared warily along the ridge, guns in their clawed hands, alerted by the attack on Aquila's squadron. Naaman lowered himself to his stomach and looked back at the crest. The column of orc infantry seemed to be all in view, a few less than 100 of them. There was no way of knowing if more were following unless he stayed here and waited for them. The rumble of engines reverberated along the rocky ridge from the south. A motor with a deeper timbre grew in volume. Naaman glanced to his right as he slithered back from his observation position. A larger vehicle crested the hill, its front bedecked with pintle and turret-mounted guns. 6 orcs stood in its back, wearing brightly painted, heavy armor plates. Through the monocular, Naaman could see wisps of smoke trailing from exhausts on their backs, the armor powered by spluttering engines. Naaman was about to lower the monocular and move away when he noticed one of the armored orcs was much larger than the rest. It was a gigantic beast, yellow armor decorated with black flames, a long banner stitched with orc glyphs hanging from a banner pole on its back. It was another warlord. With his other eye, he saw the nearest orcs were now only 200 meters away. It was time to leave. Slipping away through the rough bushes, Naaman shook his head at what he had seen. There was no mistaking it. Another warlord could only mean one thing. There were 2 orc armies on Piscina. Though there was no way of telling how strong this second force was, or what their connection was to the army in Cadalus Harbor, Master Belial had to be told this news. The orcs were clearly marching on Koth Ridge. The earlier encounters must have been advance parties, rather than stragglers. Koth Ridge was held mostly by the Piscina Free Militia, with only a couple of Dark Angel squads in support. It was vital that the defensive line was reinforced. Wrapped in his camouflaging cloak, Naaman broke into a crouched run, heading down the slope as fast as he dared. The bikes to the south were already level with his position, the trucks and battle wagon not far behind. Ahead, a cluster of boulders broke the thin soil. Naaman took cover between 2 of the up-thrusting rocks and turned to face the orcs. They were coming at him at some speed, though he was sure he had not been seen. It was time to slow them down. He leveled his bolter on top of one of the boulders and took aim at a cluster of 3 orcs near the center of the group. The bolter coughed in his hand, the gas-propelled bolts zipping soundlessly through the air. Their standard warheads replaced with a heavy mercury core, the stalker bolts punched silently through the padded armor and flesh of the orcs. 2 of them dropped immediately. The third fell to one knee, blood spurting from a wound in its shoulder. The sudden attack sent the orcs into confusion. Many of them dropped down and began firing at random patches of cover. Others flung themselves onto the rocks, their panicked warning shouts carrying as far as Naaman, who smiled grimly to himself. A few of the leaders began bellowing orders, pointing this way and that, sending their underlings scurrying behind bushes and boulders with little sense of order or discipline. "Dumb brutes," Naaman muttered, slinging the bolter strap over his shoulder. Satisfied the orcs would be sufficiently delayed, Naaman backed out of his place of cover and continued down the slope at a brisk march, breaking into a run as he reached the level plain. "Why must you continually disagree with me, Naaman?" snarled Aquila. "Your contrariness would stretch the patience of the lion." It was mid-afternoon, and the orcs were pouring westwards in increasing numbers. The greenskins did not appear to be advancing with any particular cohesion. For 2 hours, Naaman and Aquila had led their squads in careful retreat towards Koth Ridge. As the sun sank into dusk, it was clear to Naaman that his scouts could not outpace the orc vehicles following them. Naaman had requested the conference with his fellow sergeant and told Aquila to leave the scouts behind. "The information we have gained is too vital to risk, Brother Sergeant," Naaman said. "You must get within transmission range of Koth Ridge and give them warning of the orc attack."
"It goes against my honor to leave you without protection," argued Aquila. "We are only 10 kilometers from communication range. You can keep ahead of the orcs until that point is reached."
"And would give those on Koth Ridge less time to prepare their defenses," Naaman said, pacing impatiently. The lead orc squadrons were only a kilometer or two behind and catching up swiftly. "Aquila, my brother, your duty is clear. If nothing else, we will be able to elude the orcs better without the presence of your bikes to attract attention. If you really wish to help, strike against the orcs and lead their pursuit northwards. At the moment we are being forced too far south and will be cut off from Koth Ridge if we continue in this direction."
"I see the merit in your suggestion, Brother Sergeant," Aquila said slowly, mulling over the idea. "We will perform a diversionary attack and withdraw to communications range. Once I have relayed our intelligence to Master Belial, we will return and cover the rest of your withdrawal."
"That won't be necessary, brother. Your energy would be better spent defending Koth Ridge against the orcs. If the line fails, it would reverse all of our victories so far." Aquila's head swayed left and right for a moment. The sergeant conflicted between the possible courses of action. Aquila said nothing as he strode back to his bike and signaled for his squad to move west. The bike's engine growled into life, and the comm crackled.
"The lion will protect," said Aquila.
"May the Dark Angel speed you upon his wings," replied Naaman as he watched the Raven Wing ride off into the growing gloom. With the distraction of the Raven Wing squadron removed, Naaman set about analyzing the situation. The orcs would not reach Koth Ridge before daybreak. The coming night would be the best cover his squad could ask for, and it was likely the orcs would make camp during the hours of darkness. Twice already he had seen war bikes and orc buggies in the distance, roaming freely across the plains. They did not appear to be searching for Naaman's squad in particular, but they clearly knew that there were Space Marine forces in the area. With dozens of vehicles following behind, it was crucial that the orc patrols did not raise the alarm. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the pursuing greenskins caught up with the scouts. Naaman wanted to move directly west, straight to Koth Ridge, but the ground was far too open. The Rock of Cadulus pushed through the grasslands like a bald patch, offering no vegetation or other cover. The scouts would have to circle the rocky flats to the south, until nightfall at least, when Naaman would reconsider the plan. Reaching his decision, Naaman passed on his orders to the squad, and they set out a fast pace, eager to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the orcs while the sun was still in the sky. The march took on a watchful monotony. Run, stop, scan the surrounds, run again. For minutes into hours, for kilometer after kilometer, the scouts ran. They ran without great pause for 3 hours, hugging the shallow folds in the plains to avoid being seen. Now and then they took cover, hunkering down in the long grass, as one or other of the squad spied orc vehicles coming closer. So often had Naaman heard the distant growl of engines, he hardly paid it any mind anymore. Only when he detected a change in volume that indicated vehicles approaching did he truly become aware of the noise. As the afternoon turned to ruddy evening, the distant heights of Koth Ridge were silhouetted against the setting sun. The craggy spur rose up against the red sky like a wall, still too distant to make out anything of the defense force, and Space Marines standing guard there. Naaman offered a prayer to the lion, hoping that Aquila and his squad had evaded the orcs and spread the warning of the massive greenskin advance. Searchlights and lamps broke the gloom of nightfall, giving Naaman a clear idea of exactly where the orc forces were in relation to his position. Some distance behind, other lights, including the flickering orange of fires, sprang into life across the East Barrens. Looking at the glow that lit the early night sky, he realized just how many orcs there were. Thousands of them. The bulk of movement was to the north, but the flash of headlights and the sporadic chatter of exuberant weapons fire betrayed a group of several vehicles almost directly behind Naaman's line of advance. He was still cautious about turning north. That would put him and his squad squarely in front of the main orc thrust. Heading south was not much of a better option. Too far in that direction, and the scouts would come up against the kilometer-deep, near-vertical Koth Gorge. Even if they negotiated that obstacle, the route would take them to the coast rather than Koth Ridge. For better or worse, the only option seemed to be to keep heading west, in the hope that orcs following behind would stop or change course. Naaman resolved to himself that if the orcs came within half a kilometer, they would dig slit trenches and take cover. The orcs might miss them in the darkness, and if they didn't, at least the scouts would have a rough position to defend. 2 hours after the sun had settled behind Koth Ridge, and was nothing more than the slightest glow in the west, Naaman was feeling slightly vindicated. The orcs coming up from the rear had gradually bent their course northwards to join the rest of their force, passing the scouts more than a kilometer away. Though there was light and exhaust smoke far ahead of the scouts, it seemed to Naaman that they now had a clear run to Koth Ridge. If they kept up their current pace, and there was no reason they could not, they would be amongst the rocks and gullies before dawn. The grasslands of the plains were thinning. Patches of heather and stubby bushes broke the swaying sea of long stems. The ground had started to slope gently upwards, and Naaman judged it to be no more than another 3 kilometers to Koth Ridge proper. It was still dark. Piscina's moons had set, and it would be another 2 hours until dawn colored the eastern sky. The air was chill, but Naaman barely noticed, the cold registering as an abstract environmental factor rather than something he actually felt. It was the same with the fatigue from the constant running. His arms and legs pumped methodically, his limbs a separate entity from his conscious mind. There was no pain, no shortness of breath, no cramp or dizziness that a normal man might have suffered. The scouts were not so physically blessed, each feeling the strain depending upon his implants and development. Kudin ran as effortlessly as Naaman. Ras and Celephon were breathing heavily, but were keeping pace. Teldis and Gethan showed the worst signs of their exertions. Their faces were red, their strides short, perspiration soaking their uniforms. For all the hardship, neither had offered any complaint or asked for a rest. That was good, because the will to continue was every bit as important as the body's ability to carry on. Nobody spoke. Each watched his sector with gun ready, but there was nothing to report. It seemed that they had left the orcs a kilometer or 2 behind. Naaman was unsettled by the quiet, particularly the silence of the comm. Although he was not within transmission range, he had expected to be able to receive command signals at this range from Koth Ridge, but he heard nothing. It occurred to him that Aquila might have done something foolhardy and allowed his squad to be cornered by the orcs before sending the warning of the orc advance. "Sergeant!" Celephon's hushed voice cut through Naaman's thoughts. The scout was at the rear of the squad and had stopped, sniper rifle raised to his shoulder. "Squad, halt here!" snapped Naaman. "Keep watch. Make your report, Scout Celephon." "I thought I heard an engine, Sergeant." Naaman walked back and stopped next to the crouching scout. "You heard an engine, or you did not hear an engine?" he asked. "I heard an engine, Sergeant," Celephon said with more confidence. "Behind us." "Distance? Size?" "I do not know, Sergeant. I can see a thermal haze in that direction." The scout pointed towards a dip in the plains the scouts had passed a few minutes previously. Naaman was pulling his monocular from his belt when the scout continued, voice tense. "I see them! 3 orc vehicles! 2 flatbed transports, single armored battle wagon. No bikes or infantry. They are coming directly at us. Naaman could see nothing with his naked eye, even though the sight of a space marine was as good in low light as a normal man's at noon. The orcs were driving without lights. Were they deliberately hunting the scouts? He looked through the monocular and confirmed what Caliphon had reported. 3 orc vehicles catching up with them, crammed full of orc warriors. Naaman looked around for the best defensive position. There was a stand of low trees a few 100 meters to his right, and a narrow stream cut down from the ridge 30 meters to his left. The trees would take them further from the orcs' probable route of advance and provide some visual cover, but the wiry, twisted trunks and branches offered little physical protection. The stream cut at least a meter deep, and bushes lined the side, but it went directly across the orcs' projected course. Naaman made a last sweep with the monocular and assured himself that there were no other orc forces close at hand. If the scouts were discovered, they would only face the 3 vehicles and their belligerent cargo. Collapsing the monocular and stowing it away, he made his decision. Into the stream bed, 4-meter dispersal, snipers front and back. They covered the ground at a sprint and splashed into the brook, which was about 3 meters wide, but barely covered the tops of their boots. Naaman led the squad a little further upstream, where the water curved around a boulder and cut to the south for a short distance, almost perpendicular to the orc advance. We cannot allow the enemy to get between us and Koth Ridge, Naaman told his scouts. We will wait for the enemy to pass us and engage them from the rear. If the Free Militia on the ridge are paying attention, they may even see the fight and send assistance. The scouts nodded, wide-eyed and filled with adrenaline. They took up their positions using clumps of grass and bushes to conceal their weapons, crouched against the waist-high mud bank. Peering between the fronds of a plant, Naaman watched the orcs, his bolter resting on the bank in front of him. The enemy were 300 meters away and approaching at a reasonable speed. This was no reckless dash for Koth Ridge. This was a considered advance. The idea of orcs showing this kind of circumspection unsettled the scout sergeant. Orcs were dangerous enough without them actually thinking. Naaman could feel the ground trembling as the vehicles came closer and closer. The heaviest was a slab-sided half-track with a driver's cabin on the right-hand side, an open turret sporting a long-barreled cannon on the left. There was a rickety gantry behind, on which stood 2 orcs holding guns strapped to a rail. Behind them, above the tracks, over a dozen more orcs hunched behind the metal sides of the troop compartment, peering over the side, guns in hand. Smoke billowed from a cluster of exhausts along the far side. Dirt sprayed from the tracks in the transport's wake. The other 2 vehicles were about half the size, with 4 balloon tire wheels that churned through the mud and grass. He could see the drivers hunched in a wide compartment at the front of each, a gunner beside them standing behind a pintle-mounted weapon. Ammunition belts trailed onto the open deck behind, where more orcs squatted close together, their helmeted heads turning this way and that as they kept a lookout for enemies. As they came nearer, he could hear the guttural chatter of the greenskins among the noise of engines. The battle wagon crossed the stream bed about 50 meters upriver, crashing across the gap without halting. The trucks found it harder going. One driver revved the engine in a huge cloud of black smoke and tried to jump the gap. This met with mixed success. The truck surged into the river and smashed into the far bank, tires ripping through dirt and plants, dragging the vehicle free as half the orcs on board tumbled out of the back. The second truck approached more cautiously and bellied into the water with a loud shriek of tearing metal. It stayed there, smoke dribbling from the exhausts. Naaman guessed an axle had snapped.
There followed an argument punctuated by shouts, punches, and kicks, which culminated in the orcs deciding to abandon the vehicle and continue on foot. Naaman gave the order to open fire as the last of them were scrambling up the opposite bank. Bolts screeched into the orcs' exposed backs, blowing out chunks of flesh, shattering spines and ripping off limbs. Naaman directed his fire onto the abandoned truck, stitching a line of explosions across its flank until something ignited. Flames crackled, and with an explosion that sent a ball of fire dozens of meters into the air, a fuel tank exploded. Pieces of armor and chassis scythed through the nearby orcs. The waters of the stream swirled with thick blood. It was difficult to see what had happened to the battle wagon. It was lost behind the pall of smoke streaming from the exploded transport. The other truck turned around and drove straight at the scouts, skidding across the grass, the gunner spraying a hail of bullets at the bank. Teldis gave a shout and flew back into the water, his right cheek and eye missing. He looked around desperately with his other eye, one hand flapping at the water, the other still holding tight to his bolter. Naaman blocked the scout's pained grunts and snorts from his mind and swung his weapon towards the fast-approaching truck. Heavy-caliber bullets ripped through the dirt and sang over the scout sergeant's head. Naaman sighted on the driver through the cracked glass of the truck's windshield. He loosed off 2 rounds in quick succession, the first punching through the glass to explode in the orc's chest, the second missing by the smallest margin to tear into the troop compartment behind. The orc wrestled for control of the vehicle, despite the gaping hole in its rib cage, head lowered protectively. Naaman heard a dull thud. Less than a second later, a shell exploded on the stream bank behind the squad, showering the scouts with dirt and water. He realized that Teldis had stopped making any noise, but did not break his gaze from the truck. More fire from the pintle gun sprayed along the bank, and Ras ducked back with a cry. "Emperor's hairy ass!" the scout yelled, waggling his hand fiercely, blood spraying from where a finger had been shot away. "Cease your blasphemy!" snapped Naaman, firing another burst of shots, this time aiming for the gunner. The orc fell away from its weapon, head split apart by a detonation within. "Do not speak of the Emperor in vain!" "My apologies, Sergeant," answered Ras, taking up his firing position again, altered blood already clotting his wounded hand. "I shall report to the chaplains for penance when we reach our brothers." The orc slewed the truck to a halt a dozen meters away. The greenskin pulled a pistol from within the cab and started firing as its passengers spilled over the side. Naaman ignored the driver and directed his fire at those disembarking. 2 orcs were dead before they hit the ground, their bodies mangled by multiple bolt-round explosions. 4 more dashed straight at the scouts, cleavers in hand, pistols spitting bullets. A lucky hit caught Naaman across the right side of his head, smashing his comlink and taking off the top of his ear. Out of the corner of his eye, Naaman saw the driver slump backwards, a neat hole in its forehead from a sniper round. "Good marksmanship, Scout Kudin," Naaman said, swapping his empty bolter magazine for a fresh one. There was no reply. Naaman glanced to his right and saw Kudin doubled up in the stream, blood pouring from a vicious gash across the side of his neck. Gethan was using the wounded scout's rifle. Naaman rose up to his full height and pulled out his combat knife as the orcs lunged towards the stream. A greenskin tried to vault over him, but he slashed at its groin as it went past, opening up a cut along its thigh from pelvis to knee, slicing through muscle and tendons. The greenskin floundered to one side as it landed, unable to keep its balance on the ruined leg. Naaman turned and fired a bolt round into its face. The battle wagon opened fire again. This time the shell exploded in the stream, shredding what was left of Teldis and ripping apart 2 orcs as they dropped down into the water. Gethan fired past Naaman as the last greenskin splashed along the waterway, the shot taking out its throat. There came a brief pause. The orcs from the first truck were all dead. Those from the other were running along the bank to close with the scouts. The battle wagon ground forward slowly,
smoke drifting from the muzzle of its cannon as the orc gunner clumsily reloaded. "One thing at a time," Naaman said to nobody in particular. He reached down to his belt and pulled free a perfect sphere of dull metal. There was a rune etched into it. The activation sigil glowed red as he rubbed his thumb across it. Pulling himself up the bank, Naaman took aim on the battle wagon, bullets zipping around him, and hurled the grenade. Upturned orc faces watched the globe arcing through the air until it sailed into the back of the battle wagon. There was no explosion. Instead of fire and shrapnel, the stasis grenade erupted with a shimmering globe of energy, engulfing the battle wagon and everything within 10 meters of it. Inside that hazy bubble, time slowed almost to a stop. Naaman could see the gunner with a hand on the breech lever of the cannon. He saw the scowling face of the driver, flecks of saliva flying from between its fangs. Bullets fired by the 2 pintle gunners on the gantry hung in the air, moving so slowly they had appeared to have stopped. Orcs were frozen in mid-leap as they bundled out of the troop compartment, flecks of rust and sprays of dirt coloring the air around them. He had only bought a little more time. The stasis field was already weakening, the sphere of energy slowly but perceptibly shrinking. Naaman felt Gethan come up beside him as the sergeant took aim at the mob of orcs running towards them. "It's just us, Sergeant," whispered Gethan. "No, it isn't," Naaman replied, firing a volley into the orcs, cutting the legs from beneath a green skin. The rumble of engines Naaman had first heard a few seconds earlier became a roar of throttles as the raven-winged bikes leapt across the stream just behind the sergeant. Their bolters chattering, Aquila's squadron drove straight at the orcs, ripping a swathe through the unruly mob. Return fire rang from their armor and their bikes as they plowed into the midst of the enemy, chain swords in hand, hacking and slashing. With an audible pop of air pressure, the stasis field imploded. Bullets fired almost half a minute earlier suddenly screamed over Naaman's head. The throb of an engine being gunned brought Naaman's attention back to the functioning truck. Gunner and passengers dead, the driver accelerated straight at the sergeant. "Down!" he rasped, hurling himself into the stream, one hand dragging Gethan with him. The truck hurtled over the bank and tilted to one side, front wheel catching on a rock, sending the whole machine cartwheeling over Naaman and Gethan. It crashed in a plume of water and smoke. The driver hurled through the remnants of the windshield in a shower of glass shards. Amazingly, the orc was still alive. It dragged itself through the mud in Naaman's direction, pistol clicking empty in its grip. "Kill it!" Naaman told Gethan. The scout raised the sniper rifle and put a crystal-tipped round through the wounded orc's left eye. It shuddered for a few seconds as the sniper bullet shattered on the inside of its skull, releasing toxins through the alien's bloodstream. The distinctive crump of the battle wagon cannon echoed along the stream. A moment later, a shell exploded in the middle of Aquila's squadron. Naaman saw 2 bikes and their riders flung high into the air, armor plates spinning, engine parts flying in all directions. The twisted remains of space marines and machines crashed to the ground, trailing smoke as debris rained down into the burning grass. "Time to move on," Naaman said, pushing Gethan onto the bank. Scrambling up afterwards, Naaman saw the 2 pintle gunners on the battle wagon sighting in their direction. Even as a warning left Naaman's lips, Gethan was shredded by the hail of bullets. Holes punched through his armor and body. The scout fell backwards, red froth bubbling from his lips. Naaman spared a second to see if there was any chance of saving the scout. There was none. Had Gethan received some of the later implants, his wounds might not have been fatal, but he was simply too young, his body too normal, to survive such punishment. Naaman put a bolt around into the youth's skull to spare him any more pain, and rounded on the orcs with a fierce cry. "Death to the Xenos!" Though his body was filled with the fire of fury, Naaman directed his rage, siphoned it from a wild, uncontrollable flame into a white-hot focus. The orcs that had spilled from the back of the battle wagon became the object of his wrath. As he advanced with bolter leveled, every burst of fire hitting its mark, every salvo of rounds ending the life of an enemy. Aquila and the surviving member of his squadron circled around the battle wagon, raking it with fire, but its armor was too thick for the explosive bolts to penetrate. Hunkered in its turret, the gunner was almost impossible to hit as the cannon fired again, this time missing the speeding Raven Wing by a considerable distance. Aquila's course brought him swinging around the battle wagon and up to Naaman from behind. The sergeant throttled down and came to a stop beside Naaman, and addressed him through his external speakers.
"Head for Koth Ridge, brother," said Aquila. "I have sent warning to Master Belial, but what you have seen is far more valuable than my report."
"You have nothing to take on that battle wagon, brother," replied Naaman. "You should withdraw while you can. My life is not worth the sacrifice of yours."
"It is, brother Naaman," said Aquila.
He slapped a fist to his chest in salute.
"Not just for what your head contains, but also for what is in your heart. You make the 10th Company proud, Naaman. Exulta nominis imperialis. I can think of no other to serve as the best example to those who would be the battle brothers of the future."
Before Naaman could reply, Aquila opened up the throttle and sped away, the scout sergeant's parting words lost in the bike's roar. The two riders lanced through the orc mob with mounted bolters and flashing chain swords. In the thick of the fighting, Aquila's companion was wrenched from his bike when his chain blade caught in an orc's chest. Surrounded by greenskins, he battled on, cutting down 2 more foes. His defiance was cut short by another shell from the battle wagon, which tore apart the Dark Angel and orcs without distinction. All that remained was Naaman, Aquila, and the battle wagon. The Raven-Wing sergeant lifted his chain sword to the charge position and drove straight at the flank of the armored vehicle. The prow of his bike smashed into the battle wagon's right track, shredding links and buckling wheels. The impact hurled Aquila forwards, the sergeant bouncing against the slab side of the armored transport. As he tumbled, Aquila grabbed the top of the troop compartment. The bike exploded as Aquila dragged himself over the side of the truck. Flames crackled from the battle wagon's engine as ruptured fuel lines sprayed their contents across the grass. Through the smoke and fire, Naaman saw the black armored figure smash his way through the back of the driver's cab. A moment later, a severed orc head sailed from the window and bounced through the burning grass. "For the lion!" Naaman shouted, believing that Aquila would make it out alive. All he had to do was kill the gunner. With a blast that hurled Naaman to his back and sent debris hundreds of meters into the air, the battle wagon exploded. Track links and pieces of engine showered down on the flattened grass and fell into the burning crater where the battle wagon had been. As ragged shards of metal continued to thud into the dirt around him, Naaman headed into the devastation to look for Aquila. There was a slim chance that the sergeant had avoided the worst of the detonation, and his power armor had protected him. He found a black armored leg, sheared bone jutting from the cracked and stained ceramite. After that, Naaman gave up. He didn't want to find anything else. Returning to the stream, Naaman piled the bodies of his dead scouts under the lip of the bank and covered them roughly with branches and ripped up clods of earth and grass, hoping that the orcs would not find and mutilate the corpses. When the Dark Angels had destroyed the orcs, Naaman would come back and ensure the remains were returned to the chapter for the proper funeral rites. He took one of the sniper rifles and refilled his ammunition pouches. Buggies with searchlights and the headlamps of half-tracks were panning left and right in the distance, scouring the pre-dawn gloom. The fight had obviously attracted attention from the orcs. He had to get moving. Veteran Sergeant Naaman once more broke into a loping run,
heading for Koth Ridge. Chapter 3. The Tale of Nestor. Hold the Line. The crest of Koth Ridge was a mess of activity. Like ants building a nest, hundreds of Piscina troopers were using spades and trenching tools to dig what defenses they could. Empty ammunition crates were filled with the dirt from these foxholes and used to make barricades, while clearing teams worked further down the eastward slope, using saw and flamer to hack and burn away the cover provided by scattered trees and thick mats of waist-high thorny bushes. Other squads labored at digging up the boulders that dotted the hillside, but only the smallest could be moved and rolled up the slope to improve the defenses. Amongst the grey and green fatigues of the defense troopers stood the green-armored figures of the Dark Angels, both directing the labor and keeping watch for the approaching orcs. Apothecary Nestor walked through the throng, his white armor standing out amongst his brethren. He was looking for the field commander, Sarpedon. Nestor spied the interrogator chaplain's black armor and bone-colored robe amongst a squad of devastators standing guard from a sandbagged position to the north. The troopers stayed clear of Nestor's path as he strode along the line. A few bobbed their heads and touched a finger to the peaks of their caps in deference. Most turned away and busied themselves with their work. Nestor could sense their fear, even though they tried to keep their nervous expressions hidden. The tang of the sweaty air was tinged with adrenaline. The back-breaking work was as much to keep their minds occupied as it was to erect a defensive line against the orcs. Anticipation, foreboding, was just as much a threat to the Koth Ridge defenders as orc guns and knives. Sarpedon finished his conversation with the devastators as Nestor approached. The interrogator chaplain walked away from the squad as the apothecary waited respectfully for his superior to join him. "Brother Chaplain, I wish to speak with you," Nestor called out when Sarpedon was a few paces away. The chaplain's skull-faced helm was hung from his belt, revealing Sarpedon's square-jawed face, his broad cheeks each etched with a scar in the shape of the Dark Angel's winged sword symbol. "Brother Nestor, how can I be of assistance?" asked the chaplain, stopping in front of Nestor. "I am concerned by the lack of medical supplies possessed by the Free Militia," said the apothecary. "It seems that they have brought only the most basic medikits from Cadalus Harbor. Could you request that Master Belial sends more of the apothecarian supplies from the city?" "Do you have sufficient supplies and equipment to attend to our battle brothers?" asked Sarpedon, his expression impassive. "I foresee no shortages, if the estimates concerning the coming engagement are correct," replied Nestor. "You have told me that we should not suffer any significant casualties. Is that estimate to be revised?" "Negative, Brother Apothecary. Master Belial has passed on the report of Ravenwing Sergeant Aquila, which estimates enemy numbers to be in the low hundreds. We have good fields of fire, an elevated position, and our defensive posture is highly advantageous. There are no reports of heavy enemy vehicles or war machines, and little, if any, support weapons or artillery. We dominate the field. Additional forces are en route to our position from Cadalus Harbor." Nestor glanced west towards the city, and then looked east where dust clouds and smoke could be seen at the foot of the ridge. Dawn was slowly spreading across the plain, revealing the vehicles and mobs of the orcs a few kilometers away. "It is unlikely that reinforcements will arrive before the orcs, Brother Apothecary," said Sarpedon, guessing Nestor's thoughts. "Master Belial is extricating such squads as are available from the fighting in the docks. Withdrawing troops from such a position is time-consuming if they are to arrive here intact. It is imperative that the orcs do not gain any foothold on Koth Ridge. If they do so, they will be able to attack our reinforcements as they arrive." "I will keep the brothers fighting whatever the orcs bring against us, brother,"
said Nestor. "While a dark angel still breathes, no orc will set foot on this ridge. I am still concerned for the well-being of our allies. Casualties amongst the defense troopers will be much higher. We are relying upon their continued survival to add weight to our position. I believe that we should provide their medical officers with whatever assistance we can to ensure that happens." "The Piscina force is suffering heavily in the city. We cannot divert supplies from that battle zone. It would be self-defeating to shore up the defense here, only by allowing the orcs to break free of the city. The Piscina officers will have to do what they can with the resources at hand, Brother Nestor." "I understand," said the apothecary. "Where do you wish me to take my place in the defense?" Sarpedon's grey eyes scanned up and down the ridge. A thin smile twisted his lips as his gaze fell upon Squad Vigilus at the heart of the defensive line. The Terminators from the Deathwing Company wore huge suits of bone-white, multi-layered armor, capable of shrugging off fire from anti-tank weapons and heavy artillery. "I think that Sergeant Scalprum and his Devastators would benefit the most from your presence," said the chaplain. Nestor nodded in agreement. It was unlikely the Deathwing would require Nestor's attention, given the apparent lack of heavy weapons possessed by the orcs. "The blessing of the Lion upon you," said Sarpedon, patting a hand on Nestor's shoulder pad. "May you stand tall in his eternal gaze, Brother Chaplain," Nestor replied. The two parted, and Nestor continued towards Sergeant Scalprum. The Devastator's leader had split his warriors between two crate-lined emplacements, one covering the broken-down ruins of an old hunting lodge, 1/2 kilometer down the slope, the other with a wide arc of fire overlooking the approach to the line of troopers to the south. Each combat squad of 5 Space Marines included a heavy bolter and a plasma cannon, the first for cutting through the massed orc infantry, the second for destroying their light vehicles. "Hail, Brother Apothecary," Scalprum greeted Nestor. "I think you will be using your bolt pistol more than your Narthesium in this battle." "I share your confidence, Brother Sergeant," replied Nestor. Flexing his left fingers, Nestor activated the Narthesium gauntlet, a whirring bone saw spinning into life beneath his fist. "Of course, the Narthesium can be used to wound as well as heal, brother. I'm glad that Master Belial saw fit to dispatch me to your side with such speed." Scalprum laughed. "It did give me a moment's pause for thought when I saw that Thunderhawk landing, and only you walking down the ramp," said the sergeant. "I wondered if perhaps there was something Master Belial was not telling us." "Rest assured that my hasty entrance was only made possible because I had been tending to our wounded behind the front line in the city. Those who are more involved are proving difficult to extricate without unnecessary risk."
"I heard the same from Brother Sarpedon," said Scalprum. "With the strength of the Lion to protect us, I think that our battle brothers will arrive to find the battle already won."
"Let us hope that is the case," replied Nestor. "Has there been any update from Sergeant Aquila?" Scalprum's armor whined as he shook his head.
"No, there has been nothing more from Aquila since we received his last transmission early this morning," said the sergeant. "There was some sporadic fighting about 2 hours ago at the foot of the ridge. If we had not sent the rhinos back to Cadalus to pick up the reinforcements, we might have intervened. As it was, there was nothing we could do from here. Though I hope I am wrong, I believe our brothers in the Raven Wing and 10th Company have made the ultimate sacrifice, bringing us warning of the orc advance."
Nestor looked out across the brightening slope and wondered what had become of Aquila and the others. 2 of the Ravenwing squadron had not yet had their progenoid glands removed for the chapter stores. Containing the gene seed of the Dark Angels, these implants were vital to the creation of future generations of Astartes. When we have pushed back the greenskins, we will conduct a search and ensure the bodies of our fallen brethren are attended to by the proper rites," said the apothecary. The thought brought something else to Nestor's mind, and he turned back to Scalprum. He opened the data panel in the side of the bulky Narthesium, enclosing his left forearm and hand. Tapping in a sequence of digits, he brought up a list of names. "If my records are correct, brothers Anduriel, Mephael, Saboath, and Zarael still have progenoid glands intact," said the apothecary.
"That is correct,"
replied Scalprum. He stabbed a finger to 3 of the devastators in the emplacement with them.
"Mephael, Saboath, and Zarael are here. You'll find Anduriel in the other combat squad."
"I'm sure they will continue to guard the chapter's due for some time to come, until we may relieve them of their burden in more peaceful circumstances," said Nestor, retracting the blade of the Narthesium. "Your squad was involved in the fighting in Cadalus Harbor. Is there anything else I should be aware of?" Scalprum looked at his squad, one hand resting on the holstered bolt pistol at his waist.
"There is nothing acute that needs tending to. Saboath has a crack in his left femur. Hasmal has a laceration to his right side, and Anahel has a torn preomnor that has been causing him some discomfort."
Nestor nodded as he committed these facts to his memory. As rugged as Space Marine physiology was, the intrusive treatments and surgery of battlefield medicine were always a short-term measure. Being unaware of an existing injury or condition greatly increased the risks of any intervention. Sometimes it came down to preserving the life of a battle brother for a few hours, whilst knowing that the treatment itself would kill him later. Such were the hard lessons of the apothecarian, and Nestor's tutor, Brother Menion, had talked at length regarding the difficult decisions every apothecary would face. It was these minutes and hours before battle that always tested Nestor's resolve, more than the blood and shouts of the wounded. When battle was in motion, training and experience ensured that Nestor acted without hesitation, and could make such harsh decisions without a moment's remorse or reflection. In the cold, quiet time before and after battle, it was far harder to be so dispassionate. Nestor excused himself from the devastators and found a patch of shade behind a jutting pillar of rock. He looked south, where the Koth Ridge dropped dramatically down to end in cliffs, beneath which the Piscina Ocean crashed against jagged rocks. Further out, the sheet of blue seemed still, untouched by the conflict that had engulfed this small upthrust of land. He took a deep breath and absorbed the calm radiating from the sea. He pushed away the bleak thoughts of what injuries might befall the brothers behind him, painful fates that he knew with microscopic precision, and quietly recited the litanies of diagnosis, salvation, and mercy. While he strengthened his will with these words, part of Nestor detected the approaching growl of engines, and the stronger presence of hydrocarbons carried on the wind from the east. The comm chimed in his ear, and Sarpedon's calm tones cut through Nestor's recital of the prayers of battle.
"Enemy in sight, 0350, Devastator range in 1 minute. Our faith is our shield."
Nestor unholstered his bolt pistol and headed back to his place in the line. His autosenses darkening to filter out the bright morning sun, Nestor watched the devastators performing their duty. The Orc army was approaching in 2 waves. A swift-moving body of vehicles, followed some distance behind by their infantry. Nestor could see that the greenskin approach was fatally flawed. Carried away by their enthusiasm for battle, the bike riders and buggy crews raced ahead of the main force. It was probable that the Orc commander wished to use the faster elements of the force to occupy the Koth Ridge defenders, while the foot-slogging Orc warriors moved up the slope. In theory, that was not such a bad decision, but Nestor could tell at a glance that the plan would not work. The Orc light vehicles were not numerous enough,
nor carried enough firepower to face the Space Marines and Free Militia force on their own. Though dozens of Orc vehicles streamed up the slope, leaving plumes of smoke and dust in their wake, the defenders had every advantage of position and elevation. The las cannons of the Free Militia opened fire first, streaks of blue energy lancing down the ridge at the oncoming vehicles. The firing was premature and somewhat inaccurate, but several half-tracked bikes were turned into smouldering piles of slag by the blasts. The brack of autocannons joined the rip of laser energy, splitting the air. Grass and mud and stone and metal and flesh were sent flying along the slope in almost equal measure as the guns stitched their mark across the rock-strewn ridge. With a deep thrumming, Brother Saboath charged up his plasma cannon. Coils glowed bluish-white with the build-up of energy, and sparks danced from the vented muzzle of his weapon. Without haste, he altered his aim a little to the right. Nestor followed the muzzle of the gun and saw a squadron of war buggies racing recklessly up the slope, bouncing across rocks and narrow fissures. With an explosive wave of compressing air, Saboath fired. A miniature star erupted from the plasma cannon, casting harsh shadows as it flew down the slope to crash into the foremost buggy. The vehicle's engine block disintegrated in a shower of molten metal and superheated fuel, the vapor of which ignited, engulfing the vehicle in a sheet of blue fire, incinerating the driver and gunner, melting the tires and warping the chassis. The wreck smashed to pieces on a boulder, hurling burning oil and red-hot bolts across the thin grass. Patches of smoking plastic and cooling metal dotted the mud and rocks, amongst the spreading patches of fire. "Good hit, brother," said Nestor. "The first shot is always the easiest," replied Saboath. Another ball of ravening energy seared down the slope from the other combat squad, punching clean through the side of another buggy to erupt from the other side in a spray of molten steel and liquefied flesh. The whine of the plasma cannon's generators grew in pitch as the weapons recharged. "Mark target at 53,700 meters," announced Sergeant Scalprum. Nestor realized the Devastator Sergeant was using the broad address frequency, talking to the Free Militia as well as the Dark Angels. He looked in the direction described by Scalprum and saw a few dozen smaller green-skinned slaves, the Gretchen, maneuvering crude artillery pieces into position behind a cluster of low rocks. Two of the war machines were large-bore cannons mounted on wheeled platforms. Another appeared to be some kind of engine-powered catapult. There were two other war machines, large rail-mounted missiles, each twice the size of a space marine. The Gretchen crews, whipped into action by burly Orc overseers in heavy masks, jostled and struggled to point their artillery up the slope. Nestor heard the multiple pops of mortars firing from the sandbagged enclaves behind him in response to Scalprum's instructions. Craning his neck, he followed the blur of the bombs sailing into the overcast sky and watched them fall on the Orc war machine position. Half the bombardment fell short, exploding harmlessly against the rocks, but 4 or 5 bombs landed in and around the big guns, shredding the crews with shrapnel, dismounting one of the crude rockets. All along the ridge to the left and right, the Dark Angels and Free Militia poured fire into the attacking Orcs. Smoking wrecks and charred green corpses littered the slope, where fires were growing in strength, crawling up the ridge towards the defenders, hurried on by the prevailing wind. The smoke was as much a hindrance to the Orcs as the defense troops, as bikes crashed onto unseen rocks and buggies tipped into hidden gorges. The Devastators had no problem seeing their targets, the thermal vision of their auto-senses cutting through the thickening bank of smoke as easily as their plasma cannons cut through the armor of the Orc vehicles. To the north, Nestor's left, the crack of Orc guns intensified. Half a dozen buggies raced along the ridge, parallel to the defenders' line, machine guns and cannons ripping into sandbags and punching holes into the dirt-filled crates and boxes protecting the defense force. Here and there, an incautious trooper fell back blooded, but for the most part the soldiers kept their heads down, and the furious fusillade passed over them, or was stopped by the makeshift barricades. A strange whistle cut through the hammer and clamour of fighting, attracting Nestor's attention. Corkscrewing wildly, the remaining Orc rocket flew up through the cloud, trailing flames and sparks. The defense troopers turned tripod-mounted, heavy stubbers to the sky, tracer bullets leaping up to meet the arcing missile. This fire missed its mark, and the rocket completed its rising course and dipped sharply towards the ridgeline. The steady roar of heavy bolters erupted close to Nestor, as the Devastators opened up on a squadron of bikes that had come within range. The apothecary ignored the Orc vehicles, racing closer to the Devastator's position, and kept fixed on the trajectory of the missile. Beneath it, troopers hurled themselves to the ground, throwing themselves into foxholes and slit trenches. The rocket landed behind the front line of defenders, crashing to the rocks in the middle of a mortar battery. The impact threw up a huge plume of mud and rock shards, but there was no explosion. At first, Nestor thought the warhead had failed to detonate, but as shaken men popped up their heads, looking around in disbelief, the ground began to vibrate. A pulse of green energy erupted from the crater where the rocket had landed, rippling through the air and ground. Where the green wave touched something, it tossed the man or object into the air, shaking apart guns and hurling troopers tens of meters into the sky, bones snapping, limbs contorting unnaturally. Nestor could feel the weak edges of the vibration through his feet, and the particles of dirt on the crate barricade danced with the reverberations. The pulse disappeared, and the unfortunate troops that had been picked up dropped to the ground like stones, their falls breaking necks, cracking open skulls, and crushing organs. Nestor could see a dozen soldiers not moving, twice that number rolling around or trying to crawl to safety. Secondary detonations from the cache of bombs popped inside the mortar pit, scattering metal fragments through the survivors. A glance to his right confirmed to Nestor that the Devastator's position was still secure. The tangled wreckage of 5 bikes smoked and sparked further down the slope, the closest at least 300 meters away. He was about to set off towards the injured troopers to see if he could assist when the rocket pulsed again. The shock wave was slower this time, but more violent. The ground rippled like a pool when a stone has been tossed into it. Dirt and rocks exploded in a growing circle, hurling more troopers from their feet. The barricades they had labored so hard to erect were cast down by the pulse, shallow trenches collapsing, burying those inside with stones and dirt. Into this devastation roared buggies and war bikes, guns blazing. Nestor saw a young officer pull himself to his feet, straighten his cap, and then collapse again as a hail of bullets ripped into his chest and gut. The handful of mortar crew that had luckily survived the rocket impact dragged themselves across the ground, bullets tearing trails around them. A youthful trooper leapt bravely over a wall of sandbags, a grenade in hand. His face disappeared into a bloody mush, and the primed grenade flew from his fingers, exploding amongst his squad mates. Their drivers cackling, buggies veered and swerved through the emplacements, bouncing over the dead and wounded, crunching bones beneath their wheels, guns hammering a staccato beat of death. A small Orc half-track roared through the chaos, a fuel tank trailer bouncing madly behind it. Flames licked from its barrel-shaped turret, indiscriminately setting fire to ammunition stores and troopers. Burning men flailed through their fellow troopers, spreading the panic. Nestor set off at a run, bolt pistol ready. Behind him, he heard Scalprum barking orders at the split combat squad, directing their fire along the ridgeline. Just ahead of the apothecary, Sergeant Vigilus and his Terminators advanced through the breach in the line, storm bolters roaring, the flickering of rounds blurred against the dancing flames. Reinforcements poured in from further up the line, great-coated officers bellowing at their men to take up the empty positions. Having wreaked considerable carnage, the Orc vehicles screeched away back down the slope, evading the vengeance of the Dark Angels and Piscina troopers arriving at the break in the defenses. Nestor arrived as the Deathwing took up a firing position within one of the half-ruined emplacements. The apothecary saw nothing but charred bodies within and moved on, heading for the mortar pit. A choking sob to his right drew Nestor's attention, and he slowed to search through mangled bodies sprawled between the rocks and boxes. A trooper surged from a pile of corpses, one leg trailing uselessly after him, his face masked with drying blood.
"Help me!"
he begged, falling down just in front of Nestor.
"What is your name, trooper?"
The apothecary rolled the free militiaman to his back, ignoring his cries of pain. His left thigh was a gory mess, broken bone jutting through the flesh. As Nestor's fingers twitched at the controls of the Narthesium, a scalpel blade snicked from his index finger. Holding the struggling man down with his other hand, Nestor sliced open the wound on the trooper's inner leg. Magnifying his autosenses, the apothecary examined the blood flow and concluded that the soldier's femoral artery was intact. He was suffering from an oblique fracture in the distal zone of his femur. He could be saved.
"Your name?"
Nestor asked again.
"Lemmet, sir,"
the man said between haggard gasps.
"Do not be afraid, Trooper Lemmet,"
Nestor said calmly.
"What I am about to do will hurt a lot, but it will save your leg. Do you understand?"
Lemmet nodded, eyes wide with fear. None of the painkillers in the Narthesium could be used. They would put any non-Astartes into a coma if they didn't kill Lemmet outright. With his free hand, Nestor ripped Lemmet's belt from his waist and thrust it between the trooper's teeth.
"Bite on this if you need to,"
said Nestor. The apothecary fixed the bone first, pulling apart the fracture and resetting it while Lemmet howled in agony. Nestor cut the audio feed on his helmet to blank out the distraction. Selecting the medical riveter, he worked the Narthesium along the broken bone, fixing the two pieces in place. It only took a few seconds, but when Nestor glanced at Lemmet, he saw the man had passed out. As with the painkillers, the stimulants in Nestor's possession were too strong for a normal human. Quickly checking that Lemmet's breathing and pulse were still within tolerable limits, Nestor decided to let him stay unconscious. Using a quick seal in resin, the apothecary bonded the riveted pieces of thigh bone. Switching attachments, he sprayed a fine mist of biological adhesive on the wound and pulled together the sides of the incision he had made, holding them together for a few more seconds until the adhesive had dried. Retracting the adhesive dispenser, he made double sure by stitching along the wound with the auto-suture. Checking that the man had no other acute surface injuries or internal damage, Nestor picked up Lemmet and carried him to a wall of dirt-filled boxes and leant him against the crates, propping up the damaged leg with a rock.
"Wake him up and give him some water,"
the apothecary instructed a passing sergeant, who accepted the Space Marine's order without question and knelt beside Lemmet uncapping his canteen. Nestor moved on, the experience of the procedure filed away in his memory for future reference. He came across a badly burned trooper who stared at the apothecary with one eye from a blackened, twisted face. Lowering to one knee, Nestor could see that the man's chest was burnt through to the sternum and showed the line of ribs down his left-hand side. Subdermal burns extended over a third of his torso, a purplish fluid leaking from the open wounds. Death was a certainty. He placed his left hand across the trooper's face, obscuring his view. With his right hand, Nestor pulled his combat knife from his belt and punched it quickly but smoothly through the exposed ribs, puncturing the heart. The unfortunate trooper trembled for a moment and fell still. The apothecary wiped his knife clean on the man's tunic and sheathed it. He stood up and looked around for someone else needing his aid. He saw a cluster of men gathered around another lying on the ground, one of them thumping the trooper's chest to get his heart started. Nestor took a step towards this group when the comm chime sounded. "Brother Nestor, infantry assault imminent. Return to combat position," instructed Brother Sarpedon.
"Confirm, Brother Chaplain," replied Nestor. He gave the dead and the wounded one last look and turned away, heading back to the devastators. As he strode along the ridge, he could see that the Orcs had paid heavily for their tactical naivete. Dozens of vehicles smoked along the ridge side, the bodies of those Orcs that had tried to escape lying next to their wrecked bikes and buggies. Other than the breakthrough at the site of the rocket strike, the Orcs had not managed to get closer than a couple of 100 meters from the defense line. Now the mass of the Orcs poured forwards, hundreds, if not thousands, of green-skinned warriors hurrying up the slope as their cannons boomed behind, and the catapult launched bombs that exploded in the air above the defenders, raining down red-hot metal shards. Something clanged from Nestor's shoulder just before he reached Squad Scalprum. He glanced to his left and saw the white paint on his pad scraped away, revealing the grey ceramite beneath. Something hissed at his feet. He bent down and picked it up, examining the fragment between thumb and forefinger. It appeared to be a piece of bolt. The thread melted, head warped by the explosion that had thrown it against the apothecary. Nestor tossed the piece of shrapnel away. If that was the worst threat the Orcs had to offer, it would only be the lightly armored troopers that would need his attention. As the Orcs died in their hundreds, Nestor did not think of it as a massacre. It was simply a cleansing, as one might purge a wound of infection. The Free Militia and Dark Angels purged Koth Ridge of the Orc infection, with las cannon and autocannon, mortar and heavy bolter, plasma cannon and heavy stubber. The apothecary had not even fired his weapon yet. No Orc had survived to come within range.
"This is Interrogator Chaplain Sarpedon to all defense forces. Those without eye protection should avert their gaze from the east. Incoming bombardment from orbit. I repeat, incoming orbital bombardment includes plasma attack. Do not look at the attack site with unprotected eyes. Attack to commence in 180 seconds.
"This should be worth seeing," said Scalprum. Nestor nodded and increased his autosense visual filtration to maximum. Koth Ridge darkened in his eyes, the swarm of aliens clambering over gullies and running through clusters of rocks, becoming a darker shadow in the gloom.
"This is Brother Sarpedon," the chaplain said over the Dark Angel's ciphered comm channel. "The unrelenting fury is cleared for a short pass only. Orcs are still in control of the defense laser site at Catalyst Harbor. If the bombardment does not break the Orc attack, we cannot expect further orbital support. Ready your weapons and your souls, and believe in the purity of our cause."
"Confirm, Brother Chaplain," Nestor heard Sergeant Vigilus reply. "Any further information on the arrival of reinforcements from the city?"
"Transports and armored vehicles have left Catalyst Harbor. Time of relief estimated at 4 hours. Expect to hold until dusk."
"Understood, Brother Chaplain," said Vigilus. "We shall be the shield of Catalyst." Nestor looked up into the grey sky. Even without the cloud, he would have been able to see nothing of the Dark Angel's battle barge, maneuvering into firing position hundreds of kilometers above. The unrelenting fury would be dipping down towards Piscina's atmosphere, rotating about its axis to bring the dorsal bombardment cannons to the correct angle. Shells the size of buildings were being loaded into massive breaches. Much of the size and weight was ablative shielding that would melt away during entry into the planet's atmosphere, while armored turrets like small city blocks turned slowly into position. The first salvo appeared as two blurs, barely visible through Nestor's darkened autosenses. They streaked groundwards, punching out of the cloud at ultrasonic speed. The warheads had been set to airburst, exploding 500 meters above the Orcs, 2 kilometers from the defenders of Koth Ridge. 2 stars burst into life against the darkened vista. Even through the filter of his autosenses, the blossoms of plasma were bright enough to make Nestor's surgically improved eyes water. The explosions scorched the sky, raining down fire, a shockwave advancing ahead of a sheet of flame, obliterating everything in its path. Molten destruction rained down on the orcs, consuming a swathe of the advancing greenskins in a bright conflagration. Nestor heard the strangely high-pitched shrieks of the orcs, the cries of blinded troopers too stupid to have heeded Sarpedon's warning, an ear-splitting crack of air and water molecules being ripped apart. An area half a kilometer across was devastated in 3 seconds. Shattered rocks turned to glass, orcs reduced to a haze of ash and dust, patches of grass and stands of bushes no more. 2 overlapping smooth-sided craters were all that remained of the hundreds of orcs that had been beneath the twin detonations. Rocked by the suddenness of the attack, the orc advance stopped in its tracks. There were fearful shouts, while a few of the greenskins fired their guns vainly at the clouds, yelling defiance. Some of the orcs were evidently clever enough to realize the bombardment could not strike too close to the ridgeline without hitting the defenders. This orcish wisdom spread through the lines, and the army broke into a charge, striking up the slope in their hundreds. Ranting and panting, the orcs closed on the Dark Angels and the Piscina troopers, but it was not to their benefit. Although safe from death from above, the orcs now plunged into range of the bolters and lasguns of the Koth Ridge defenders. A storm of red las beams streaked down the hillside, while bolters and storm bolters coughed death at the oncoming wave of greenskins. As the most headstrong orcs were cut down by the volleys of fire, 2 more shells plunged down from orbit, this time set for a ground burst. The whole of Koth Ridge jolted underfoot as the pair of shells exploded inside the rock of the slope. Thousands of tons of debris erupted into the air with all the violence of one of Cadalus' many volcanoes. Blooded and battered orc bodies fell like rain. A long stretch of the slope sheared away and tumbled down into the East Barrens as a massive landslide of rocks and corpses. A beam as blindingly bright as the plasma detonations lanced into the sky from many kilometers behind Nestor. The power of the shot boiled a hole through the clouds, and a few seconds later there came a sharp rumbling, like a compressed crack of thunder. The orcs had worked out how to fire the defense laser. "Did they hit?" barked Nestor. The comm stayed silent for several seconds, during which the apothecary and the other Dark Angels nearby looked at each other. "Negative," replied Sarpedon. "Close miss. The shields took the brunt of the residual radiation. Master Belial is withdrawing the unrelenting fury. He does not wish to gamble on the orcs improving their aim. It is just us now. Give the enemy no respite. Pour our wrath upon this foul horde, and remember that we defend one of the Emperor's worlds." The chaos and confusion of close battle engulfed Koth Ridge. To the north, Piscina troopers unleashed disciplined volleys of lasgun fire into the charging orcs, while their heavy weapons continued to pound away with lasbolt and shell and bomb. Scalprum's devastators added their bolter fire to that of the plasma cannons and heavy bolters, reaping a harvest of death through the packed mobs of the greenskins. With bullets whipping past over the barricade, Nestor added his own fire to the fusillade, picking off those few orcs that managed to struggle through the storm of plasma blasts and bolts. Despite the heavy casualties, the greenskins pushed up the slope into the teeth of the onslaught, using what patches of cover remained to close with their enemies. Barely 100 meters from the Free Militia were the clustered remains of a building compound, abandoned for centuries, partly swallowed up by grass and bushes. Within the tumbled walls and half-destroyed outhouses, several dozen orcs found shelter. They fired over the tumbled-down bricks at the Piscina troopers with little accuracy, but a considerable weight of fire. As soldiers were forced behind their barricades, more orcs streamed forwards into the lessened fire, scrambling up the steep slope to take cover behind rocks and in gullies and hollows. Nesta heard Sarpedon barking orders over the comm, demanding that the Free Militia draw more troops into the fight from further north to ensure the line held. While orc rockets and bombs fell amongst them, the troopers were reluctant to leave their slit trenches and emplacements. Exasperated, Sarpedon ran from the Dark Angel's position, his robes fluttering behind him, a glowing power sword in his hand.
"Squad Vigilus, Brother Acutus, with me!" bellowed the interrogator chaplain. "Into the enemy! Drive them back!"
The Deathwing Terminators of Squad Vigilus stomped down the slope, storm bolt of fire exploding across the rocks and walls protecting the orcs. From the midst of the squad emerged Brother Lexicanium Acutus, wearing the distinctive blue robes of the librarium. In one hand he carried an ornate carved staff, topped with a marble carving shaped as the winged sword of the chapter. With the Terminators gathered close to shield him against the bullets and blasts of energy flying from the guns of the orcs, Acutus raised the staff above his head, grasping it in both hands. Psychic energy flared along the length of the staff, crackling from crystal symbols embedded into the haft. Dirt and stones circled the librarian in a psychic gale. Sparks erupted from the ornate structure of crystalline wires around his head. Acutus swept the staff down in front of him. A short distance in front of the Terminators, molecules tore apart with a shrill screech. The librarian cleaved a rent in the fabric of reality, opening up a gash between the material and immaterial. Colors and sounds swirled from the breach, scintillating and blinding. Following the librarian, the Deathwing stepped into the vortex and disappeared. A few seconds later, Nesta glimpsed a second tear appear beside the walls of the ruined compound. The Deathwing advanced out of the void, the flare of storm bolters lighting the inside of the moss-covered walls. Brother Amidiel let loose the fury of his heavy flamer, a burst of white fire roaring through the ruins, exploding from shattered doors and windows, roasting alive everything inside. The orcs poured from their hiding holes, some with patches of flamer fuel still burning their flesh, clubbing and chopping at the Terminators. The Deathwing attacked back with glowing power fists and whirring chain fists, smashing bone, pulping organs, and slashing through flesh. Acutus emerged from his warp walk, staff tipped by a glowing scythe of psychic energy. A wide, arcing blow sliced the heads from 3 orcs. Another cut the legs from beneath 2 more. The orcs had seen enough and fled the ruins, the bolts of the Deathwing roaring after them. Nesta had no time to see what happened next, as a warning shout from Scalprum heralded another orc push against the Devastators. The renewed attack began with the explosion of several shells around Nesta. Crates exploded into splinters that skittered from the Space Marines' armor, scratching the paint of their dark green livery, but doing little else. Spreading out to limit casualties from the devastating blasts of the plasma cannons, the orcs snarled and yelled as they pounded up the slope, trusting to speed rather than cover.
2 reloads remaining,
reported Brother Hasmal as he slammed another magazine into his heavy bolter. Beside Nesta, a plasma cannon blazed again, the blast erupting amongst the orcs, charring flesh and burning bone. Still the orcs came on, and past the green wave Nesta could see a bulkier shape advancing, some kind of walker twice the height of the orcs, with claw-handed arms and heavy guns. "Enemy dreadnought," warned Nesta.
"I see it,"
replied Scalprum. The orcs were less than 50 meters away, many of them passing into a dip in the ground that hid them from view.
"Prepare for close quarters combat,"
said Scalprum, lifting up his power fist. A shimmering blue field wreathed the heavy gauntlet, crackling along reinforced knuckles. Nesta refreshed the magazine in his bolt pistol and slipped out the bone saw from his narthecium.
There was a final hail of bolts as the orcs rushed across the last few dozen meters of open ground, but it was not enough to stop their momentum. The apothecary stayed behind the barricade and picked off orcs with his bolt pistol as they came charging straight at the squad, fanged mouths baying for blood, red eyes wild with alien ferocity. He fired into the face of an orc just a few meters away, the bolt shattering the creature's skull. The apothecary had time for one more shot through the gut of another foe, before the orcs were at the barricade, firing their pistols at point-blank range and swinging with their cleavers and mauls. Standing against the shock of the orcs' first rush, Nestor parried the first blows with the blade of his narthecium, keeping the greenskins from clambering over the battered wall of crates and sandbags. He fired into the press of green bodies until his pistol was empty. He dropped the empty weapon to the ground and punched his fist into the chin of a greenskin, trying to climb over the barricade, hurling it back. Another orc swung an axe at Nestor. The apothecary swayed back, avoiding the blow. The orc stumbled forwards as Nestor caught the creature's wrist in his empty hand, bones cracking in the Space Marine's superhuman grip. With a turn of the body, Nestor dragged the orc halfway across the crates and brought the whirring blade of the narthecium down onto its arm, shearing through just above the elbow. The orc barely noticed the injury, lifting its pistol to blaze a hail of bullets into Nestor's chest. The apothecary replied with a straight-arm jab that plunged the narthecium blade into the creature's left eye, the spinning teeth chewing into its brain. As Nestor ripped the narthecium back, Scalprum appeared next to him, dark orcish blood steaming from his power fist, and staining the golden eagle blazoned on his chest plastron.
"Saboeth is down," said the sergeant. "I'll hold here."
Nestor pulled back out of the melee at the barricade and turned to see the plasma cannon-wielding Devastator on his side. His weapon lying in the grass a short distance away, still connected to Saboeth by its power feed. The Dark Angel's faceplate and left arm were heavily cracked, and blood leaked from a long gouge down the right side of his chest. "What happened?" asked Nestor, kneeling down beside the wounded Space Marine. "Some kind of power blade," Saboeth replied, his voice quiet. "I think my secondary heart was punctured." "Any damage elsewhere? How is your arm?" "Painful. Possible dislocation." The Devastator reported his injuries as dispassionately as he would explain a fault with his armor or a weapon malfunction. Nestor removed Saboeth's helmet and examined the dilation of the blood vessels in the Space Marine's eyes. It was less than expected, the pulse sluggish. It was likely that Saboeth had been right, and he was operating with only one heart. The apothecary withdrew the bone saw and selected an adrenal booster from the narthecium. "This will cause some tightness in your chest. Tell me if you have difficulty breathing," said Nestor, as he pushed the long needle into Saboeth's carotid. The Space Marine spasmed for a second as the injection mixed with his body's boosted hormonal system. "That burns like the fires of Gehenna," Saboeth spat between gritted teeth. "Good," replied Nestor. "That means your biscopia is still functioning." The apothecary pulled open the crack in Saboeth's armor to better examine the wound. The orc power blade had cut clean through the Space Marine's fused ribcage, leaving an incision across the bone and cartilage. Investigating further, Nestor found that the tip of the weapon had grazed one of the veins leading into the secondary heart, filling the chest cavity with blood. "I'm going to close off your secondary heart function," Nestor explained. "That will stop the internal bleeding. Damage is not critical, so I should be able to operate once I have some more time. Your blood pressure will drop. You'll feel some loss of strength and perhaps a little lightheadedness. You may find it difficult to swallow, and your breathing may be affected, though I'm going to give your third lung a boost to make sure blood perfusion is maintained." "Just repair me so that I can get back to the fight, brother," said Saboeth.
Nestor nodded and set to work, injecting the secondary heart with a localized sedative and applying microclamps to the blood vessels to redirect the bloodstream through the Space Marine's regular heart. He pumped out the blood already in the chest cavity and sprayed fixative foam into the wound. The foam hardened into a spongy mass within seconds, sealing the gash and hardening around the severed ribs. It was not as good as a proper reconstruction, but it was quick and provided a temporary seal for the armor. Saboath would soon be back on his feet. With the chest injury dealt with, Nestor looked at Saboath's shoulder. After a short inspection, he concurred with the Space Marine's assessment. Dislocation was easy to fix. Rolling Saboath further onto his side, Nestor opened up a panel in the side of the Space Marine's backpack. He entered his diagnostic cipher to access the traction and compression controls of the suit's fiber bundles. "Lift your arm and straighten it as much as possible," Nestor instructed his patient. With a grunt, Saboath complied as best he could. "Get ready," Nestor warned. He punched in the automated sequence required and activated the suit's internal muscle system. With a crack and a further grunt from Saboath, the armor extended the Space Marine's arm and pushed the ball joint back into place with a twist. Pleased, Nestor deactivated the system and locked down the panel. "Watch out!" bellowed Saboath. Nestor looked round to see the Orc dreadnought looming above the barricade, flames billowing from one of its arms, its claws closing in on Sergeant Scalprum. Heavy bolter rounds pinged off its armored hull. Nestor leapt across Saboath and heaved up the plasma cannon. Rolling to his back, the apothecary fired high, aiming for the Orc machine's hull. The plasma bolt smashed into the dreadnought with a blinding explosion, knocking the machine backwards, metal droplets streaming from the molten casing. Sergeant Scalprum leapt over the barricade, swinging his power fist. Fingers splayed, the sergeant smashed his hand through the buckled metal and wrenched out a spume of wires, cables, and half-crushed gears, sparks showering from the machine. Saboath clambered to his feet, stepping over the power conduit attaching the plasma cannon to his backpack. "I think it best if I let you have this," said Nestor, holding out the plasma cannon. "Try not to get involved in any hand-to-hand fighting. I don't want you losing your other heart." Saboath grinned and put his helmet on, giving it a twist to make the seal. He took the plasma cannon from Nestor, hefting the weapon in one hand to check its readouts. "Thank you, brother apothecary," said Saboath. "I will find you after the battle is won, and you can finish the treatment." Nestor nodded and turned back to the fighting. The Orc rush had been turned back with the loss of their dreadnought. The greenskins were retreating to cover further down the slope. To the south, where more Piscina troopers were waiting, the flank of the Orc army surged again. Nestor checked his chronometer. It was less than 2 hours until the reinforcements ETA. For an hour the Orcs held off, bombarding the Imperial line with the catapult and cannons. Though many of the barricades had been thrown down by the Orc attacks, and foxholes had caved in, this bombardment had little effect on the Free Militia, and none at all on the Dark Angels. In the relative calm of air-bursting shells, Nestor had checked again on Brother Saboath's condition, refilling his suit's stimulant system from the Narthesium. Normally the apothecary wouldn't have used so much of his supply in this way, but he was beginning to agree with the predictions of Sarpedon and Scalprum. The Orcs simply did not have the kind of weapons that would be a threat to Space Marines, at least not in any numbers. Saboath's injury had been the worst, though several other Dark Angels had suffered minor inconveniences. A couple of broken bones, and a few cuts and bullet wounds through the weaker joints of their armor. Even the Free Militia were coping, their own medics better equipped than Nestor to treat the burns and cuts suffered by the troopers. Nestor was almost bored as desultory fire echoed back and forth between the two armies, an exchange that was not in the orcs' favor. "Are they massing for another attack?" asked Nestor.
"Possibly, brother," replied Scalprum. "Perhaps they await the arrival of heavier weaponry and vehicles to test us. It is an oddity that we have seen only the one dreadnought, and nothing of their battle wagons and larger guns."
"Such was also the case in Cadalus Harbour," observed Nestor. "Masses of infantry and little else. It seems our foes are poorly equipped."
"I doubt they expected to face the wrath of the Dark Angels," said the sergeant.
There was a hint in his tone that he shared Nestor's disappointment at the lack of challenge presented by the enemy.
"If they were expecting anything at all, that is. I cannot imagine this simple scum put much planning into their campaigns. Once we regain control of the defense laser, the unrelenting fury will rain down death from the heavens, and the orcs will have nowhere else to hide. We will still have to chase them down and eradicate them on the ground, brothers. Complacency is a foe as deadly as any other."
This was from Sarpedon, who entered the Devastator's emplacement, his robe tattered, stiff with the gore of the orcs.
"As you say, brother chaplain," said Scalprum.
"I feel the reinforcements may find their journey from the city has been wasted, brother," said Nestor.
"Do not be so sure," replied Sarpedon. "Lexicania Macutus senses something is stirring within the orc army. They are gathering their numbers, and he detects some new force focusing their will. Be ready for another attack." "Always, brother," said Scalprum. "Conserve ammunition and maximize your fire. I feel this battle may yet have more twists, brothers. Let us not celebrate victory before it is won."
Nestor and Scalprum bowed their heads in deference as Sarpedon left, heading towards the Deathwing squad. "A new force arriving?" said Nestor, looking at the sergeant. "The orcs seem spent to me."
"The ways of the Psyker are strange, brother," said Scalprum.
"It is best not to delve too deeply into their mysteries." "A truth I share, brother," replied Nestor. "I am more comfortable with artery and nerve than the twisting powers of the warp. Let us hope that Acutus's suspicions are nothing more than a hunch." The two of them turned back to face the slope. The orcs were certainly gathering from where they had been scattered by their unsuccessful attacks. A few hundred remained, a kilometer or so down the ridge. Plumes of smoke betrayed the arrival of several more vehicles. Nestor increased the magnification of his auto-senses and saw 3 battle wagons crawling through the mobs of orcs. One of the transports carried heavily armored orcs with colorful banners and a swarm of small Gretchen attendees. "Curious," said Nestor. He opened the comm channel. "Brother Sarpedon, direct your attention to these reinforcements. It appears that the enemy have been joined by another warlord." There was a pause, while Sarpedon investigated Nestor's report.
"I concur with your observation, brother," the chaplain eventually replied. "Vigilus est fortis maximus. Remain alert. Doubtless a fresh enemy attack is imminent. Let our weapons be the instruments of the Emperor's ire."
A few more minutes passed before the orcs poured up the slopes again. Behind the defenders, the sun was almost at the horizon, an orange orb burning through the low cloud. The long shadows of the orcs streamed behind them as they advanced with purpose through blood-slicked grass and across blackened dirt. The smoke from the battle wagons hung low to the ground as they followed behind the infantry, keeping pace. The few remaining bikes and buggies darted to the north, arcing around the right flank of the orc army. It seemed that the enemy had realized the weakness of its earlier tactic and would now attack with its infantry and vehicles together. The Piscina troopers opened fire at extreme range with their mortars, las cannons, and autocannons, eager to stave off this fresh offensive. Most of their shots fell short or were wide of their targets. Around Nesta, the devastators needed no command to hold their fire. Oblivious to the bombs of the mortars, the orcs closed together, forming 3 large groups, each shadowed by a battle wagon. One group angled north to accompany the light vehicles. The other 2 came straight on, heading directly for the Dark Angel's position. The warlord seemed determined to overcome the Space Marines head-on, perhaps correctly perceiving them to be the biggest threat despite their small number. Amongst the green-skinned warriors, Nesta saw another of the clanking dreadnoughts, waddling forwards on mechanical legs, oily smoke pouring from its engine. The grumble of the vehicle's engines rumbled up the slope. Nesta listened for a moment and realized that similar noises were coming from behind him. He turned and strode the 100 meters or so to the western slope of Koth Ridge. A couple of kilometers away, he spied a column of vehicles in the colors of the Dark Angels and Piscina Free Militia. Dark green rhino transports advanced along the road behind the guns of a Predator tank, while further down the column came the chimeras of the defense troopers. 2 heavy Lehman Russ tanks followed behind, while assault Space Marines bounded alongside the convoy with great leaps powered by their jump packs. The firing had intensified at the front line, and Nesta hurried back, certain that Sarpedon was already in contact with the reinforcements. He arrived back in the emplacement just as the devastators opened fire again, raining heavy bolt and plasma blasts down upon the orcs. The battle wagons returned fire, tracer bullets whipping past the devastators' position. A blossom of fire and smoke from a turret presaged the impact of a shell, giving the Space Marines enough warning to duck back as the impromptu barricade exploded in a cloud of splinters and dirt. Falling stones rattled against Nesta as he glanced around, checking for any injuries. Another shell exploded close to the other devastator emplacement. As more rounds fell screaming onto the ridge, it became apparent that the first strike had been a lucky hit. Explosions erupted all around the Space Marines, but none were close enough to be anything more than a distraction. While the heavy weapons of the squad continued to fire, Nesta helped Scalpram and the other brothers rebuild the barricade as best they could out of the broken remnants of the ammunition boxes and storage crates. It provided little protection against the bullets converging on them with increasing fury, but it would hamper the orcs if they tried to storm the position. More shells from the battle wagons engulfed the line, hurling shards of rock into the air. Out of instinct, Nesta glanced across to the other combat squad and was taken aback by the sight. 2 of the Space Marines lay draped over the barricade, one of them missing an arm, the other with his backpack ripped away, armor rent open. Nesta sprinted across the divide as more detonations rocked the ridge. The shockwave from a nearby impact sent him off balance. He stumbled and crashed shoulder first into a jutting boulder. Righting himself in an instant, the apothecary continued his run as the hoarse orc shouts and zing of bullets sounded ever closer. "Who has fallen, brothers?" Nesta demanded, as he leapt over the spilled dirt and broken wood from the ruptured barricade. "It is Hazrian and Anduriel, brother," came the reply. Nesta attended to Hazrian first, the Space Marine who had lost his right arm and seemed most likely to survive. The shell detonation had ripped away the whole limb, leaving a ragged hole in Hazrian's shoulder. Blood leaked slowly from shredded blood vessels, despite the Space Marine's quickly clotting blood. The apothecary blotted out the sound of bolters adding to the din, and concentrated on the task at hand. It was important to preserve as much of the existing skeletal, nerve, and blood vessel structure as possible, if a prosthetic replacement was to be viable. Hazrian's system was pumping Laraman cells through his bloodstream, which would harden into a protective layer on contact with the air. The downside of this rapid healing with major wounds was the possibility of air bubbles being trapped in the blood vessels, leading to necrosis and cell death if the Space Marine did not receive proper treatment swiftly. Nestor applied a thinning agent to slow the process, and then used the cauterizer to seal the broken vessel more completely. After injecting a cocktail of anti-inflammatory and cell growth drugs, the apothecary doused the open wound with a compound that would boost the scabbing effect of the Laraman cells coursing through the Space Marine's system. Within seconds, the whole area was encrusted by a quickly hardening scar. Nestor realized Hazrian was talking, an incomprehensible stream of words spilling quietly from his lips. "The green wave of fire brings the black reproach. The retribution flame cleanses the impure. A sky swirls with delight, bringing the stench of justice." Carefully turning the Space Marine's head, Nestor found a wide gash carved into his helmet by a piece of shrapnel. The wound did not appear to be deep, and already the scab was thick and infection-proof. The apothecary activated his interpersonal comm. "Brother Hazrian, this is Brother Nestor. What do you feel?" "The whiteness of fraternity bonds with the black wall," came the hushed reply. Hazrian's good arm twitched, his fingers forming a fist. Conventional brain damage seemed unlikely. The wound had barely scratched the Space Marine's hardened skull. Nestor searched through his memory, recalling all of the rites of diagnosis, but there was nothing that matched this symptom. The only thing that was remotely familiar was a malfunction in the catalepsian node, a small organ implanted in the cortex to allow a Space Marine to rest different parts of his brain without sleeping. The dreamlike whispering would be explained by damage to that organ. Perhaps the blow had involuntarily activated it, or somehow displaced it. As it was, Hazrian was in no fit state to fight. The catalepsian node was only employed on extended duty, as it obscured the focus required for effective combat. At a loss concerning what else to do, Nestor helped Hazrian sit up. There was no function of the narthecium that would help. With nothing else springing to mind, the apothecary brought his fist down sharply against the uninjured side of the Space Marine's helmet, jolting his head to the side. Hazrian slowly turned his head to the left and right, and then looked up at the apothecary, the lenses of his auto-senses focusing on Nestor's face. "Brother Nestor," said Hazrian, "I thought it was you." "What is your name? Where are you?" "I am Brother Hazrian of Squad Scalprum, 3rd Company of the Dark Angels. Present location is Cothridge, Piscina 4, Piscina System." Hazrian looked to his right, and then back at the apothecary. "I appear to have lost an arm, brother. Or did I just dream that?" Nestor grabbed the Space Marine's remaining wrist and helped him to his feet. "You have lost your arm, brother, but there is still fighting to be done," said the apothecary, slapping his bolt pistol in Hazrian's remaining hand. "The Emperor expects you to fight until you can fight no more." "Thank you, brother apothecary," replied Hazrian, a finger curling around the trigger of the pistol. "I shall speak your name to the lion when I am next in chapel." Nestor watched the battle brother rejoining the 3 other members of his combat squad, pistol at the ready. A moment later, Hazrian was firing into the approaching orcs, showing no after-effects from his strange episode. Nestor turned his attention to Anduriel. The apothecary assessed the damage clinically, but was forced to conclude that Anduriel's condition was best described as a bloody mess. Skin, fat, muscle, bone, and organs had been mashed together by the blast. The damage to the Space Marine and his armor was such that Nestor assumed he had taken a direct hit from the battle wagon shell. Nestor activated the interpersonal link again. Can you hear me, Brother Anduriel? The Space Marine's reply was barely a whisper, wheezed between labored breaths. You sound far away, brother, said Anduriel. I can feel nothing, and everything is dark. Are my battle brothers safe? I tried to shield them from the explosion. Your brothers are still fighting, Nestor told him. I cannot heal your wounds, brother. There was a long pause before Anduriel spoke again. I understand, brother, he said. I have yet to pass on my gene seed. Please recover it for the chapter. I will, Anduriel, I will, Nestor said, straddling the face-down Space Marine. There will be no pain. I feel nothing at all, said Anduriel, as Nestor set to work. The apothecary chanted the canticles of mercy as he removed Anduriel's helmet and laid it to one side. Placing his left palm on the back of the Space Marine's head, he fired the Narthesium's pneumatic spike, plunging 12 inches of reinforced alloy through the Space Marine's neck and into his brain. It was the quickest and least painful way to dispatch an Astartes. A Space Marine's boosted immune system and enhanced physiology would fight against lethal injections, causing discomfort and distress. Nestor checked that Anduriel was truly dead and set about his next task. With scalpels and saw, he cut away the spine and tissue obscuring the progenoid gland, located at the base of the Space Marine's neck. It was a delicate process, but Nestor's armored fingers worked with the practiced ease of 5 decades' experience. He took a Zerovac containment vial from his belt and opened it, placing the jar in the dirt beside Anduriel. With 2 more cuts and a twist, he pulled the progenoid free. Gray and glistening, it sat in the palm of his hand. Within, the gland contained all of the DNA material of the Dark Angels, dormant and sterile, ready to be grown into fresh organs for a future recruit. Nurtured inside a battle brother, it was the greatest gift to the chapter a Space Marine could give. Quickly placing the progenoid into the flask and sealing it, Nestor considered the best course of action to retrieve the twin organ in Anduriel's chest. It would be quicker to cut through and retrieve it from behind the Space Marine's thick breastplate, so Nestor set about cutting away sections of the spine and ribs, slicing away at the anterior muscles until he could see into the chest cavity. There were a few organs in the way, which Nestor efficiently cut free and placed to one side. As before, he readied a containment flask and removed the progenoid from its cluster of blood vessels, securing the precious gene seed at his belt inside a rigid pouch. He placed the parts he had removed back inside the Space Marine's body and sealed the gaping hole with biofoam. Anduriel would be returned to the chapter as whole as possible. Honor and dignity demanded it. Standing up, Nestor looked around and, to his surprise, realized the battle was won. He had been so engrossed in his gory work, he had paid no attention to the roar of tank engines cresting the ridge or the boom of cannons ripping apart the orc lines. Looking east, he saw 2 battle wagons careering away down the slope, followed by a few dozen orcs on foot. The black bikes of a Raven-Wing squadron raced after them, gunning down more of the greenskins as they fled. The apothecary looked down at Anduriel and commended the fallen warrior spirit to the Emperor and the Lion. It seemed a shame that Anduriel had not lived to see the victory he had helped to achieve. Such was the fate of all Space Marines eventually, whether young like Anduriel or as old as the veterans of the Death Wing. Nestor took heart from the fact that his ministrations of the day had ensured 2 battle brothers would survive to fight again. To become lost in regret and mourning would be a disservice to those who had given their lives for the Imperium across the 10,000 years of the Dark Angel's existence. And Uriel had fought well, with skill and courage, and now he knew the peace of death. Nestor hoped that when it was his time, he would pass with equal honor. Though the Orcs had suffered terribly as a result of their assault on Koth Ridge, estimates placed enemy casualties at 75% for a relative few Imperial fallen. The news from Cadalus Harbor was not so encouraging. Nestor listened as Master Chaplain Uriel explained the situation to Brother Sarpedon and Colonel Haynes of the Free Militia. "The Orcs are stubbornly resisting any attempt to dislodge them from the docks," said Uriel. "Twice in the last day they have attempted to break out of our cordon, and both times they have been held back by the slimmest of margins. Gazkol is probably unaware that this attempt to link with the city has failed. But if there are more Orcs to the east, we can expect them to try again. Even with the Piscina Defense Force, there are not enough warriors to effectively garrison both the city and Koth Ridge." A shout from a picket of defense troopers down the slope interrupted the chaplain. Nestor turned with the others to see what was causing the commotion. A vague shape emerged from one of the narrow gullies a few hundred meters away, and resolved into the figure of a scout sergeant, camellia-lined cloak tossed back over one shoulder. As the blooded and dirty warrior strode up the slope, Nestor recognized the new arrival as Sergeant Naaman of the 10th Company. He carried his bolter in both hands and had a sniper rifle slung over one shoulder. Of his squad and the Raven Wing squadron that had accompanied him into the east, there was no sign. Nestor hurried down to Naaman, noticing the Space Marine had a limp and that some of the blood that stained his armor and uniform was his own. The scout sergeant waved away any attempt at assistance. "Thank you for your concern, brother, but I have a more urgent need," said Naaman. His eyes were intent through the mask of dried blood that covered his face. "I need a long-range comm. I must speak with Master Belial." Sarpedon joined the pair and escorted Naaman to Uriel's Rhino, where the Master Chaplain was already stabilizing the command link. Naaman took the Prophet pickup from Uriel and slumped down onto the transport's ramp, bolter cradled in his lap. The battered-looking sergeant coughed once, took a deep breath, and thumbed the activation rune. "Brother Captain Belial, this is Veteran Sergeant Naaman, requesting permission to make my report." Chapter 4. The Tale of Naaman. Shadow Warriors. Master Belial listened without interruption, while Naaman delivered his lengthy account of what had happened in the east. Naaman simply laid out the facts of the mission, the times, places, and sightings of the enemy. He held back his observations on what this information might mean to the Dark Angel's strategy, and allowed Belial a few minutes to digest the information and consult with his advisors. He waited close to Uriel's Rhino for the Master's return signal, watching the Piscina defense troopers digging shallow graves for their fallen comrades. Several dozen more arrived along the road as dusk darkened the ridge. Some of the men were detailed to assist Apothecary Nestor as he removed Brother Anduriel's remains from the field. The 8 men lifted up the dead Space Marine with as much dignity as they could muster. But the strain soon cut through their solemn expressions, and they were puffing and sweating by the time they lowered Anduriel into the back of one of the rhinos. One young trooper caught the sergeant's eye. He leaned against the hull of the transport, mopping the sweat from his face with his sleeve, raking his fingers through his thick blonde hair. There was dust and blood on his uniform, which didn't fit well, tight across his wide shoulders, baggy along his short legs. Naaman wondered what it was like to face something like the Orcs as a normal man. Like his battle brothers, The sergeant saw himself as a military asset, and the preservation of his life was a tactical objective, the preservation of force. Several times in the past day he had come close to dying, but it was the potential of failing his mission that had motivated him to survive, not an emotional attachment to his continued existence. He knew that his deeds and his memory would live on through the chapter, and quite literally through the gene seed he had incubated within his body. So he felt none of the sense of ending that other men might feel about death. Even his name was something that Naaman was only borrowing from the Dark Angels. He knew the stories of 26 brother Naamans that had come before, and also knew that the 28th brother Naaman would learn of his actions. The young trooper, on the other hand, went against the enemy not knowing if he would be remembered or forgotten, or even noticed. He was just one amongst many thousands. Naaman was one amongst 1,000, and there was little chance his acts, heroic or cowardly as they might be, would ever be recorded for posterity. Millions of men like him died every day to protect and expand the realm of the Emperor. Looking at the blonde-haired youth, Naaman was reminded of an imperial saying, "For every battle honor, 1,000 heroes die alone, unsung and unremembered." Naaman strode across the ridge to the group of troopers catching their breath. They turned and stared at him as he approached. The sergeant ignored their surprise and raised his fist in salute to the blonde-haired trooper. "What is your name?" he asked. "Trooper Tono," the man replied hesitantly. "Can I help you, Sergeant?" "Just remember to do your duty and fight as if the Emperor himself watches you," said Naaman. "I will, Sergeant," Torno said, his gaze flickering nervously to his companions. Naaman nodded and returned to the command rhino, ignoring the confused whispers that erupted from the squad. Naaman could have heard them if he so decided, but it was better for the men to have their gossip to themselves. The comm rune was blinking when he returned, and he snatched up the handset. "This is Veteran Sergeant Naaman." "Naaman, this is Master Belial. I cannot risk the unrelenting fury for a sensor sweep of the East Barrens geothermal plant. In your estimation, what is the strength of the remaining Orc forces to the east?" "Any figure I could tell you would be a wild guess, Brother Captain," replied Naaman. "It seems that the majority of the force I witnessed was destroyed earlier today. But whether that accounts for all, some, or only a small part of the enemy army is unknown." "It occurs to me that you would have seen any ship capable of holding a much larger force." "I am not sure that the geothermal station was the landing site, Brother Captain. It may simply have been a staging area for a ship further into the Barrens. The lack of heavier vehicles, particularly large battle fortresses and war machines, suggests that, as remarkable as it may seem, we may have only encountered a vanguard of a much larger force." "I find it hard to agree with that assessment, Sergeant," said Belial. "We have already encountered 2 sizable Orc armies. It is highly unlikely that several vessels made it planet-side without detection." "It is improbable, Brother Captain, but not impossible. Without any confirmation regarding the size and location of the landing zone, any observations are pure speculation." There was a pause. Naaman assumed the company commander was deciding what to do. He did not envy Belial the choice ahead of him. There were no troops to spare from the fighting in Cadalus Harbor. But if there was still a significant threat from the east, the battle in the city would be rendered pointless. The comm crackled again. "It is my current view that the threat from the east has been neutralized. Any remaining Orc forces will be scattered. It is imperative that these remnants are not allowed to regroup. I will order an eastward push towards Indola to clear any remaining resistance. This will be an advance in force, Sergeant. I will send Sergeant Damas and his scouts to join with you at Koth Ridge. and you will provide standard reconnaissance and support observation for the eastward push. Confirm. Confirm, Brother Captain. Join with Squad Damas and recon to the east alongside the main force. Very well, Brother Sergeant. Your action in the East Barrens is exemplary of the finest traditions of the chapter. Though not full battle brothers, the names of your fallen scouts will be added to the roll of honor for the war, alongside Sergeant Aquila and his squadron. The 3rd Company owes the 10th Company a debt for the service you have provided these last few days, and your part in our victory will be lauded by your brothers. I thank you for honoring the fallen, Brother Captain. I will also honor them with my continued dedication to victory. Do you wish to speak to Brother Sarpedon? Master Uriel is now the force commander. Please bring him to the comm, Sergeant. Naaman hung up the handset and attracted Uriel's attention. As the Master Chaplain broke away from his discussions with the Free Militia Colonel, Naaman walked away and sat down with his back to a low rock, facing east. The cloud had thinned, and evening stars glimmered on the horizon, while the first curve of a moonrise crept into view. It would be some time before Damas arrived from the city. Naaman closed his eyes and was instantly asleep. With more Free Militia forces arriving from across Cadalus and airlifted from other parts of Piscina, the defense of Koth Ridge was looking more secure as Naaman and Squad Damas set out ahead of the Imperial advance. Artillery positions were being dug, linked by a growing network of trenches and emplacements. With the Free Militia continuing to dig in, the Dark Angels pressed eastwards from the ridge. Naaman and Sergeant Damas led their scouts along the southern flank, a few kilometers ahead of the other Dark Angels. There was little sign of the orcs. What debris and trails Naaman found indicated that the new warlord had retired hurriedly eastwards again, probably to regroup or perhaps to escape. Belial's orders were straightforward: hunt down the orcs and annihilate them before they could recover. Just after mid-morning, Naaman received a comm message on the long-range set Sergeant Damas had brought from Cadalus Harbour. It was a general transmission from the pilot on board one of the company's 3 Thunderhawk gunships, which had been sent on an overflight mission of the East Barrens power plant. "This is Zealous Guardian, Brother Hadrazael in command, Extremis Vindicus, contacting Task Force Uriel. Please confirm reception of this signal." "Confirm, Zealous Guardian. This is Zealous Guardian, Master Uriel, receiving your transmission." The force commander cut across Naaman. The scout sergeant motioned for the squad to halt and take cover while he listened to the exchange. "Sustained damage from anti-air fire in vicinity of East Barrens thermal plant. Losing altitude. Please confirm reception readiness for report." "I can hear you, Hadrazael," said Uriel. "Deliver your report." "Approaching sensor sweeps detected growing life-form presence in the area around the East Barrens plant. Large energy spike also detected. We approached on a circling course at 2 kilometers distance. Visually identified numerous enemy in and around the facility. Estimate 100 or more orcs. No visual identification to corroborate with energy spike signature. Engaged by multiple missile anti-aircraft vehicle of unknown design. Exotic gravimetric field warhead as well as explosives. Stabilization systems lost. Instruments erratic. Visual estimate of altitude is at 4,000 meters and falling. Zealous Guardian, this is Uriel. Describe composition of enemy forces at power plant." "No war engines or sizable armor seen. No static defenses. Buggies, dreadnoughts, and bikes in low number. Mostly infantry, Brother Chaplain. Transmission ending. Impact imminent." "Naaman!" Damas's shout dragged the sergeant's attention away from the comset. A dozen kilometers or so to the east, a dark shape plummeted out of the clouds, trailing fire and smoke. It cleared the line of ridges and seemed to settle on a stable course for a few 100 meters. Naaman could imagine Hadrazael struggling at the controls, trying to wrestle the blocky aircraft with damaged mechanical systems and brute strength. The Thunderhawk's borderline aerodynamics required complex automated systems and gravity dampeners to stay airworthy. And without them, Hadrazael's only option was to slow the inevitable descent as much as was possible and crash land. The Thunderhawk's nose dipped suddenly. Naaman could hear the whining of the Zealous Guardian's engines as they were throttled into reverse. The heavily armored gunship bobbed once, and then dived almost vertically, smashing into the ground. Stubby wings, armored plates, and tail planes spun out of the dust cloud. Naaman whipped out his monocular and through the haze and dirt could see the Thunderhawk lying on its side about 4 kilometers away. There was no sign of smoke or flames. "Secure that wreck site!" Naaman snapped to the others. "Full run! There could be orcs in that area!" As the others set off towards the rising column of dust, Naaman activated the long-range comm. "Master Uriel, this is Naaman. We have located the crash site and are moving to secure. Any further instructions?" "Negative, Brother Sergeant. Establish condition of crew and viability of gunship retrieval. If the Thunderhawk cannot be recovered, activate the onboard charges and destroy it. If possible, retrieve sensor logs before destruction." "Understood, Brother Chaplain. We'll report on our arrival." Naaman ran after the others, bolter in one hand, comm piece in the other. He jabbed the standard tactical frequency into the digipad. "Zealous Guardian, do you receive? Brother Hadrazael?" There was no reply. Damas led his scouts in a circuitous sweep around the wreck, knowing that the crash would have attracted any orcs in the area. While the scouts patrolled, Naaman headed straight for the Thunderhawk. It was laid on the port side of the fuselage, at the end of a furrow more than 100 meters long. The hull armor had been ripped away along with the wing and starboard portion of the tail. The starboard and fuselage engines emanated a thick haze of heat. Metal pinged and cracked as it settled. The armored canopy of the cockpit appeared to be intact, but there were shards of rock scattered in front of the Thunderhawk's path, where it had struck a large boulder before being halted. "This is Sergeant Naaman, approaching from the southwest," he called out, cupping a hand to his mouth. It was better than relying on the comm, and he had no desire to be shot by his own battle brothers. The assault ramp was blocked by the awkward angle of the wreckage. Naaman used the edge of the buckled roof armor as hand and footholds, pulling himself up the 6 meters to the almost horizontal starboard side of the fuselage. "This is Damas. Area is clear of enemy." "Confirm, Damas. Set up perimeter on my position, brother." "Affirmative. 300-meter perimeter on the wreck site." Naaman padded along the length of the hull to the service hatch, just behind the main cockpit area. Crouching, he punched the activation rune. There was a hiss of released gas, but the small door did not move. Slinging his bolter strap over his shoulder, Naaman opened up the manual crank and grabbed the half wheel in both hands. With a quarter-clockwise turn, he unlocked the manual bolts and heaved the hatch free, tossing it to the ground. "Brothers!" Naaman's voice echoed tinnily from the interior of the gunship. "This is Naaman!" He heard a muffled reply, probably from the cockpit. A screech of twisting metal and a thump reverberated along the hull. "Can you hear me now, brother?" came the voice again. "Brother Hadrazael, this is Naaman, 10th Company." "The fore bulkhead has sheared, blocking the entranceway. I need your help to move it." "Is there anybody else on board?" Naaman asked, dropping through the hatchway. He landed on the door on the opposite side. It was strange to see the inside of the Thunderhawk at a 90-degree angle. Naaman glanced around to orientate himself. "Brother Mephael was in the port weapons seat when we hit," said Hadrazael. "I think he is dead. Check on him first." Naaman clambered aft, along the tilted fuselage, stepping over equipment that had fallen out of the lockers, picking his way past fallen ceiling plates and dislodged cabling. He located the gunnery control position for the dorsal cannon, midway along the hull. He found the top half of a Space Marine trapped under a twisted support strut. He wore no backpack, helmet, or shoulder pads, as was usual on board a gunship. Not that their protection would have helped. There was no sign of Mephael's legs. Naaman assumed they had been ripped off in the crash. Without hope, the sergeant checked for signs of life and found none. He scrambled back to the cockpit, where the front bulkhead had buckled and torn away from the ceiling, closing off the doorway to the cockpit. Through a small triangular gap, he could see Brother Hadraziel peering through at him. "Mephael's dead, brother," said Naaman. "Let us get you out of there. Is the comm unit disabled?"
"Affirmative, brother," said Hadraziel. "Mephael's harness release had jammed. I had released my own to assist him when the ship nosedived. I believe it was the impact of my head that broke the comm."
"Are you injured?"
Hadraziel laughed. "Not significantly. The control console was hurt more than I was. Pull from your side and I will push from mine, Brother Sergeant."
Naaman grabbed the broken bulkhead, his thick gauntlets protecting his palms against the sharp edges. He braced a foot on the lip of an observation portal and pulled back. He heard a grunt from within the cockpit as Hadraziel leaned his weight against the reinforced metal. The bulkhead scraped a few centimeters, opening more of a gap. Using his bolter as a lever, Naaman prized the gap wider until Hadraziel could push his arm through.
"Step back, brother," warned the pilot. "I'll take a run up."
Naaman retreated a few meters from the doorway. A few rapid thuds of Hadraziel's boots rang from the ship, and then he smashed into the bulkhead. With a wrenching screech, the fallen wall parted from its surviving bolts and clanged down, Hadraziel falling on top of it. Naaman helped the pilot to his feet. "Sensor logs, brother?" Naaman asked. The pilot pulled a data crystal from a pouch at his belt.
"Already uploaded, brother."
Hadraziel searched through the equipment lockers and scattered debris and located his helmet and pads. His backpack was still secure in its recharging alcove, but could not be released. Naaman climbed outside first, quickly noticing the scouts patrolling around the downed Thunderhawk. He dropped to the ground as Hadraziel extricated himself from the wreck. "Command, this is Sergeant Naaman," he called over the comm. "Brother Hadraziel is fully combat functional. Brother Mephael is dead. Sensor logs intact. Request Rhino pickup from the crash site." The comm buzzed for 30 seconds. Confused by the delay, Naaman transmitted his report again. After a few more seconds, he heard the voice of Brother Sarpedon.
"Naaman, this is Sarpedon. Negative on your request, brother. Force encountering increasing resistance. Orc numbers higher than anticipated. No rhinos are available at this time. Escort Brother Hadraziel and the scanner data to Koth Ridge."
"What has happened to Brother Uriel, Brother Chaplain?" asked Naaman.
"Contact lost with Force Commander 3 minutes ago. Ravenwing Sergeant Validus reports intense fighting on the north flank. I am diverting the task force to counter the attack. Proceed to Koth Ridge on your new orders. Confirm."
"Confirm, Brother Chaplain. Escort to Koth Ridge." Naaman called Damas and the others to gather around. He related what was happening to the rest of the force with a frown. "Just how many orcs did you see at the power plant?" Damas quizzed Hadraziel.
"At least 100 infantry," replied the battle brother.
"Even if they all left immediately and headed westwards, that's not enough to account for the resistance the others are encountering," said Damas. "No, it isn't, brothers," said Naaman, keeping his suspicions to himself. Returning to Koth Ridge seemed like a good idea. He needed to speak with Belial. The wind had shifted to the south and brought with it a cold edge from the sea as night fell. Naaman waited patiently for his contact request to be answered by Master Belial, and he stood watching Hadraziel, having his injury treated by Apothecary Nestor. In the dying light, Naaman's eyes scoured the ridge for the trooper Torno.
There was no sign of him. The veteran sergeant did not know why he was so interested in the youth. He was just one of hundreds randomly picked from the mass of soldiers manning the defense line. It was that randomness that held the appeal. Naaman could have picked any of the men, and he was sure the story of the man's life would not be so different. He watched the troopers with narrowed eyes. There were so many tiny differences, short or tall, fat or thin, old or young, brave or cowardly, clever or stupid. None of those differences meant anything. For the most part, they were simply a finger on a lasgun trigger. In the grandest scheme of all, the great imperium stretching across 1,000,000 worlds, each of their lives was wholly pointless. There was nothing remarkable about any of them. Each of those men had no more impact upon the fate of the galaxy than a piece of sand would have on the orbit of a planet. But like anything else, it was quantity that mattered. Enough sand, 1 grain at a time, could tip a planet on its axis. Enough men could decide the future of worlds or the entire destiny of mankind. 1 human was unimportant. 1,000,000 were hard to ignore. 1,000,000,000. Torna was just one unimpressive man, but he was one amongst countless billions. He had picked up a lasgun for reasons Naaman could probably never understand, and decided to fight. On his own he was nothing. With 9 other men he was a squad. With hundreds of other men they were a company. Dozens of companies made a regiment. On and on, one man after another, becoming divisions and army groups and crusades, utterly unaware of each other, spread across thousands of star systems. Torna was just a man picked from a crowd, but he was all of them. He was mankind, rendered down into a single body and reduplicated over and over and over. That was what Naaman found so remarkable. The sergeant smiled to himself and wondered if he should write his observations down. The teachings of Naaman? It was better to leave the philosophy to other, more educated minds. The true teachings of Naaman were with bolter and blade, camo cloak and sniper rifle. These were useful lessons for an aspiring space marine to learn. The chime of the comm interrupted his thoughts. He thumbed the reception stud on the headset. "This is Sergeant Naaman." "This is Master Belial. Brother Sarpedon is leading the remnants of the task force back to Koth Ridge." "Remnants, Brother Captain?" Naaman could not keep the shock from his voice. "Your earlier assessment of the enemy numbers seems to be more accurate than mine, Naaman," said Belial. It was a statement of fact, not an apology or admittance. "Orc's strength to the east has increased again. I cannot account for the appearance of these new forces. It is not only illogical, it is out of character for the Orcs to leave behind such a strong reserve. Why were these forces not committed to the initial attack on the city, or in the second advance on the ridge? It seems that the enemy is arriving in waves. I must know the strength of the 3rd wave." "I will find the answers, Brother Captain," said Naaman. "If I can locate the Orc ship, it should be possible to make a correct gauge of their strength. Better still, it may be possible to destroy the site from orbit." "That is a risky proposition, Brother Sergeant," replied Belial. "It is imperative that this new Orc wave does not reach the city. To provide the troops necessary, I am suspending offensive action in Cadalus Harbor and moving to a containment strategy to keep the Orcs in the docks. I cannot retake the defense laser silo at this juncture." The company commander hesitated. When he continued, there was an odd note in his voice, a slight reluctance in his quiet words. Naaman listened without comment. "On my instruction, Brother Librarian Charon has sent an astropathic message to the rest of the chapter, warning them of the worsening situation on Piscina. I expect Grand Master Azrael to divert additional resources on receipt of this message. Such help will be at least 10 days away."
If we can destroy the Orc ship and any reinforcements, this diversion of the chapter will not be required, and Charon will cancel the call for aid. I need you to find out what is happening, Naaman. I do not want any more surprises. You have been further east than anybody else. You must bypass the Orcs and make a direct investigation of the East Barrens geothermal station. Confirm, Brother Captain. Am I to take Squad Damas with me? Affirmative. Ensure that all in your patrol know how to use the long-range communicator. I do not expect any of us to return, Brother Captain. Survival on such a mission is typically 0.7%. If it pleases you, I would request that the members of Squad Damas be honored in the chapter records as battle brothers. Their sacrifice should be remembered. I concur, Brother Naaman. In perpetuis Leo gravitas excelsior. Walk in the lion's shadow without fear. Emperor speed you to victory. I have no fear, Brother Captain. I am Astartes. I am that which others fear. When the link was cut, Naaman spoke privately with Sergeant Damas, explaining the difficult mission they had been tasked with. You and I both know that none of us is likely to get through the Orcs' lines and back again, Naaman, said Damas. Do you wish to inform the scouts of this factor? They are your squad, brother. It is up to you, Naaman replied with a light shrug. Then I see no advantage in telling them this will be a one-way trip. Knowledge of this will cause apprehension, which will have a negative effect on combat performance, and therefore decrease the chances of success. I concur, said Naaman. The odds of survival are exceptionally low, but there is no need to make this a self-fulfilling prophecy. You've been out there and back twice already. If anyone can bring us back, it will be you, brother, Damas said, slapping a hand to Naaman's arm. The scouts reached the Indola mines just before nightfall by commandeering one of the Defense Forces' Chimera transports. There was no report of the Orcs west of Indola, and Naaman had judged correctly that speed had been preferable to stealth. After dispatching the worried Free Militia driver and his vehicle back to Koth Ridge, Naaman and the others lay up in the mines until night shrouded the East Barrens. For 2 hours they waited, scanning the horizon with monoculars, alert for any Orc activity. They saw no sign of the greenskins. Naaman called Damas and his squad together as the first of Piscina's moons rose as a sliver in the eastern sky. The wind had freshened from the south, coming off the sea, bringing a haze of cloud that did little to obscure the stars. There is no merit in delaying our departure, Naaman told the others. It is unlikely the cloud cover will increase. Our mission is to penetrate the Orc lines and reach the next series of ridges just westwards of the East Barrens geothermal station. There is no accurate intelligence on the Orcs' numbers or deployment. All that we know is our task force was halted and driven back, which indicates the Orcs have enough strength to mount a serious offensive. We are not here to kill Orcs. That will come later. None of you will engage the enemy without express orders from me or Sergeant Damas. Naaman took a deep breath, the air frosting in front of his face. We cannot be detected. If the Orcs become aware of our presence, not only will they attempt to hunt us down, we will have no opportunity to investigate the power plant. Mission success depends upon us moving like ghosts. Sergeant Damas will lead the way. I will follow you. Communication will be limited to subvocal comms. Our foes may be crude, but do not mistake them for being stupid. Confirm? There was a hushed chorus of affirmatives. Naaman nodded in satisfaction and signaled for Damas to move out. As the scouts filed out of a gateway following a winding track to the east, Naaman stopped for a moment and checked his equipment one last time. Along with a bolt pistol, chainsword, and grenades, he had a special piece of war gear that had been brought to him by Brother Hephaestus just before the scouts had left Koth Ridge. The cylindrical container looked unimpressive. It was about the length of his forearm, made of plain metal save for a rune pad on one end and a comm socket in the other. Inside was a different matter. Once erected, the teleport Homer would send a sub-warp signal to the unrelenting Fury in orbit above the planet. On board, Sergeant Adamanta waited with 4 of his fellow Deathwing Terminators. Within minutes of the beacon's activation, they would be able to teleport to the surface and provide support. It was a last-ditch strategy. The arrival of a teleporting squad was the antithesis of stealth. But if the mission was in serious danger of failure, the extra firepower could prove crucial. Naaman knelt down and laid the teleport Homer in the grass. Drawing a cable from the long-range comm set, he plugged himself into its transmitter. He punched in the test sequence on the keypad and waited. "Teleport frequency locked in." The droning voice came from one of the faceless servitors wired into the comm boards on the battle barge. Little more than a processor, embodied in a once human shell, the servitor reeled off a stream of frequency data and coordinates. Checking his digimap, Naaman confirmed that the signal location was being accurately traced to within 3 meters. Confident that the beacon was operating properly, he cancelled the test signal and detached himself from the comlink. Using a magnetic clamp, Naaman strapped the device to his left thigh and stood up. Damas and the others had become shadows in the darkness, their camellia-line cloaks blending with the dark blues and greys of the night. If Naaman had not known where they would be, and benefited from the augmentation to his eyes that all Space Marines underwent, he would not have seen them at all. Wrapping his cloak around him, Naaman headed after them, merging with the darkness. Progress was slow but steady. Damas and Naaman ordered the squad to halt every few hundred meters so that they could sweep the surrounding wilderness with the binoculars. The scouts did not hurry, but kept a steady pace that gradually swallowed up the kilometers between Ndola and the power plant. They had covered about half the distance when Damas attracted Naaman's attention during one of the routine observation stops. The 2 sergeants met atop a low hill covered with waist-high brush. 3 kilometers east, said Damas, as the pair crouched amongst a scrub of waxy-leaved grass. Thermal signature. Vehicle, perhaps? Naaman looked for himself and saw the orange glow of a heat haze through the monocular. The signature looked too hot and localized to be engines. Campfire, Naaman said. Damas looked again and grunted to himself. Of course it is. There are 2 more, about 500 meters apart to the north of the first. What is our plan? Naaman swept his view south and saw more campfires, a kilometer or more further away than the ones directly east, spread haphazardly across the barrens. Some were close to each other, but he could see a path through that headed southeast and then cut to the northeast. If this was meant to be some kind of picket, it was a clumsy one. Naaman pointed out the safe route to Damas. I concur, said the other sergeant. No vehicle lights, but there is the possibility of roaming patrols between the camps. Naaman patted his bolt pistol. That is why we have these, he said with a grin, which was copied by Damas, who drew his combat knife. I prefer this, said Damas. The Lion's blessings come to us each in different ways, replied Naaman. Prepare your squad to move out, and I will make one last sweep. Damas pushed through the bushes and disappeared while Naaman scanned the rising ground for any sign of movement. He saw nothing, and it seemed likely the orcs had settled into their camps for the night. Naaman was unhappy that the wind had shifted direction. In the darkness, the stench of the green skins would have been just as much a warning as anything that might be seen. As it was, they would have to carry on in the same cautious manner. The slowness of their infiltration irked Naaman, as he was sure that, come sunrise, the orcs would move west again, and that could be very dangerous. Padding silently through the night,
The scouts picked their way between the campsites. Concealed by the darkness in their cloaks, there was little chance the orcs, night-blinded by their fires, would see the Dark Angel's scouts moving wraith-like from gully to hill to winding riverbank. Damas led them on a course that kept them as low as possible, avoiding high ground. The soil underfoot grew thinner, and the rocky subsurface of Cadalus broke through in patches scattered with rocks and pebbles. The scouts moved around these areas, keeping to the dwindling grass where possible. Just after midnight, Damas's barely audible whisper over the comm halted the squad. Naaman glided through the night, bolt pistol in hand, and joined the other sergeant at the head of the advance. He saw immediately what had caused the stop. A little more than 100 meters ahead, a diminutive figure sat on a rock, a flare-muzzled gun in its lap. It was a Gretchen, one of the orcs' small slave companions. At first, Naaman thought it was dozing, but there came a flash of red from its eyes in the growing moonlight, as the wiry creature looked this way and that.
"There's another one, over there,"
hissed Damas, pointing a little to Naaman's right.
"And a third, up on that hill."
Over the wind, Naaman caught a brief flurry of sound. 2 high-pitched voices that seemed to be arguing. They were close, within 50 meters, to the left and almost behind the scouts. Dropping to his belly, Naaman crawled through the grass in the direction of the noise, bolt pistol held out in front of him. His course brought him to the lip of a shallow dell. In the middle of the depression, 2 Gretchen were ineffectually fighting, wrestling with each other and biting at each other's long, pointed ears. Naaman had no idea what they were saying, but guessed that the source of the dispute was the thick-barreled pistol that kept swapping between them during the scuffle. Naaman slid closer, parting the grass with his free hand, eyes fixed on the squabbling sentries. As he rose to a crouch, cloak folded around him, Naaman aimed at the pair. They were so close he could have thrown his pistol at them, but they kept moving back and forth in their struggle, occasionally one or the other tumbling to the dirt before leaping back to its feet to resume the fight. Naaman's pistol followed them. For a split second, the 2 Gretchen were locked together. One had its back to him, holding the pistol behind its back, a clawed hand in the face of the other, which had its skinny fingers tightening around its opponent's throat. With barely a puff of decompressing gas, Naaman fired. The silenced bolt round struck the closest Gretchen in the back of the skull, blowing its head apart. The other stared wide-eyed at Naaman, through the bubbling mess of blood and brains, bony hands still clasped around the throat of its companion's corpse. Naaman's second shot took the survivor in the eye, and 2 headless bodies flopped to the ground. Creeping up the far side of the depression, Naaman checked to the east. He could see glimmers of movement as the third of Piscina's moon slid above the horizon, casting a pale blue glow through the clouds. Despite the extra light, it was hard to see the Gretchen as they wandered about on their erratic patrols, or stood sentry between the dozens of campfires. As the ground rose steadily into the next ridge, it undulated steeply, making it hard to see over the next lip.
"Thermis Tapata,"
Naaman whispered to the squad via the comm. He pulled down his autosight goggles and thumbed through the spectral modes until he reached the far infrared setting. The barrens became a shifting landscape of dark blues and purples, broken by the bright yellow and white of flames. Here and there he saw the dark red blobs of the Gretchen, and the slightly brighter silhouettes of the orcs, heated by the fires. There seemed to be no certain way through the cluster of campfires directly eastwards, but a detour to the south would add several kilometers to the journey. Naaman checked the chronometer display. Total moonfall would occur within 3 hours. In the utter darkness, it would be easier to slip through the orc camps. He reached a decision.
"Assemble on my position,"
he told the squad. He watched the scouts approaching through his thermal vision. Naaman glimpsed only an occasional patch of face or exposed wrist, the camellia line diffusing the heat signature of the scouts' bodies. Like will-o'-the-wisps, the squad gathered on the edge of the depression.
"We have to wait until moonfall before we carry on," Naaman said. "We are too exposed here. Have any of you seen a suitable defensive position?" "There is a shallow gully a few 100 meters to the southeast, Sergeant," replied Scout Luthor. He pointed out the direction. "It is less than 200 meters from one of the camps, but it seems to curve southwards of them, and there is not another camp within half a kilometer."
Naaman's gaze followed the scout's finger. He could not see much of the gully that had been mentioned, but he could see 2 campfires, about 50 meters apart. Other than the dancing flames which were growing weak, he could see little activity from the greenskins.
"That will be suitable," he said with a nod. "We will approach from the south, 20 meters dispersal. Follow me."
Naaman led the way, rising out of the depression at a stoop, darting over the open ground with his bolt pistol ready. He spotted a flash of red to his left and turned his path south, ducking into the shadow of a monolithic boulder. Peering around the rock, he saw nothing between him and the gully, which he could now see forming between 2 shallow, bush-strewn ridges. After another check on the position of the sentries, he set off at a comfortable run, crossing the few 100 meters to the head of the gully without stopping. Flicking up his goggles, he drew out his monocular and examined the narrow split in the rocky hillside. Naaman could see nothing, and waved the rest of the squad to take cover inside. While Damas split the scouts to their observation positions, Naaman crawled out of the shallow defile and wormed his way towards the closest orc camp. The greenskins had chosen to spend the night near some grass-filled ruins. Naaman could not tell what the buildings had once been, but they were now overgrown with thorny branches, their walls toppled to form slopes and hillocks of broken brick. A rise to his right obscured one camp, the light of its fire creating a dim aura beyond the crest. To the left, looking between the hill and one of the ruins, Naaman could see another blaze. He watched the orcs around the flames for a few seconds. Some were lying down, probably sleeping. Others sat on crates and upturned barrels, or simply squatted in the grass. He counted 7 in total. There was no way to tell if a similar number had gathered around the other fire, but it seemed unlikely there would be many more. A handful of Gretchen mooched around the ruins and the jutting rocks, kicking at stones, sometimes calling to each other in their squeaky voices. Naaman studied them for a while, trying to discern any pattern to their movements, but concluded that there was no regular rhythm or path to their patrols. The Gretchen seemed reluctant to move away from the light of the fires, but now and then one of the orcs would rouse itself and shout at the closest sentries, waving them further out. The erratic behavior of the picket was a problem. Although Naaman could see an obvious route to the north of the camps, passing through the leftmost ruins, it would be too risky to use while there was any moonlight. By the time moonfall came, who could say where the Gretchen would be? The scouts' infiltration would have to be opportunistic and speedy. Content that he was following the best course of action, Naaman slipped back to the others. He found them laying up at the lips of the gully, Damas and 2 others keeping watch to the east, the other 2 scouts watching to the southeast and northwest. Naaman stayed close to the head of the gully and found a spot under the branches of a bush with low, twisted branches. From here he could see the leftmost camp and the ruined building behind which the closest fire was burning low. All they had to do now was wait for the moons to go down.
"Sergeant!"
Naaman glanced along the gully, the whispered warning instantly breaking the trance-like state that had come over him during the watch. In the darkness, he saw Luthor raise a hand and point to the camp next to the closest ruined building. 3 small silhouettes emerged against the low orange glow of the fire, slowly walking straight for the gully.
"Hold fire!"
Damas whispered. The squad sergeant quietly slid sideways towards Naaman.
He stopped within reaching distance. "What do you think? Should we eliminate them, brother?" "Not yet," Naaman replied, his words barely more than a breath. "Let us wait to see what they do." Naaman checked the chronometer. It was 27 minutes to total moonfall, though only one of the three remained in the sky, and it was perhaps dark enough to move out. If the sentries changed course, they would wait for complete night. If not, Naaman would have a decision to make. His breaths coming long and shallow, Naaman kept his eyes fixed firmly on the Gretchen. There was a scattering of debris between the scrawny aliens and the lip of the gully. Crates, rusted pieces of old machinery, and a small slag pile. Each of the sentries carried a rifle of some sort. They probably wouldn't do much damage if they hit, but the sound of gunfire would surely alert the nearby orcs, which were a far more dangerous proposition than the Gretchen. The group kept on their course, heading towards the scouts. They were about 70 meters away when they stopped and began to pick through the junk scattered around the slag heap. Naaman didn't like them being so close, even though they were currently distracted. A rattle of a stone, the clink of a weapon on rock, or even a break in the cloud to let through more moonlight might attract the sentry's attention. It was time to get moving again. "Brother Damas," Naaman whispered, "move your squad into the outskirts of the camp and eliminate those sentries. I'll swing around the north and make sure the flank is secure." "Confirm, brother," said Damas. "I'll have Luthor move in to cover the closest camp with his heavy bolter while we eliminate the Gretchen." "Confirm," replied Naaman. "If the alarm is raised, concentrate your shooting on that camp. I will intercept any reinforcements coming through from the other fire." The two sergeants nodded to each other and parted. Naaman heard Damas's whispered commands and left the gully, using the rise of the hill between the two ruined buildings to conceal his path northwards. Heading towards the farther of the two ruins, Naaman heard the scritch, scritch, scritch of footsteps on gravel. The veteran threw himself down on instinct, bolt pistol ready, eyes darting left and right, searching for the source of the noise. With his other hand, he tugged his cloak into position, covering himself from scalp to knees, peering under the rim of the hood. Naaman saw the Gretchen come around the corner of the building, a stout blunderbuss-like shotgun over its shoulder. He caught the strange, mouldy whiff of the greenskin as it sat down on a broken lump of masonry and pulled something from the pocket of its ragged jerkin. Something squirmed in its bony fingers before being popped into a fanged mouth. The sounds of loud chewing broke the stillness. The Gretchen was looking in Naaman's direction. He lay absolutely still, bolt pistol sighted on the creature's chest. Finishing its snack, the Gretchen stood up and continued to wander on, passing a few meters in front of the prone space marine. As soon as the Gretchen had passed, Naaman surged to his feet, slipping his combat knife from his belt with his left hand. 2 swift steps brought him up behind the creature. Hearing the quiet thud of Naaman's boots, the Gretchen started to turn, but was far too slow. Naaman hooked his arm over the Gretchen's shoulder and plunged the knife upwards into its throat, puncturing the windpipe. The sentry spasmed limply in Naaman's grasp, burbling blood as the space marine quickly sawed the knife out of the Gretchen's throat, slicing through muscle and veins. It fell limp in his grasp. Glancing around to assure himself he had not been seen, Naaman sheathed his knife and hefted the small creature under his arm. A few dozen strides brought him to the shelter of the ruin, where he laid the body down in a corner of the broken walls. Naaman passed through the roofless rooms until he came to the eastern side of the building. Crouched beneath the sill of a glassless window, he stopped again and watched the orcs around the northern campfire. As he waited, Naaman's attention was drawn to his right by a high-pitched wail which suddenly fell silent. One of the Gretchen had spotted the scouts. Suddenly, the air was split by the thumping detonations of Luthor's heavy bolter. Naaman heard the shrieks of dying Gretchen and the angry bellows of the orcs.
The greenskins in front of him roused slowly, startled by the sudden attack. There were more shouts and fire from the south, where the orcs ahead of Naaman grabbed their weapons and loped away from their camp. Naaman unhooked his chainsword, but did not start up the motor. His cloak flapping behind him, the sergeant vaulted through the window, heading directly for the campfire. The orcs were completely unaware of his presence as they rushed to the aid of their companions. Less than 20 meters from the greenskins, Naaman opened fire. Silenced bolts ripped through the back of the rearmost orc, chewing through muscle and vertebrae. One of the other orcs noticed its demise and swung around to see what had happened. By the time the creature looked in his direction, Naaman was already in the shelter of a tall rock, camellia lines swathing his form. As soon as the orc's red eyes roved elsewhere, Naaman rose up and fired 3 bolts into the creature's face and chest, felling it instantly. There were 5 more orcs to deal with. Naaman broke from cover at a sprint, rushing up behind the greenskins as they lumbered towards the fighting at the other fire. Catching up with the orcs, Naaman swung his chainsword at the neck of the closest, thumbing the starter mid-blow. Growling teeth sheared halfway into the orc's neck before jamming on its thick spinal column. With a grunt, Naaman wrenched the blade free and fired his bolt pistol into the back of the creature's head as it collapsed sideways. Taken off guard by the deadly shadow charging into their midst, the orcs were thrown into confusion. The pale rays of the moon shimmering from his camellia line, Naaman ducked beneath the hasty swing of an axe and brought the throbbing chainsword up into the orc's gut, ramming it point first through the stomach and into the chest cavity. The creature shuddered with the vibrations of the weapon, spittle flying from its thick lips. A grunt of effort to Naaman's right warned him of imminent attack, and he ducked as he pulled his chainsword free, a cleaver-like blade cutting the corner from the sergeant's swirling cloak. Naaman kicked the creature's legs from under it as he spun beneath the swinging weapon. A second orc leapt to the attack, a heavy serrated sword aimed at Naaman. He smashed aside the blade with his chainsword. At the same time, he fired a bolt into the face of the downed orc, its brains splashing out across the cracked stone underfoot. The roar of the heavy bolter sounded closer, and the orc with the serrated sword was hurled away from Naaman by multiple explosions across its chest and shoulders, ragged remains slapping into one of its companions. Naaman used the distraction to chop at the disorientated orc's arm, hacking the limb away below the shoulder. Out of instinct, the alien tried to throw a punch with the bloody stump. It stared at the ragged wound in amazement when the expected blow failed to appear. Naaman shattered its knee with a bolt and brought his sword down on its back as it fell forwards, hacking several times into the creature's green flesh until the spine finally snapped. Having dealt with the other camp, Damas and his squad arrived, falling upon the orcs with bolt pistol, chainsword, and monomolecular-edged combat knives. Confused and partly blinded by the dark, the orcs died swiftly, cut down in a few savage seconds. After the clamor of battle, silence descended again, broken by the sighing of the wind and the crackle of the fires. The whole fight had taken less than 20 seconds from the first cry of the sentry to the choking death rattle of the last orc. "Casualties?" Naaman demanded, glancing at the others. "None, brother," Damas replied. The sergeant turned to his squad with a proud smile. "Not so much as a scratch. The advantage of surprise is the deadliest weapon in our arsenal." "That is good," said Naaman. He flicked blood from his chainsword and wiped the weapon clean on the jacket of a dead orc. He checked his chronometer. There were 2.5 hours until dawn, and still many kilometers to cover before they reached the ridge overlooking the geothermal station. "Hide the bodies in the ruins, douse the fires," Damas told his squad, as Naaman pulled out his monocular and looked to the east. He could see a stretch of 2 or 3 kilometers up the slope, before there were more campfires. They could cover the next leg at a comfortable run. "Belay that," snapped Naaman.
The scouts dropped the orc bodies they had picked up and looked at him. By the time the orcs find them, if they ever do, we'll be far away from here. We have to keep moving. As you say, said Damas, choosing not to argue the point. Let's get into our observation position before dawn. Reloading their weapons, checking their cloaks, the scouts ghosted into the night. Naaman kept the squad angling slightly to the south, avoiding the bulk of the camps ahead. Throughout the night, Naaman could see mobs of greenskins and hear their vehicles gathering north of the East Barren station. For all their numbers, Naaman was surprised that there were not more greenskins. Certainly the forces he had seen advancing while he had retreated the day before had not been all accounted for by the assault on Koth Ridge. The orcs were definitely on the move again, but it was impossible for Naaman to judge where they were heading. The scouts made good time, eating up the kilometers at a tireless half-run. Though the location of the orc camps had forced him further south than he had originally hoped, Naaman was pleased when they finally crested the ridge above the geothermal station. The plant itself was about a kilometer to the east. Using the thermal setting of his monocular, Naaman examined the compound of buildings clustered around the angular bulk of the geothermal generator. He could see lots of heat, most of it coming from the plant itself. But there were also dozens, if not hundreds, of orcs down there. He spent several minutes looking, but could see nothing in range that looked remotely like a spaceship. Even further out into the barrens, the plains stretched on without a break. There was only one conclusion that sprang to Naaman's mind. Orc technology was unfathomable, often crudely made but highly effective. The only possible explanation for the absence of a landed ship would be that the orcs had managed to hide it with some kind of camouflage field. It had to be here, somewhere, Naaman reasoned. Orcs didn't simply pop out of thin air. He hoped the dawn would literally shed more light on the answers, and he ordered the squad to head northwards for a better view of the sprawling orc encampment at the base of the ridge. When they had found a good spot to observe the orcs whilst keeping out of sight, the squad settled down to another tense time of waiting and keeping watch. Slowly dawn's ruddy fingers gripped the eastern skies. Naaman waited expectantly, scouring the plains for some telltale shimmer or reflection that might betray the location of a shield-screened vessel. As the minutes skipped past, his anxiety to find the ship grew. In the growing light, he returned his attention to the power plant to see if more had been revealed of the orcs' numbers and the layout of their defenses. The monocular almost fell from his fingers in surprise. Naaman stared dumbfounded at the orc encampment, lost for words. "What is it?" asked Damas from behind Naaman, sensing the veteran sergeant's shock. "By the lion's shade, I've never seen anything like it," exclaimed Naaman. Still astounded by what he had seen, Naaman fumbled for the long-range comm handset and opened up the command frequency that would put him directly in touch with Master Belial. Raising the monocular, he checked again to make sure he wasn't imagining what he thought he had seen. "This is Master Belial. Make your report, Brother Sergeant." Naaman wasn't quite sure what his report was. How did he explain what he was looking at? "Naaman, what is happening?" "Sorry, Brother Captain," Naaman managed when he had mustered his thoughts. "I know how the orcs are getting to Pessina." Chapter 5. The Tale of Naaman. Revelations. It was Naaman's incredulity that made it so difficult to describe what he could see to Master Belial. Never before had the scout sergeant doubted the evidence of his own eyes, but as he stared through the monocular, it was hard for him to comprehend what he was looking at. "The orcs have taken possession of the geothermal station," he reported, choosing to concentrate on things that did not invite speculation. There are several hundred of them. Composition of the force is in line with what we have already encountered, mostly infantry and a few smaller vehicles and field pieces. The power plant has been adapted. I can see strange machinery and energy relays of Orc design. The major alteration is the addition of a large disk, like a communications transmitter, although I can see energy waves crackling over its surface. There are sporadic bursts of energy that appear to be a result of the generator systems suffering from an overload of capacity. "Are they using it to supplement the power of their ship, brother?" asked Belial. "There is no ship, brother captain," Naaman replied. He looked again at the Orc camp. No more than 200 meters from the geothermal station was an upright disk of pure darkness, its edges crackling with energy. The surface of the disk had a strange oily sheen, glimmering with distorted reflections of the surrounding terrain. The disk oscillated, growing and shrinking by small increments that matched the erratic pulses of lightning flaring across the geothermal relays. "I see some kind of energy screen, no more than 5 meters in diameter," Naaman said. "Wait, something is happening." The rim of the disk became a solid blaze of power, while the generators of the power plant erupted with fountains of sparks and electricity. The haze around the transmitter disk deepened into a greenish glow, shimmering upwards into the sky. The disk blinked out of existence, leaving only the crackling halo of energy. Within its circumference, it was if a window had been opened. Rather than the grasslands of the East Barrens, Naaman could see a dark hall crisscrossed with metal beams receding into the distance. Colorful banners decorated with large glyphs hung from the ceiling, and what he could see of the walls were painted with more orcish designs. He took all of this in at a glance, but his attention was fixed upon the occupants of the hall. A sea of green faces leered out of the opening, thousands of orcs clustered around more bikes and buggies, all swathed in the shadow of enormous war engines. Orcs poured towards the opening and stepped through. A mob of 12 greenskins emerged onto the Cadalus hillside, tendrils of green power lapping at them, flickering across the portal. As each alien passed through, the halo of energy flickered, dimming and then returning with less brilliance. When the 13th orc crossed the threshold, the halo flared violently, sending blue and purple sparks cascading down onto the new arrivals. A companion detonation flared across the energy relay on the power plant. The haze from the disk also vanished. As instantly as it had disappeared, the black disk came back, closing the pathway. "It's a teleporter," Naaman announced. "The orcs are teleporting directly to the surface." "That cannot be correct," replied Belial. "Close orbital sweeps have revealed no orc ship in proximity to Piscina. Perhaps they are teleporting from their ship further out into the East Barrens." "That seems unlikely, brother captain," said Naaman. "It appears the orcs are siphoning off power from the geothermal plant, and it is definitely being sent starwards, not across the plains. The connection seems to be intermittent. I saw inside the orc base, or ship, or whatever it is. They have Titan-class war engines, but they have not brought them through. It seems that the teleporter is severely restricted at present." "This is highly speculative, Brother Sergeant," said Belial. "I need confirmation and solid data for the Tech Marines to analyze if we are to determine the exact nature of this device." "I understand, Brother Captain. The orcs are dispersing and moving westwards to a staging point on the other side of the ridge. It will be possible to get closer to the power station and take energy readings." As Naaman watched, the portal burst into life once more, existing long enough for 3 buggies to race through before collapsing again. "Consider that to be your mission, Brother Sergeant," said Belial. "Take measurements of the energy levels, timing, and reinforcement rate, and report directly to me. "Confirm, Brother Captain," said Naaman. "We will approach as swiftly as possible." Naaman severed the comlink and turned to the scouts. "We have to get a lot closer," he told them. "Follow me." The squad carefully picked their way down the eastern side of the ridge, keeping at least a kilometer from the orc camp. The greenskins appeared to regard their position as safe behind the encampments further west and had posted no patrols or sentries that Naaman could see. Though the scouts said nothing of the extraordinary sight of the orc teleporter, Naaman could sense their amazement and an undercurrent of unease at the implications it presented. For the moment, Naaman concentrated solely on approaching the geothermal station undetected. He could leap at guesses regarding the teleporter's function, but such speculation was pointless without solid facts to inform it. As they reached the level of the East Barrens Plains, the veteran sergeant was sure of only one thing. The teleporter presented an unquantifiable threat to the defenders of Cadalus. If the orcs were somehow able to sustain the portal and bring through their larger war machines, there was little the Dark Angels or Free Militia had to combat them. Naaman was pleased that Belial had possessed the foresight to send a warning to the Dark Angels chapter, even if they only arrived in time to avenge the fallen of the Third Company. A steady but slow flow of reinforcements continued to emerge from the portal. These freshly arrived orcs pressed westwards to join the others, so Naaman led the squad on a circuitous routing, coming at the power plant from the northwest, almost behind the orc camp. The geothermal station covered a roughly square area, half a kilometer wide on each side. The central power station dominated much of this, surrounded by small clusters of maintenance buildings and dilapidated monitoring installations. There was no sign of the tech priests, and several dozen men who had worked here before the orcs' arrival. Naaman presumed that they were all dead, taken by surprise by the greenskins' arrival, however that had come about. The slope of the ridge overlooked the whole compound, which was built across 3 shallow hills. The portal occupied the crest of one hill, while another was crowned with a thick crop of trees, rocks, and bushes, providing the perfect cover to approach. Naaman was grateful that dawn had been accompanied by a layer of thick, low cloud, increasing the early morning gloom. Ever alert to the few orcs wandering around the camp, the scouts pressed closer, slipping into the concealing foliage of the nearby hill, while Naaman took stock of the situation. Damas joined Naaman, and both of them wriggled through the bushes to the southern slope of the hill, from where they could see more of the orc camp. Naaman pulled out his Auspex and set it for a wide-spectrum scan. Other than the energy spike from the power plant and the readings from the orcs, the scanner provided no new information. "We will have to close the range," said Naaman, stowing the Auspex. "What about that outhouse just west of the plant?" suggested Damas, pointing to a half-ruined plascrete building 20 meters from the main generator complex. Naaman considered the lay of the land. There was another building even closer to the generator, but the scouts would have to cross a few meters of open ground in full view of the portal. The teleporter was active for only a few seconds at a time, and took several minutes to recharge between each opening. But Naaman had been timing the power surges, and there was no definite pattern. It was risky, but that position would allow him to scan not only the power plant, but also the portal itself. "We will close in on the plant first," said Naaman, deciding that Damas's course of action presented the least risk of discovery, even though the scouts would have to relocate to scan the portal. "You will lead with the squad, and I will follow you." Damas nodded and crawled back to the others. Naaman connected the long-range comm and hailed Belial. When the connection was made, it was marred by bursts of static, in rhythm with the pulsing of the energy across the power plant's transformers. "This is Master Belial. Make your report." "Initial readings confirm that a relay is being used to project the energy as a microwave beam, Brother Captain," said Naaman. I will obtain a more accurate energy signature for the unrelenting fury to trace, so that we can locate its destination. What about the Orc buildup? How soon should we expect another attack? I would say that the Orcs will be back to their previous strength in the next 2 hours, perhaps a little more, Brother Captain. May I make a suggestion? Please do, Brother Sergeant. Your insight has proven very useful so far. The teleporter is not directly connected to the power plant on the ground. Wherever it is coming from, the teleporter beam is being powered from the source rather than the destination. The Orc's occupation of the power plant suggests that the teleporter cannot function on a sustainable basis on its own power. This is why Gaskull's first attack was infantry alone. If you were to bombard the power station and destroy the source of energy, the teleporter will cease to function. Bombardment is an option of last resort, Naaman, replied Belial heavily. The geothermal stations are located on the weakest fault lines of Cadalus. Areas made more insecure by the boreholes from them, driven into the island's heart. Brother Hephaestus warns me that any bombardment risks rupturing the Cadalus magma chamber, which in turn could precipitate a chain reaction eruption, destroying the entire island. I see, Naaman said, ashamed that he had not thought through the consequences of blasting a power station that was in essence an artificial volcano. He was tired and rubbed his eyes. Would it be possible to conduct a tactical strike, Brother Captain? If we can reclaim the power plant, we can cut off the source of energy in a more controlled fashion. The only available resources are myself and Death Wing Squad Adamanta. We can launch an attack, but we have no means of holding any ground. If it is possible to conduct a strike, you must locate a suitable target for us. I understand, Brother Captain. I will report again when I can furnish you with more accurate target information. You are doing well, Naaman, said Belial, surprising the sergeant. I realize that you have been under a great deal of pressure the last few days, and that I have placed a considerable burden upon you. I have utter faith in your abilities and judgment, Sergeant. Carry on with your mission. Confirm, Brother Captain. I aspire to the example of the lion. We shall not fall short in our dedication. Buoyed up by Belial's words of encouragement, Naaman nodded for Damas to head out. Naaman cast a last glance at the portal and then followed the scouts, bolt pistol in hand. They moved down the slope and paused within the shadows of a stand of stunted trees. With a burst of light, the portal opened and disgorged a pair of war bikes, which raced off westwards. Certain that the portal could not open for a few more minutes, Naaman signaled for the scouts to break cover. One at a time they darted from the trees, crossing a few meters of ground in a stooped run until they reached a patch of rocks and boulders almost directly north of the power plant. Naaman sprinted after them, casting glances to his right until he reached the shelter of the boulders. The sergeant activated the auspex again, but still the energy signal from the power relays was too weak to get an accurate fix on their alignment. They had to get even closer. From here, it was about 20 meters to the ruined outbuilding. Most of the upper story had collapsed, and Naaman could see the walls had been torn down by the Orcs, and the reinforcing struts within the plascrete ripped out. The greenskins had used this material to erect crude gantries around the geothermal plant, crisscrossing the pylons and transformers with a maze of struts and ladders so that they could jury-rig their own cables and generators to the main relays. With an idea germinating at the back of his mind, Naaman took the lead. Pulling up his camellia-line hood and wrapping his cloak tight, he dashed across the rubble-strewn ground to take cover in the ruined building. The scrunch of footfalls sounded the arrival of the others as he ghosted through the bare rooms. It was impossible to say what purpose the building had once served. The Orcs had stripped out every piece of machinery and furniture, leaving only the half-destroyed shell. Even the roof had been taken away, but the sun was not yet high enough to reach into the building's interior. A plascrete staircase still stood, jutting up from the center of the ruin. Naaman directed the others to take up covering positions before slithering up the steps, wrapped in his cloak. At the top, he lay as still as death, auspex in hand, peering at the power plant from under the lip of his hood. Orcs paced haphazardly around the station, no more than 10 of them that Naaman could see. Another burst of crackling energy heralded more reinforcements through the portal, but Naaman ignored them. There was no way the scouts would be found, unless the orcs were going out of their way to look for them. The truth was, the orcs patrolling the plant seemed bored, and were spending more time arguing and joking with each other than keeping watch. It was possible that a lone scout might be able to get into the plant itself without the alarm being raised. Naaman counted 4 more portal openings while he lay at the top of the steps, the auspex beeping quietly in his hand as it absorbed and analyzed the energy waves emanating from the power plant. He was no tech marine, and the intricacies of the data were as unintelligible as the grunts and roars of the orcs, but he could see a pattern. The energy from the power plant was being beamed to some other point, building in intensity roughly a minute prior to the portal opening. Once the teleporter was activated, the power link spiked at a level 5 times the buildup, and lasted for only a few seconds. It was clear that no matter how long the pre-teleportation process, the portal could not be opened for more than a few seconds. Why this might be the case was a mystery, but it did confirm Naaman's suspicion that without the power relay of the geothermal plant, the teleporter could not be opened for any significant length of time. It required all of the plant's output to generate a single pulse of teleporter energy, and all that was required to disrupt the beam was the removal of one of the bastardized relays the orcs had added to the power station. Armed with this information, Naaman contacted Belial. "Brother Captain, this is Sergeant Naaman. I will shortly be sending my collected data via the link. It is my belief that a small disruption to the power network of the plant will disrupt the entire operation. I will append monocular images of the relays for the examination of the tech marines." "Report received, Brother Sergeant," replied Belial, "standing by to receive data transmission." Naaman hooked the auspex into the long-range comm and punched in the rune sequence to uplink the information the scanner had collated. He waited impatiently until the auspex chimed 3 times to indicate the upload was completed. Switching connectors, Naaman attached his monocular to the comm piece and spent several minutes sweeping the plant area with the optical device, transmitting the images to his commander. When he was done, he packed away the monocular and auspex and waited for Belial and his advisors to formulate a plan. The minutes crept past. Naaman retreated from the tip of the stairway and joined the others. The orcs had shown no sign that they were aware of the scouts' presence, and Naaman felt relatively safe. He knew that such sanctuary was only temporary. If the Deathwing launched an attack, it would stir up the orcs, not only around the power station, but also those westwards on the ridge. There would be no way to get back to Koth Ridge, as Naaman had known since setting out. He called the scouts together to make an announcement. "The time is fast approaching when we will be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice for the chapter," he said. He was pleased to see that none of the scouts showed any sign of fear or surprise. "We have used stealth as a weapon, and it has served us well. But there comes a time when stealth is no longer enough, and pure force must prevail. We will not live to see the success of our mission today, for the consequences of our actions will not be measurable in moments, but in hours and days." He looked at them in turn and saw nothing but determination and pride. Damas spoke next. "We will demonstrate the most fundamental power of the Astartes," said the sergeant, glancing at Naaman before continuing. "All of your training, all of our secrecy and circumspection, is but a preliminary to one simple purpose: the destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Though our mission shall succeed and our part in the greater campaign will come to an end, it still remains our duty to slay as many of the foe as is possible. We will fight to our last breath, and even then we will fight until death claims us. We are all Space Marines, inheritors of the Lion's legacy, upholders of the Imperial will. The calm chime attracted Naaman's attention. Sergeant Naaman, this is Master Belial. We have analyzed the data and discerned a weakness in the enemy structure. The Orcs' teleporter beam is interfering with our own lock-on signal. The Orcs are still in possession of the defense laser silo, and the unrelenting Fury can only make a quick pass. Estimated window of operation is less than 5 minutes. For these reasons, you must place the teleport Homer as close to the objective as you can. Is that possible? Naaman looked out of the window at the Orcs scattered around the power plant. Affirmative, Brother Captain, he said. I can have you teleported directly into the power station precinct. Good, said Belial. We are ready to commence the operation as soon as we receive the lock-on signal from you. Energy interference prevents teleporter lock on your squad. We will not be able to extract you. We are aware of that factor, Brother Captain. Squad Damas and I will provide a diversionary attack to ensure minimal resistance to your arrival. We are honored to serve. You will be remembered, Brother Naaman. You and